Gathering and analyzing customer data is the foundation of any Six Sigma improvement initiative. Think about it. Without customers, your company wouldn't exist. So it's vital that you seek the voice of the customer, or VOC, very early in a project and build your improvement strategies around that. But we already know what our customers want, you might think. You should keep in mind that this may not be the case. Perhaps your customers' needs have changed over time. You need to have a clear, effective VOC strategy in place to keep up with your customers' changing requirements. An effective VOC strategy should consist of 5 key tasks. First, you have to define your VOC process goals. Next, you identify customers, customer types, and segments in relation to your projects. Third, you have to plan and collect your data. During the 4th step, you have to analyze the data you've collected. And finally, you determine customer requirements and use these as action goals. The first task, defining the VOC process goals, involves creating a purpose statement. This helps you answer such questions as, why is this VOC project being launched? And what information is needed from our customers? Defining VOC process goals forces you to think about such things as whether it's valuable to go to the effort of finding out how customers actually use products or how to win back lost customers. It also allows you to convey the project objective to management and ensure all your team members are on the same page. The second task in a VOC strategy is identifying the customers you wish to gather data from. This involves grouping customers into types, identifying market segments, and pinpointing which customers you'll interview. Some customer groups will be more profitable for your company, and these might be the segments your project will focus on. Using customer segmentation to group customers can help your team figure out which groups create the most value for your improvement efforts. After you've specified what the purpose of your project is and which customers will be interviewed, it's time to start gathering information. The third task in your VOC strategy is making a plan and then collecting your data. Collection methods can include focus groups, surveys, interviews, or questionnaires, to name just a few. This step involves first planning what outcome you hope to achieve and how to collect your customer data. Different data collection methods will help you achieve different results. For instance, if you want an in-depth understanding of a customer's experience, you'd use a face-to-face interview. Now that you've collected your VOC data, you're probably facing a mountain of information. What should you do with all this data? During the 4th task in your VOC strategy, you analyze the data you've gathered. This will help you identify key customer concerns and requirements. Using tools such as Critical to X, CTX, SIPOC, Kano model, quality function deployment, or a critical to quality tree can help you make sense of the data and figure out what satisfies your customers. When you analyze your VOC data, you should be able to spot trends. Which customer attitudes have changed? How do requirements differ? Is your company still meeting customers' needs? These are examples of the questions your analysis can answer. Finally, the 5th task in a VOC strategy requires you to determine customer requirements as action goals. If your requirements are well-defined and precise, you won't need to guess what customers really want from your products or services. Once you have a firm grasp on your customers' needs, you're ready to translate them into actionable project goals. The Six Sigma team works with customers to specifically define the requirements and uses this knowledge to make improvements. Imagine you're part of a Six Sigma team at a technology retailer. Sales have been lagging, and some customers have indicated that they're not happy with your company. You decide it's best to go straight to the source, so you and your team develop a VOC strategy to find out why customers are unhappy. Your first step is to define your VOC process goals. You and your team conclude that the purpose of the VOC exercise is to determine why customers are unhappy. Your purpose statement is to determine why customers are dissatisfied with our company in order to improve sales. Next, you need to identify customers. As a retailer, the customers you want to talk to are external, those outside your company. You want to capture the voice of your key customers, who are between the ages of 18 and 30 and shop in your store at least once a month. Your third step is to plan and collect VOC data. Because your store collects customer information at the point of sale, you know which regular customers haven't purchased anything in the past 2 months. Why are these particular customers so important? If regular shoppers have suddenly stopped coming into your store, you know there must be a reason. These are the customers you target, and you decide telephone surveys will allow you to collect the most detailed information. In the next step, you analyze VOC data. While analyzing all the data, you discover that customer satisfaction has been waning ever since the number of staff on duty at any one time was decreased. Reducing staff allowed the company to lower prices, but your analysis finds customers are dissatisfied with after-sale service. And finally, you determine customer requirements. It turns out that your customers enjoy your store's low prices, but what they really want is better service for the products they buy. So, a key customer requirement is access to sales associates for help with questions after buying a product. You and your team make meeting this need your top goal. This will form the basis of your Six Sigma project. Customers are your company's greatest assets, so it's important that you carefully listen to their needs. Having an effective VOC strategy in place will help your Six Sigma team focus its improvement efforts on projects that result in satisfied customers. Access the Job Aid VOC strategy tasks after the video to review the 5 steps in developing a VOC strategy. Your customers are the foundation that your company is built on, and gathering accurate voice of the customer VOC information is the key to successful Six Sigma projects. You need to have a clear, effective strategy in place to help achieve this objective. A VOC strategy should consist of 5 tasks. First, you have to define the goals of your VOC process. Next, you identify customers, customer types, and segments in relation to your projects. You then have to plan and collect your data. The next task is to analyze the data you've collected. Finally, you determine customer requirements and use these as action goals. A VOC strategy is an effective tool to help your Six Sigma team focus its improvement efforts on projects that result in satisfied customers. No 2 customers are exactly alike, so it makes sense that different customers will have different needs and concerns. For instance, a customer who generates a high volume of sales might require more attention than one who buys only once a year. When you choose Six Sigma projects, your goal is always to improve value for customers. It's important for your team to have a meaningful way of grouping or segmenting different types of customers. Customer segmentation is an important task in any voice of the customer VOC strategy. During the define stage, Six Sigma teams deal with a variety of customers, both directly and indirectly. You need to be able to categorize these customers in a way that focuses on who receives the most value for the product being improved. If your customer base is large, you might feel overwhelmed at the thought of segmenting them. Do you group them by age, income, geography? Typically, you categorize your customers using 3 criteria: position, profile, or market. The first customer segmentation criterion is the customer's position. When customers are segmented by position, it's based on their role in your company's supply chain and whether they're part of the company or not. In other words, are they internal or external customers? Your company's internal customers are the people in your organization who are impacted in some way by the products or services you provide. For example, at a software company, an internal customer of the documentation department could be the packaging department, which has to ship the product. Your external customers, on the other hand, are those who are outside your company or division. They can include distributors, transport companies, or the customers who buy your products. So in the software company example, the external customers would include retailers who sell the products and end users who buy them. When the term customer is used in Six Sigma, it almost always means the external customer, and that's how it will be considered for the remainder of this video. Access the content Internal and External Customers after the video if you wish to review these types of customers, which you should remember from your Greenbelt training. After segmenting your customers as internal or external, they can be further grouped into 3 classifications based on their use of your product or service. They can be primary, secondary, or indirect customers. Your primary customers are the immediate recipients of your product or service, or the output of your process. They decide whether to buy what you're offering. Secondary customers acquire your product or service for their own use, quite often through an intermediary. Indirect customers don't purchase the product or service, but they are impacted by it in some way. Consider this example. For an auto part manufacturer, the primary customers are the direct recipients of their products. So the companies that build the actual cars and trucks are primary customers. Since secondary customers obtain the manufacturer's products in their original or modified form, they include the people who buy the completed vehicles from a dealership. The auto part manufacturer's indirect customers don't purchase the parts, but are impacted by them in some way. This could include the car buyer's family members or a regulatory body such as the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. As an alternative to grouping customers as primary, secondary, and indirect, you can also group them as intermediate customers and users or impacted parties. So how do these categories differ? Well, actually, they're quite similar, and correlations can be made among them. Intermediate customers buy the product from a manufacturer and then either sell it as it is or modify it in some way for resale. For example, the auto part company's intermediate customers are the car and truck manufacturers, or the primary customers. End users purchase products and services for their personal use. In this way, they're much like secondary customers. For instance, the auto part manufacturer's end users would be the customers who buy completed vehicles, just like secondary customers. Impacted parties don't buy or use a product or service, but they are impacted by it in some way. The auto part manufacturer's impacted parties could include the car buyer's family members, just like indirect customers. Your project may not have cut-and-dried customer types, and one of your customers may fall into more than one of the 3 categories. For instance, in a hospital, the patients are both end users and primary customers. After position, the second customer segmentation criterion is the customer's current profile or state. Your customers can be categorized more specifically into 5 current states: current happy or satisfied customers, current dissatisfied customers, defected or lost customers, competitors' customers, or potential customers. Customers who are currently happy or satisfied are sometimes hard to identify. After all, they're not complaining to management or threatening to take their business elsewhere. For instance, a restaurant's current satisfied customer might be one who comes in every Friday night, leaves a good tip, and is always friendly to staff. Current dissatisfied customers still buy your product or service, but might not be happy with some aspect of what you offer. At the restaurant, a current dissatisfied customer could be one who still comes in to eat, but perhaps not quite as often, and leaves a smaller tip. These customers can also be difficult to identify because they often don't complain. Instead of expressing their dissatisfaction, many just leave. Defected or lost customers almost always start out as dissatisfied customers. These customers have most likely taken their business elsewhere. At the restaurant, a lost customer could be one who stopped eating there because she was tired of the long wait times for her food. Many companies don't know about these customers because they often fail to follow up. If they'd take the time to talk to these customers, companies would find out why they and other dissatisfied customers left. Your competitors' customers are just that: customers who buy products or services from companies in direct competition with you. The restaurant's main competitor is a similar eatery down the street with its own distinct customer base. But just because these customers frequent your competitor's restaurant doesn't mean they can't become your customers in the future. Potential customers are those who are dissatisfied with their current provider of products or services, or who have a new need for a particular product or service. A restaurant's potential customers might include patrons of another eatery that just closed, or one whose quality is on the decline. You should keep in mind that these categories aren't mutually exclusive. A customer who defected can now be your competitor's customer, and definitely a potential one for you. When you're identifying customers, don't forget to look beyond those who are obvious. If you do, you could miss some important ones. The final criterion you can use for segmenting customers is the markets they belong to. Customer markets can be grouped into 4 categories: demographics, product or service, geography, or purchase. Demographics refers to the physical characteristics of a group of customers, such as income, ethnic group, gender, or marital status. The product or service category helps you segment customers by their status relative to your product or service. For instance, a credit card company might have gold cards with a high annual fee and benefits for the customer. Silver cards have fewer benefits and a lower fee, and bronze cards are for customers who rarely use them. Grouping customers by geography can include factors such as where they live or the climate in their locales. It could also refer to cultural considerations or the time needed to ship products to them. The purchase category helps you organize customers by how many sales they generate for your company. Are they frequent buyers? Do they generate high revenues? Or are they irregular shoppers? As with the current profile criterion, these categories aren't mutually exclusive. Your Six Sigma team might segment customers by age and income at the same time. For instance, you could interview people who are between the ages of 20 and 40 and fall in the $40,000 to $60,000 income category. Mutual exclusivity may exist within categories, though a customer can only fit in one age or income bracket, for example. The 3 customer segmentation criteria, position, current state, and market, enable your Six Sigma team to really figure out who your key customers are. And once you've done that, you'll be in a much better position to improve your processes to best meet their needs. So, how does knowing about the ways you can segment customers actually help you meet their needs and requirements? This information is vital when you perform a customer segmentation analysis, which gives you the tools you need to meet the requirements of the customers who are key to your company's success. When you segment customers by position, you can use a 3x2 grid to classify each customer as either internal or external, and as primary, secondary, or indirect. Many different companies segment customers by market, since it's an effective way of determining which customer groups are most profitable and which aren't. An airline company, for instance, wants to reduce the number of lost bags, as the number reported in the last year was unacceptable. The Six Sigma team segments customers into geographic groups to pinpoint where the most losses occurred. The Six Sigma team at an auto parts supplier finds that too many resources are being spent on customers who don't produce large revenues. The team segments customers into most profitable, moderately profitable, and least profitable. This shows which customers are most valuable and where resources should be focused. The Six Sigma team at a golf club manufacturer performed a reverse analysis to determine how their project's outcome might impact a specific segment of customers. Because the company had frequent complaints about the tensile strength of its drivers, the team recommended that the weight be increased. But after analyzing customer segments based on age and gender, team members changed their minds. It turns out that women and older customers comprised 30% of the buyers for this product. What does that mean for the company? These customers would have shunned a heavier product, since they rank weight very high in their purchase decisions. Of the 3 segmentation criteria, position, current profile, and market, position is by far the most frequently used by Six Sigma teams. Suppose you work on a Six Sigma team at a car manufacturer. The organization plans to introduce a promotion aimed at new college graduates. They would receive cash-back incentives on certain purchases, and the dealer would make their payments for the first 2 months. Your Six Sigma team has to segment all of the company's customers in order to determine the impact the promotion could have. You use a 3x2 customer segmentation grid to categorize each customer. Your team first determines that the car dealers are primary external customers. The secondary external customers are the actual graduates who will buy the cars. You conclude that the secondary internal customer is the division vice president. Indirect external customers are the graduate's parents. and the indirect internal customer is the company's safety board. After all the customers have been identified and categorized, the team can determine what impact the project could have on each group. The most obvious benefit is to the new graduates who would receive incentives for buying cars. The dealers would be impacted as well, but it could be a somewhat negative impact. They'd have to spend a lot of time explaining the promotion, and then they'd have to process large numbers of credit applications. And profits on these cars would also be smaller than on regular sales. Your team concludes that the project would have a significant positive impact on the secondary external customers, the graduates. It would also have a slight negative impact on the dealers, who are the primary external customers. But this negative impact isn't enough to abandon the project, and you recommend going ahead with it. You can follow certain best practices to help identify your key customers. First, you should create and maintain a customer information system. This is a valuable source of customer data, including customer identity, needs, expectations, and potential segmentation criteria. Second, you should perform a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, or SWOT analysis to determine your competitive position. This can help you develop segmentation strategies that will leverage your company's strengths and minimize its weaknesses. Third, you should align your organization's segmentation strategy with its strategic intent, which will help your team maintain focus. This is especially true of opportunity. If you pursue an opportunity that doesn't align with your company's business strategy, you risk failing to satisfy any of your customers. Finally, you should use customer and market surveys to measure customers' perceptions of your company. This can help you identify areas of improvement and also to compare your company's perception against that of its competitors. During the define stage, Six Sigma teams must be able to categorize customers in a way that helps them identify the ones who produce the most value for their organization. Customers can be segmented by their position, current profile, and market. Once you've figured out who your key customers are, you can perform a customer segmentation analysis. Then you'll be in a much better position to improve your product, service, or process to best meet their needs. From your experience on Six Sigma projects, you recognize the importance of focusing on customers and their requirements. You've no doubt spent considerable time collecting data to find out exactly what your company can do to meet customer expectations. And you probably have a solid understanding of the various data collection methods. Clearly, knowing these methods is important, but as a Six Sigma Black Belt, it will be even more vital that you know how to put them to use. Six Sigma is fact-based by nature, so data collection must be done often, and it must be done in an organized and rigorous manner. You should be aware of the three key considerations associated with data collection: data sources, data collection levels, and customers. The first consideration deals with data sources. Data sources can be either primary or secondary, and the type you use will depend on the information you want to collect. Primary data sources are those that are derived from direct interaction with customers. Interviews, surveys, focus groups, and observations are all primary data sources. When you're using primary sources, you go straight to the customer to collect your data. This is why these methods are also known as direct sources. Secondary data sources, also known as indirect sources, are those that already exist. This information might have been collected for another purpose, like a different research project. Examples of sources of secondary data include industry experts or market watchers. The second consideration in any data collection effort involves the levels where customers have an impact on the organization. There are three organizational levels you should consider: business, operations, and process. The customers at the business level generally include shareholders and employees in top management positions. These customers typically provide you with financial information. Earnings, return on investment, stock prices, and revenues can all be obtained at this level. Your Six Sigma team will usually measure this data on a quarterly or annual basis. The operations level can include both internal and external customers. Internally, customers are usually those who manage production operations. Externally, they're the people who purchase products or services. It's at this level that you measure overall process performance. External measures of operational effectiveness help you focus on customer satisfaction. Internal measures, such as sigma levels or rolled throughput yield, help you focus on the efficiency of internal operations. Your Six Sigma team might measure this data on a daily or weekly basis. The process level mainly involves dealing with internal customers, which include employees who work on the process under study, as well as those who work on the next set of processes downstream. In other words, those who take the output from your process and then apply their own processes to work on it further. At this level, you normally measure the key process variables using statistical methods for process capability, improvement, and control. Your Six Sigma team might measure this data on an hourly basis, or even by the second, depending on your company's production rates. The final consideration when collecting data involves ensuring that you collect data from the appropriate customers. Although your collection methods will focus primarily on external customers, your internal customers can also provide you with valuable information. The point is to consider all the relevant customers, internal and external, and be sure to collect data from both groups. So how should you approach gathering customer data? Numerous research methods are used to capture the voice of the customer. You can use qualitative methods that provide information about customer attitudes, opinions, and preferences. Or you can use quantitative methods that produce numerical information. There are 4 common data collection methods: observations, interviews, focus groups, and surveys. You should already be familiar with these 4 data collection methods from your Greenbelt training, but let's recap. Observations allow you to watch customers use your products or services in the location where they would normally be used. Interviews with customers can be conducted face-to-face or over the telephone. They're usually done for 2 main reasons. First, to gain a reasonably unbiased view of products or services from the customer's perspective. Second, to ensure you're not overlooking issues that could negatively affect value and customer satisfaction. Focus groups typically consist of a small group of current or potential customers who take part in a structured discussion. This method allows for more spontaneous information than interviews and explores participants' needs, opinions, and attitudes in detail. Surveys are versatile. You can conduct them in person, over the phone, or by mail. Access the content data collection methods after the video if you wish to review the 4 methods in greater detail. You might be unsure which method to use in a particular situation. Do you just choose one randomly, or do you use all the methods at once? You'll actually use a different method in each situation depending on what information you hope to gather. Once you understand what each method is used for, you'll find it easy to decide which would best suit your needs. Observations allow you to watch your customers in real-life environments. Because you have no control over their actions, you're more likely to get a more realistic, first-hand understanding of how they interact with your process, products, or services. This is a good method to use if you want to observe customers in their normal environment. You could also observe them using a product in a lab-type setting where a work situation is set up and the participants interact. Use observations when you want insight into what it's really like to be one of your company's customers, or if you need to see specifically how something is being done or used. This is information that you might not be able to get from an interview, for instance. If customers aren't aware that you're gathering information, you'll be more likely to secure accurate insights for improving products, services, or processes. Imagine you're in charge of a Six Sigma team at a large bank. You want to know why customers are moving their accounts to a competitor. There could be any number of reasons for this, but you suspect that part of the problem may be that customers are not happy with the service they receive from the tellers. In this case, you could easily observe customers interacting with tellers, which would give you a first-hand perspective of the kind of service customers receive at the bank. Your observations would tell you things you might not be able to gather from a survey or interview. How do the tellers interact with the customers? Are they rude? How do the customers react to the teller during transactions? Do customers seem like they're being rushed through their transactions? Interviews are best used when you need an individual's perspective rather than a group's. They can be conducted in person or over the telephone, and each method has its advantages. Both offer unique customer perspectives, senior-level participation, and the ability to pursue unexpected lines of questioning. They also offer an in-depth understanding of the customer experience and insights that may lead to innovation. Face-to-face interviews give you the opportunity to create rapport with the interviewee that might not be possible over the phone. You can see visual cues such as body language or facial expressions. Face-to-face interviews also allow you to make eye contact and pursue more complex questions and in-depth discussion. These are all qualities that make the face-to-face interview a much more personal way of gathering data. Interviews conducted over the telephone allow you to gather information from customers widely dispersed over a large geographic area. Telephone interviews are also good for collecting information about basic or simple issues. It can usually be done in short time frames, providing a quick turnaround of information, and you can get a lot of data at a low cost. Returning to the bank example, your Six Sigma team decides it would be important to actually speak with customers who have taken their bank accounts to competitors. You decide the best way to do this is to conduct phone interviews, since customers are located all over the country. Your team prepares a list of general areas of questioning to guide conversations. For instance, in addition to asking why they went to a competitor, you want to explore the reasons they give, and even get their opinions on other factors they may not have considered. You'll discuss customers' attitudes toward the bank's service. Was this a factor in their leaving? You'll also discuss the bank's products. Were customers unhappy with the banking options? If so, what was it they were unhappy about? Focus groups allow you to gather small groups of customers, usually fewer than 10, in one place to obtain feedback. This provides an ideal setting for brainstorming and watching your customers bounce ideas off each other. This data collection method is especially useful when you want to gather information from customers who have similar product and service needs. You can conduct a focus group with several people in a particular segment. For instance, purchasing managers from several companies who buy your product for their own manufacturing needs. Why might you want to use a focus group instead of a different method? First, it's not as restrictive as a survey. You can ask more open-ended questions. Second, because you can meet with groups of several participants at once, it's not as time-consuming as a series of individual interviews. Third, you can introduce props such as products, prototypes, or marketing materials. This allows you to watch customers interact in a way the other methods don't allow for. In the bank, for example, your Six Sigma team is specifically interested in learning whether a new group of planned products would appeal to former customers who have taken their business elsewhere. You conduct a focus group with 10 participants who meet your criterion of being former mutual fund customers who left because they were unhappy with the products, to find out whether these new products would entice them to come back to your bank. The focus group setting is a perfect opportunity to show the participants financial packages outlining new products, which you can then ask for feedback about. On the other hand, imagine a manufacturer of accounting software wants to update its latest package. The Six Sigma team conducts observations to see exactly how customers use the software on a day-to-day basis. In this case, the software manufacturer would use customer observation. This would give a first-hand look at how customers use the product in real life. But say the company had wanted to obtain feedback from customers who regularly use the software. A focus group, rather than observation, could provide a forum to gather this information. Customers could offer suggestions and explain any problems they've encountered. Unlike the other data collection methods, surveys allow you to collect extensive information from a large group of customers. The responses you gather will be quantifiable and have statistical meaning, whereas the other methods provide qualitative data. Surveys can be used in conjunction with other data collection methods. What would cause you to choose a survey over a different method? If you want to gather quantifiable data in a consistent way, you'd use a survey, since every survey is exactly the same. Before you conduct interviews or focus groups, you could create a survey that would pinpoint areas for in-depth consideration. Conversely, At the conclusion of an interview or focus group, you could use a survey to quantify patterns in participants' responses. Your Six Sigma team has identified a group of customers who have left your company. Your aim is to figure out the percentage of those who left because they were unhappy with your products, those who experienced poor customer service, and those who left for another reason. A well-designed survey will allow you to gather this information in a straightforward manner. It's important that you have a solid understanding of the key data collection methods. You should also be aware of the considerations associated with data collection in three main areas: primary and secondary data sources, data collection levels, and internal and external customers. The four most common data collection methods are observations, interviews, focus groups, and surveys. Knowing which method to use in a given situation will better enable you to gather accurate voice-of-the-customer information. Each method has its own set of best practices that helps ensure the data you collect is accurate and complete. Selecting the appropriate method for your data collection effort is important, and once you decide on a method, you must implement it properly to ensure that you get the data you're looking for. Access the job aid using the data collection methods after the video for a review of each of the methods as well as best practice guidelines for each. Have you ever heard about a survey in the media and questioned the results? It's common for a survey to be biased to benefit a particular story, which can cause people to form opinions that might not be based on facts. Data must be valid, reliable, and bias-free to be useful and to hold up under scrutiny. In order to ensure this is in your Six Sigma projects, you need to be familiar with some key terminology associated with accuracy in data collection. These terms include reliability, validity, and margin of error. The first of the three terms you'll learn is reliability. Reliability refers to the consistency of your data collection method. Say you collected customer data, analyzed it, and got certain results. If you performed the test again, would you get the same or similar results? If so, then your data collection method must have been consistent and your test can be considered reliable. It's the consistency of your data collection method that helps ensure reliability. Suppose an automotive manufacturer needs to weigh each car engine before it is installed. If the engine is placed on a scale and weighs 650 pounds in the morning, the same engine should also weigh 650 pounds in the evening if weighed on the same scale. This indicates that the scale is reliable. Now that you understand reliability, the next term is validity. Validity refers to the accuracy of your data collection efforts, which helps ensure validity. Does your chosen data collection method actually measure what it's supposed to measure? If it does, then it can be considered valid. Imagine that every time an automotive manufacturer weighed an engine, the scale consistently read 659 pounds. That's a reliable scale. But you know for a fact that the engine actually weighs 650 pounds. So even though the scale is reliable, it's not accurate or valid. How does this relate to Six Sigma projects? Reliability and validity are cornerstones of quality data collection, which is needed to guide Six Sigma improvement efforts. If your data is consistent, stable, and repeatable, you know you can rely on those results. You also need to know that the method you use to collect data is actually measuring what it's meant to measure. Otherwise, you're wasting your time. Consider this example. A toy manufacturer is planning on developing a new toy, but first wants to find out how well it would do on the market. The company surveys 1,000 children to gauge their enthusiasm for the product. After analyzing the results, the marketing team is disappointed to find that it can't make any sense of the data because no clear patterns are present. What do you think went wrong? The toy manufacturer made an error when designing its survey. This leads to the third term related to accuracy in data collection, margin of error. But in order to understand this concept, you first have to learn about error and bias. Errors in survey data can result in poor reliability and validity. These errors can be caused by inaccuracies or missing information, and they can occur at any point during data collection, maintenance, processing, or reporting. In the toy company example, the marketing team didn't consider the fact that the children might not understand what was being asked of them. The survey questions weren't geared toward children, and this resulted in error in the measurement process. There are bound to be some errors in your data collection, but you should make every effort to ensure your data is free of significant error, which can impact both reliability and validity. In other words, the error shouldn't be so significant that it prevents you from reaching valid conclusions. A common type of error is bias, which is systematic in nature and can lead to significant error and incorrect conclusions in your research. Bias usually occurs when data is influenced in some way, so it no longer represents the population being sampled. Bias can affect your research in different ways. For instance, a survey respondent might give responses that don't reflect his true opinions because he wants to appear a certain way. Or a respondent might be uncomfortable with the interviewer and rush through his answers because he wants to finish the interview. You should already be familiar with the sources of bias from your Greenbelt training. Access the job aid Sources of Bias after the video to review how bias can be introduced in 4 commonly used data collection tools. All surveys are subject to some uncertainty about how well the sample represents the population. The measure of this uncertainty is known as margin of error. Margin of error answers the question, how trustworthy are the results? Non-sampling error and sampling error are 2 types of error that contribute to the margin of error. A non-sampling error is statistical in nature and caused by human error. For example, if people choose not to participate in a survey or don't understand the questions, the human error is most likely in the design of the survey, which may be unappealing, time-consuming, or confusing. A sampling error is always present and results from surveying only one portion of the population instead of the entire population. In other words, if one participant's views represented the view of every single person in a population, then you would only need to interview that one person. Obviously, this isn't the case, so sampling errors are inevitable. The higher the sample size is in relation to the population size, the more reliable it is. Imagine you had a population of 1 million people. If you were to survey 200,000 of them, your results would be much more reliable than if you surveyed only 1,000. But if your population was only 75,000, surveying 1,000 people may be acceptable. The margin of error decreases in relation to the sample size. Having a solid understanding of these concepts, validity, reliability, and margin of error, will help ensure the data you collect is as accurate as possible. You and your Six Sigma team should do whatever you can to ensure the methods you use to collect voice of the customer data are valid and reliable. Otherwise, your survey won't be relevant or useful. Although you might not be able to completely eliminate all error, you can control it by asking yourself a few key questions before beginning your research. Can you justify the approach used for sampling? Is the sample you're observing relevant to your questions? Are your questions clearly defined? Have you pilot tested your survey? And finally, are your coding instructions clear? When you're collecting customer data, you can use 3 measures to ensure validity and reliability of your data collection outcomes. They are corroborating customer data, using well-structured questionnaires, and pilot testing questionnaires and interviews. Significant error often occurs as a result of inaccurate information. It's useful to be able to corroborate or confirm data when you're conducting surveys or interviews. Corroborating customer data helps you reduce error by minimizing the risk of inaccurate responses. It also helps you predict how much significant error might occur. You can take several approaches to corroborate customer data. First, you can ask respondents to provide documentation that backs up their responses to key questions. For example, you might request financial information to support questions with a high risk of inaccuracies. Another method you could use to corroborate data is to contact respondents whose answers to certain questions were very different from those of other respondents. This would allow you to confirm that they did indeed mean to give the responses they did. You could also compare your results to other studies with similar results. It's important to note, though, that you might have to use several approaches for corroborating data, since every survey and interview uses different questions. Corroborating customer data does have its disadvantages, however. Its main drawback is that it takes time and may delay the final results of the survey. It also leads to additional costs and may annoy customers to have to answer more questions. The way you develop questions is important. After all, your questions have to be clear and unambiguous, as well as help you gather the information you need. That's why the second measure used to control error involves using well-structured questionnaires. If your questionnaires are to be useful, you should have a solid understanding of whatever area you're researching. If you work at a bank and you're creating a survey to research customers' opinions about bank products, the questions should reflect accurate information about the products. For instance, don't get the product names wrong or say loan when you should say line of credit. As a method for collecting data, questionnaires have several advantages. But no matter how well thought out they do also have a number of disadvantages. An advantage of questionnaires is that they enable you to collect information from a large group of people at a low cost. Think about it. If you have a sample of 1,000 people, how much would it cost to interview each individual separately? Questionnaires also deliver more consistent results than some other methods. During interviews, for example, different interviewers might use different techniques, introducing bias into the questioning process. The main disadvantage of questionnaires is that they don't provide an opportunity to clarify responses like an interview does. You might not be able to contact respondents if you need more information about their answers. In other words, you probably can't corroborate the results. Finally, questionnaires can't give you the same level of detail that an interview can. The final measure used to control error involves pilot testing questionnaires and interviews. This involves testing all of your procedures on a sample from the population you'll be questioning. Because problems can happen at any point in your data collection, you need to be able to prepare for anything. For example, questionnaires could be missing pages, or questions might be worded unclearly or might not have appropriate answer options. Pilot testing interviews is much the same as pilot testing questionnaires. You should test every part of the process, from identifying questions to choosing and training interviewers to performing data analysis. If you practice interviewing with 2 or 3 people who represent your test group first, it will allow you to identify questions that aren't worded clearly, are redundant, or are off-topic and don't align with the objective of the interview. Pilot testing has certain advantages and disadvantages. The main advantage of pilot testing is that, due to its scale, it's a relatively low-risk process. You can identify issues before beginning your research and make the necessary adjustments in your full-scale survey based on the results of your pilot testing. Another advantage is that the pilot test can be done in a controlled environment to help reveal meaningful information before you begin your real survey. Pilot testing can be expensive, which is a key disadvantage. You'll probably have to dedicate substantial resources to your testing, like extra employees and time. Also, collecting and analyzing the pilot data can delay your entire project. Finally, if your pilot testing isn't done correctly, you might get biased or incorrect feedback. If you use this feedback in your real research, the entire exercise could be jeopardized. You want the data you collect for your Six Sigma projects to be as accurate as possible to guide your improvement efforts. Knowing the measures you can take to ensure reliability and validity will help you minimize error when you're gathering voice of the customer information. Data is only useful if it's valid, reliable, and bias-free. It's important to be familiar with the key terminology associated with accuracy in data collection, validity, reliability, and margin of error. Reliability refers to the consistency of your data collection method, whereas validity refers to its accuracy. Margin of error is a measure of the survey's reliability and validity and explains the fact that all surveys are subject to some uncertainty about how well a sample represents the population. When you're collecting customer data, you can take measures to ensure the validity and reliability of your data collection outcomes. These measures are corroborating customer data, using well-structured questionnaires, and pilot testing questionnaires and interviews. It's important to have an understanding of these concepts to help ensure that the data you collect is as accurate as possible. Your organization might offer what it thinks is the world's greatest product, but if customers don't want it, it has no value. It's your customers who determine the value of a product. They convey their requirements by either buying or not buying your product or service. How do you know what your customers want? Well, if that was easy to figure out, your company would always make a profit and would never waste time on products that don't sell. Understanding customer requirements is critical. Customer requirements are a complex group of criteria that customers use to make their purchase decisions. You have to really listen to customers to gather this information. Customer requirements are based on 3 elements: expectations, needs, and priorities. Customer expectations are what customers hope your product or service offers to make it valuable and worth buying. They're sometimes classified in a hierarchy. Customer expectations can be basic, expected, desired, or unanticipated. Basic expectations are the absolute minimum qualities that have to be present in order for a product to be acceptable. When you buy a new television, a basic expectation is that it will come with a remote control and function properly. Expected qualities are those that are generally a normal part of the product. Your new television should include an instruction manual and a warranty protecting you from any defects. Some qualities are desired by customers but aren't always included with the purchase. You'd probably be happy if the television salesperson spent some time showing you how to program your remote control, saving you from having to read the user manual. Unanticipated qualities are those that are unexpected. They go beyond what the customer expects. For instance, when you buy your new television, the company sends a technician to your house to set it up and demonstrate its features. You didn't anticipate this, but you certainly appreciate it. Customer needs are always changing. This can be good for business if you're able to provide products that meet these changing needs. But it can also be difficult to figure out exactly what it is customers require. Once customers' basic needs are met, new needs are often created. Joseph Juran described customer needs as falling into 5 categories. The first category, stated needs, are what your customers say they want. For example, Julie says she wants a vacation. Then there are real needs, which refer to what customers actually need. For example, Julie really needs a break from the ordinary and to have some fun. Perceived needs are what customers think they need. For example, Julie thinks she needs to book a vacation with a well-known travel provider. Cultural needs refer to the status customers think they'll attain from buying the product. For example, Julie wants to take a vacation in an exotic location because of the status she thinks she'll achieve among her friends. And finally, unintended needs occur when customers use a product in an unintended way. For example, Julie, who is an author, collects ideas for her new book while on vacation. Customers can have different needs depending on whether they're buying a product or a service. In relation to the use of a product, customers need 6 things: convenience, safety, simplification features, communications, service for the product, and customer service. Customers have busy lives and want products that make their lives easier by providing convenience. For instance, many food items are pre-packaged and require only reheating to save time. Many customers are increasingly concerned with safety, creating a need for new products. For example, an easy-to-use baby gate could meet customers' safety needs. Customers don't want to spend hours trying to figure out how to use a product. Simplification features, such as a one-touch menu on a cell phone, make it easier for customers to use new products. Customers need to feel informed and want access to information about the products they buy. Communications, such as a 24-hour hotline, could provide information about product recalls. If a customer buys a defective product, she wants to know that your company will refund her money or offer a replacement. Other examples of service for a product could include warranties or exchange policies. Customers want access to trained personnel who can solve problems or handle complaints. For example, customer service employees should be authorized to offer solutions without having to speak with a supervisor. Customers also have service needs, such as convenience, courteousness, competent and reliable staff, and responsiveness. They also need safety, trust, and facilities. Busy customers want services that offer them convenience. Many new companies now provide personal shopping for customers who don't have time to run errands. Customers also require courteousness when they buy services. When you go to a restaurant, you expect your server to be polite. If he isn't, you probably leave a smaller tip. Next, customers expect to deal with competent and reliable staff when they pay for services. For instance, when a customer drops off his dry cleaning, he expects the staff members not to ruin his clothes. Customers need to know that when they have a problem with a service, the company will respond quickly. When a hospital patient has a concern, she doesn't expect to wait for hours to get a response. Customers also expect service providers to have safety in mind. For example, a customer taking a taxi wants to know that the driver has his license and can get her to her destination safely. Customers want to be able to trust the companies they buy services from as well. They expect that service providers are being honest and truthful in their interactions. For instance, when you open your power bill, you generally trust that the charges are correct. And finally, when customers visit a service provider's facilities, they expect cleanliness. They also expect everything to function properly. For example, when you visit your bank's ATM, you expect that you'll get your money as requested. Determining customers' priorities is the final element of customer requirements. Which of their expectations and needs are most important? This will tell you what should be your company's first priority. Data collection tools such as surveys, interviews, or focus groups can help you pinpoint your customers' priorities. Keep in mind, though, that this shouldn't be a one-time effort. What could be a high priority today might be unimportant in a year. Consider, for example, a bank teller. In the past, being able to meet with a teller for transactions was a high priority for customers. Today, however, many customers never step foot in a bank. Instead, they do most of their banking online or at an ATM. It's important to prioritize customer needs and expectations so your company can quickly respond to customers' changing requirements. This will help you continue to provide products and services that your customers find valuable. Defining an effective voice of the customer strategy involves 5 key tasks. The final 2 tasks involve analyzing VOC data and determining customer requirements as action goals. These 2 tasks are the most essential part of the define stage and of the overall Six Sigma methodology. Analyzing data and determining customer requirements helps you translate the data you collect into critical technical requirements. You can do this using 5 key steps. First, you have to convert the voice of the customer into measurable and meaningful expectations. What exactly are they saying they want? Next, you should really understand the voice of the customer. This means figuring out customers' specific expectations and prioritizing them. During the third step, you have to gauge the voice of the customer. In other words, you have to measure how well you're meeting customers' expectations. Next, you have to connect customer expectations with the corresponding process requirements. Finally, you have to determine customer metrics. Which of your company's metrics impact customer expectations? Implementing your voice of the customer strategy can be made simpler by using a few key tools. During the first step in translating customer data into critical technical requirements, you can use a customer requirement table. CTX, or Critical to X, SIPOC, Kano analysis, and Critical to Quality, or CTQ analysis, can be used during the second step. During the final 3 steps, you can use Quality Function Deployment, or QFD, which is also known as House of Quality, or HOQ. Out of these tools, CTX and SIPOC will be covered in the next video. So, how do you even begin this process? After all, gathering customer information can be challenging because customers' expectations are usually not straightforward. You convert the voice of the customer into measurable and meaningful expectations during the first step. What could be a very long and complex list of expectations can be simplified by using a customer requirement table. This allows you to translate a vague expectation into a precise, actionable process or product requirement. Imagine that you're a Six Sigma black belt at an auto parts manufacturer. You're working on a project that involves your company's flagship product, front and rear bumpers used in mid and premium market SUVs at some of the largest original equipment manufacturers. You've collected customer data and need to determine the final customer requirements that your technical team can take further in the DMAIC process. You're not sure how to take action on all these needs because there are so many. However, when the needs are placed in a customer requirement table, it becomes clear how you can translate the expectations into product requirements. You find that customers expect the bumpers to have 6 key qualities. It must look elegant and nice, be easily cleaned, and hold the license plate well. The bumper must also be strong enough to resist denting, be rust-proof, and be light and inexpensive. Using the customer requirement table, you can then convert these vague wants into clearer, meaningful, and measurable expectations. For the bumper, the need to look elegant and nice was translated into the requirement to have rounded edges. Be easily cleaned was translated into be glaze polished. The need to hold the license plate well was translated into the requirement to meet license plate specifications. Next, the need to be strong enough to resist denting was translated into the requirement to have adequate yield strength. The team translated the need to be rust-proof into the requirement to have optimized thickness. And finally, be light and inexpensive was translated into cost 20% less and to be made of a lighter material. Understanding the voice of the customer is step 2 in translating customer data into critical technical requirements. The Kano model focuses your improvement efforts by grouping customer requirements into 3 categories: dissatisfiers, satisfiers, and delighters. So, during this step, you can use Kano analysis to prioritize the customer requirements you identified during the first step. You group each requirement identified during the first step into one of the 3 categories. Dissatisfiers are the customer requirements that simply have to be met because customers expect them. You and your team determine your dissatisfiers. Customers expect that the bumpers should meet license plate specifications, have adequate yield strength, and cost 20% less. Satisfiers are the customer requirements that aren't expected as a regular part of the package. They go a little beyond. Customers can live without these features, but they help keep them happy and loyal to your company. You identify 2 satisfiers. Customers will be happy if the bumper has optimized thickness and have rounded edges. Delighters aren't expected by the customer, so they're not a cause of dissatisfaction if they're missing. But they do excite customers when they're present because they exceed expectations. You identify 2 delighters, glaze polished and made of a lighter material. These are the results of the Kano analysis you performed for the bumper project. You and your Six Sigma team determined that the dissatisfiers and satisfiers will be given further treatment because they're the most important. Now, instead of a long list of customer expectations, you're left with only 5 key requirements. After you finish your Kano analysis, you move on to Critical to Quality or CTQ analysis. This allows you to translate customer desires into specific measurable needs by identifying the attributes of a product or process that the customer considers essential. You can use CTQ to convert the key requirements identified during Kano analysis into project goals and objectives. Your prioritized customer expectations and equivalent product requirements work as the input to the CTQ tree. After you input these criteria, you're left with the critical to quality attributes, the ones that should guide your improvement efforts. Your CTQ tree reveals that you have 5 technical requirements: micro-designing, mounting hole specifications for the license plate, Young's modulus to determine yield strength, plating thickness, and cost in dollars. Once you've used CTQ analysis to identify the attributes that are essential to customer satisfaction, you're ready to look at customer requirements as action goals. You can use Quality Function Deployment, QFD, also known as House of Quality, HOQ, to identify the customer requirements that have a positive effect on quality and ensure customer satisfaction. Gauging the voice of the customer during Step 3 helps you answer the question, how well are you meeting customer expectations? The end result of the QFD process is an integrated set of tables that looks like the structure of a house of quality. Access the job aid Creating an HOQ Matrix after the video as a checklist for the steps involved with building an HOQ matrix. The HOQ matrix is divided into several rooms. You put your customer requirements into the grid and assign weighted scores according to market research. This helps you relate what the customer wants to how your company is going to meet those wants. Each room in the house has a specific function. Room 1 is used to list your customers' expectations and their rankings. Room 2 contains benchmarking information. You put your metrics in Room 3. In Room 4, you analyze the relationships that give your score. And Room 5 is used to record the interactions among your metrics. So, during Step 3, you and your Six Sigma team assign a rating to each of the CTQs identified during Step 2. These ratings show the relationship between customer requirements and technical requirements. They're either weak, medium, strong, or have no relationship. You also rate the importance customers attach to each of the bumper requirements on a scale of 1 to 5. Next, you're ready to connect customer expectations with the corresponding process requirements. You have to figure out which of your processes has the highest impact on the voice of the customer and focus your improvement efforts on this area. You and your team replace the symbols in your house of quality with numbers that represent the relative strength of the relationship between customer expectations about the car bumpers and technical requirements. You decide that a strong relationship will be represented by a 9, a medium relationship by a 5, and a weak relationship by a 3. Items that have no relationship will be represented by a 0. You're now ready to determine customer metrics. During this step, you need to prioritize each customer requirement by assigning priority values. To assign priority values, multiply the technical requirement number in each column by the value in the customer importance column. Then, you add these numbers together. For example, the first technical requirement is microdesigning. You multiply 9 times 4, 3 times 2, 0 times 5, 0 times 3, and 5 times 4. Then you add the results, giving you a priority value of 62. You perform this calculation for all requirements to obtain a priority value for each. Once you've identified a priority value for each requirement, you assign each a prioritization number. The higher the priority value, the higher prioritization number, or weighting, you assign. You and your Six Sigma team find that cost has the highest priority value out of 6 requirements, so you assign it a weighting of 6. This should be the metric you focus on during later stages in your Six Sigma process. This weighting assignment can also be carried over and used in other matrices you wish to implement. It's important for you to have an understanding of how these tools can help you translate customer data into critical technical requirements. Since your ultimate goal is customer satisfaction, increased business performance, and a reduction in costs, knowing how to convert customer expectations into actionable process goals is vital. Customers determine the value of your products or services by either buying or not buying them. Understanding customer requirements is critical. They're based on 3 elements: expectations, needs, and priorities. The most essential parts of the define stage and the overall Six Sigma methodology are the final 2 tasks in a voice of the customer strategy. They involve analyzing customer data and determining customer requirements. They're key to translating customer data into critical technical requirements, which you can do using 5 key steps. During these steps, you can use 4 different tools to help implement your voice of the customer strategy: a customer requirement table, Kano analysis, CTQ analysis, and QFD and HOQ. Understanding how these tools can help you translate customer data into critical technical requirements is vital and can help you attain your ultimate goals of customer satisfaction, increased business performance, and a reduction in costs. Six Sigma's role is to help organizations produce maximum value while making the most efficient use of resources. This is done through system improvement. Put simply, a system is an organized collection of resources that interact in useful ways to produce something. Six Sigma utilizes projects, defined systems that operate for a finite period, and use prescribed processes to achieve a pre-planned goal or purpose. What the project must accomplish and how well it must perform is determined by the allocation of requirements. From an organization's perspective, there can be two types of requirements: customer requirements, requirements of external customers, and business requirements, requirements of owners and shareholders, internal customers, and others. The existence and sustainability of organizations depend on their ability to fulfill these requirements. Customer requirements are derived from the expressed and unexpressed needs and desires of organizations' customers. These needs and desires are most often expressed in qualifiable terms such as attractive, effective, profitable, or rapid. Customer objectives usually indicate what features they would like in terms of either the quality or the purpose of the organization's products and services. Business requirements are derived from the mandate, goals, and objectives of the organization itself. For instance, an organization may have requirements about return on investment. It may be operating with resource limitations, or it may impose technical or budgetary constraints on the project. Business requirements also reflect the needs or constraints established by internal customers and functional departments within the organization. These requirements may also be indirectly influenced by the constraints placed on the business by government or regulatory bodies. Requirements mandate that something must be created, accomplished, transformed, produced, or provided. But they are more than just a list of customers' wants and needs. Although customers find it easy to express themselves in qualifiable terms, this is too indefinite to create system requirements. System requirements are objective. Either they can be met or they cannot. Six Sigma provides a means for collecting statements of customer and business needs, translating those needs into practical requirements, prioritizing those requirements, and then designing a system that best achieves what the customer wants. Although all requirements need time and attention, all are not equal in importance. Those that are most important to success are referred to as CTX, or critical to X requirements. CT stands for critical to, which indicates the requirement is vital. X is a variable representing a specific aspect of the requirement. CTX requirements help Six Sigma team members to analyze and prioritize their time and energy in an efficient and effective manner. Some types of CTX requirements are critical to quality, or CTQ, critical to cost, or CTC, and critical to process, or CTP. There's also critical to safety, or CTS, and critical to delivery, or CTD. Prioritization of requirements using CTX information helps avoid expending excessive efforts on less important tasks. All requirements are important, but CTX helps prioritize them to deliver the greatest benefits. Requirements are more than just writing down what stakeholders want. CTX requirements have particular and defining characteristics. CTX requirements relate to business or customer requirements, are measurable, and are identifiable at different levels of operation. A final characteristic is that a change in CTX requirements can impact the system. Understanding internal and external customer needs is critical in a project. In every case, CTX requirements relate to business or customer requirements. Gathering customer and business requirements is necessary to ensure processes are designed to meet those requirements. But people rarely express themselves in specifics. The job of the Six Sigma team is to translate those requirements into a measurable form while retaining the original intent. This may involve further questioning and the use of Six Sigma tools. Once the customer requirements are defined and refined, the CTXs can be used to create specific objectives. CTX requirements are measurable. Projects are implemented to achieve a desired improvement. Only by measuring the progress of a project can the Six Sigma team determine if the improvement is being realized. If CTX requirements are to be useful, they must be measurable. That is, they must have quantifiable characteristics. This is so the Six Sigma project team can accurately determine whether the provided solution satisfies the requirement. All requirements specify a property of something. In Six Sigma, a CTX requirement is processed to clarify or interpret the customer's expression of this property into an implementable solution. As a requirement goes through various operational levels, it transforms from customer statement to functional analysis to measurable characteristic. Throughout the refinement process, the property of the requirement remains consistent. An understanding of the hierarchical nature of systems is important to navigate through the various levels of requirements refinement. The delineation of responsibility and authority in a system is known as operations. As a requirement is refined, it passes through a number of operational levels. As the responsibilities become more specialized, the requirement becomes more refined. A simple operational system starts with the customer, flows down through the system and subsystem levels, and ends with the component level. Through the various stages of refinement, the wording of the CTX requirement changes as it becomes less abstract and more specific. It is important that CTX requirements are identifiable at different levels of operation, that the property of the requirement is clear at each stage of refinement and throughout the project lifecycle. It is important that CTX requirements are identifiable so that they can be controlled. CTX requirements have significant impacts on factors such as cost, performance, safety, and quality of the output. Six Sigma team members must be able to identify requirements so they can prioritize project resources. In fact, CTX requirements are a primary tool for allocation of resources at every level. Six Sigma practitioners are aware that a change in CTX requirements can impact the system. A requirement has a number of types of relationships within a project. Each one impacts the project in different ways and with varying degrees of severity. Even a seemingly inconsequential change can have an effect upon the project as a whole. The premise that even one small change in a requirement relationship can lead to large variations in the long-term behavior of the system is known as the butterfly effect principle. As requirements emerge and are refined, the Six Sigma team needs to analyze the consequences of any change in relation to system factors such as cost, performance, safety, or quality of the output. Consider this example. Ozzy is a black belt working in online technical support for a computer company. Through satisfaction surveys, the company has determined that the main customer need is a responsive support person. Ozzy has refined this need into a critical to quality requirement that states that the queue for support shall not exceed 5 minutes, and that during a call, the customer shall not be placed on hold for longer than 3 minutes. The CTQ requirement has all 4 characteristics of a good CTX. The CTX requirement is measurable. Ozzy specified how the requirement is measured by outlining the maximum time customers spend waiting online. The CTX requirement is identifiable at every level. Ozzy retained the essential property of responsiveness in each level of the requirement. The CTX requirement also relates to business or customer requirements. Ozzy has refined the quantifiable CTQ requirement from the qualifiable customer requirement of responsiveness of support staff. And finally, a change in the CTX requirement can impact the system. Ozzy recognized the CTX requirement would have an impact on staffing schedules, equipment load, and training costs. Quality improvement begins with knowing what is important to the customer. Once these needs have been gathered, the Six Sigma team translates them into CTX requirements. The team must establish the capability to achieve these goals in an effective and efficient manner. Six Sigma projects address 3 main areas of improvement: schedule, quality, and cost. These are known as on time, on spec, and on budget. With CTX requirements, it is important to establish the aspect of the requirement, represented by X, in order to address the appropriate area or areas of improvement. Each type of CTX requirement has an important function in a project. Critical to quality CTQ requirements are those that deal with the fitness of the output to fulfill customers' expectations from a product or a service. CTQ is the most common of all critical to requirements. This has already been discussed in the previous video. Critical to cost, CTC requirements, must be met in order to keep the costs related to the process within budget. Critical to process, CTP requirements, must be met in order to control the relevant process and support the validity of measurements. Critical to safety, CTS requirements, must be met in order to produce a product or service that is safe for customers' use and is safe for employees to produce and deliver. Critical to delivery, CTD requirements must be met in order to ensure an appropriate and timely delivery of output to customers. CTX requirements are often related to each other. In fact, the same requirement could be classified as several different types of CTX. For example, a manufacturer of fine china has a requirement that all products be fired at a temperature of 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. This could be a critical to quality requirement because a lower temperature could cause flaws in the finish. It could be a critical to cost requirement because temperatures over 2,500 degrees consume larger amounts of energy. As well, it could be a critical to safety issue if improperly fired products shatter with use. Some of the CTX requirements are business requirements and some customer requirements. As such, these are distilled from two sources, the voice of the business and the voice of the customer. The voice of the business, or VOB, is captured from business requirements, needs of internal customers, and organizational or regulatory constraints. CTC, CTS, CTD, and especially CTP requirements stem from the voice of the business. As discussed earlier, the voice of the customer, VOC, is captured from customer requirements. CTQ, CTD, and CTS requirements are frequently derived from the voice of the customer. The voice of the business is mainly concerned with efficiency, productivity, and internal quality. It comes from both internal and external analyses of the industry and competition, and from the regulatory, economic, and legal environment. It is also affected by the financial performance of the organization and by the organization's strategic direction. But the VOB is most directly influenced by the necessity of solving operational problems and improvement issues. In modern business, the voice of the customer has evolved from a mere performance assessment to a roadmap for organizational process improvement. In fact, most CTX requirements stem from the VOC. It is data gathered from the VOC that helps an organization decide which products and services to offer and where to focus quality improvement efforts. Whether CTX requirements stem from the voice of the customer or the voice of the business, their purpose is the same: to create value. This means finding a balance between efficiency and effectiveness. This means the Six Sigma team members must take all cost and revenue implications into account. They must realize that project failure is not due solely to production defects, but also to marketing and sales defects that incorrectly interpret customer expectations. After being prioritized, VOC and VOB requirements need to be quickly translated into specific functional requirements. Requirements analysis starts with customer and business requirements and travels through successive levels of details at the system, subsystem, and component levels, ending with specific measurable tasks, activities, or specifications. Depending on the level of detail required and the complexity of the processes, industry, or organization, there may be many operational levels. Requirements analysis provides a number of advantages. An early analysis of requirements has an exponential impact on system performance. An analysis also identifies performance enhancements in the design stage so they can be implemented seamlessly. Analysis allows early identification of both process and production issues. And finally, analysis is cost-effective because it avoids costly rework. Consider this example. Thai is a black belt for a national passenger railroad corporation. Through data analysis, the head of marketing has identified onboard comfort as a customer requirement. Thai has developed the CTX from a customer need through to a measurable requirement. At the system level, Thai identified the voice of the customer. In this case, customer surveys conducted by the marketing department revealed that a comfortable ride was important. Reviewing further data, Thai determined that the two most important onboard comfort factors were a moderate temperature and soft seats. These were classified as CTQ requirements at the subsystem level. Product testing indicated that seat comfort was related to smooth upholstery and a 3-inch medium-density foam cushion. The average ideal temperature was 68 degrees Fahrenheit with a minimum relative humidity of 40%. At the component level, the requirement was further refined to encompass these characteristics. Ty has determined that his CTX requirement is measurable, is identifiable at different levels of operation, relates to the customer requirement of comfort, and that a change in the requirement would impact the criteria for comfort. To find ways of improving process outputs, you have to experiment with the independent variables that go into the process. In this way, you can understand their effects on a process and find ways to improve process capability. As you recall from your Greenbelt studies, there's a distinct relationship between processes, inputs, and outputs. A process is a group of actions that take specific inputs and uses them to produce a desired output. Process inputs may be raw materials, human resources, funding, training, software, methods, or anything else that contributes to one or more outputs. These inputs can all be quantified and measured. Output variables are the results of the process. It's important to realize that outputs from one process can, in turn, become inputs to subsequent processes. Once you know a process's capability, output measures can be monitored and used to keep the process in control. Data from all variables involved in the process contributes to organizational knowledge. When improving a process, you must first understand all the relevant factors and process variables affecting it. Then you can analyze the relationships between these variables to find ways to improve the process. Among the various tools to help you do this are the SIPOC diagram and the cause and effect matrix. Using them together, you can identify important variables and determine which inputs have the greatest impact on important outputs. This is vital information for deciding which input variables to target first for improvement. When you need an overall view of a process that shows cross-functional activities in one simple diagram, a SIPOC diagram is ideal. It depicts a single process from a high-level viewpoint and portrays it based on the suppliers, inputs, process, outputs, and customers involved. The process of creating SIPOC diagrams should be familiar from your Greenbelt studies. Access the content, the SIPOC diagram, after the video to review this information. In Six Sigma, requirements that are critical to success are referred to as critical to X, CTX requirements. Six Sigma translates customer needs and desires into CTX requirements, and then links these requirements to measurable organizational processes. The characteristics of CTX requirements are that they are measurable, they are identifiable at every level of operation, they relate to business or customer requirements, and a change in requirements can impact the system. You can use SIPOC diagrams for a useful high-level look at processes. They are excellent tools for understanding how suppliers and customer requirements impact organizational processes. They can also display sub-processes for each core process. But inevitably, some input variables affect a process more than others. SIPOC diagrams do not prioritize the effects that input variables have on a process's output variables. Project management is all about the management of time, resources, processes, and systems. Applying Six Sigma to your project management methodology can help improve your chances of a successful project outcome. Developing a project charter is the first step in a quality approach to project management. The project charter is like a blueprint or roadmap for the project. It's created by the project sponsor and agreed to by sponsors, stakeholders, and the project team. A project charter gives high-level guidance to the project manager about the direction and constraints of the project. It also specifies the necessary resources and boundaries the team will be working with and establishes a form of contract with the organization for investment and outcomes. A project charter should contain various elements, such as a business case, which gives the rationale for the project. The business case project's focus, benefits, and alignment with organizational objectives. The project charter also includes a problem statement which describes the problem to be solved and the impact of the problem on the business. Then the project scope defines the size and extent of the project and also gives the project team clarity on what's inside and outside the boundaries of the project. The goal statement describes the desired results of the project using measurable terms. Then there is the roles that team members will fulfill and the relationships and reporting structures between them. It also includes milestone deliverables, provide a roadmap of the project's major tasks and activities, as well as the expected completion dates. This is also known as the project plan. Lastly, the project charter should outline the resources, such as people, materials, and money, that will be allocated to the project. Suppose you're part of the Six Sigma team at a global financial services company that is seeking to improve the company's loan process. Your team's first task is to develop a project charter for the initiative. So, with the project sponsors and stakeholders, the team does this, including sections for the business case, problem statement, project scope, goal statement, roles of team members, resources required, and milestone deliverables. The business case is that the project supports the organizational goal of becoming the #1 global financial services company by increasing customer retention and satisfaction. Then the problem statement identifies an improvement opportunity in the loan process, which currently has an average cycle time of 8.6 days. This falls short of the customer requirement of 6.4 days. The shortfall has resulted in the loss of customers and of $1,500,000 in revenue per year. The project scope is defined as the entire loan process, which begins with a call from the customer and ends with the acceptance or rejection letter sent to the customer. And the goal statement is to reduce the average loan cycle time to 5 days by March 30. Next, the Roles of Team Members section identifies the champion, master black belt, and black belt for the project, as well as personnel from the customer service, sales, and loan departments. The milestones for the project are expressed as DMAIC phases, with specific start and end dates for each phase. And lastly, the Resources Required section outlines the human resources and budget requirements for the project. This project will require a team of 15 people and a budget of $150,000. Next, we'll outline the most recent updates to the Black Belt body of knowledge regarding developing a business case. When developing the business case, the project charter is the most significant document in the process of initiating and managing a Six Sigma project. A project charter acts like an informal contract between the Six Sigma team and the organization. It states the business case for the project, details the problems the Six Sigma team will address, and sets out the project's scope in concise, measurable terms. During the process of developing the project charter, several key performance measures are identified and developed. Some of these include cost, revenue, and the task schedule. Once the project is underway, the project charter is reviewed at certain intervals because project stakeholders are interested in a project's annual progress. A business case outlines the justification for a project. A business case is critical for the success of a project. It answers the question of why a new project should be undertaken. A process and quality improvement initiative such as Lean Six Sigma often has a tight budget. An improvement project idea may be competing against several other potential projects for funding. Without a strong business case, your chances of persuading champions and other organizational decision-makers stand little chance. A strong business case serves a dual purpose. First is securing approval for a project and ensuring support for the project's implementation. A new project is only likely to be approved if executive management agree on the need for the project and if it aligns with the organization's long-term strategic goals. The project, once approved, must be seen as being able to move the organization toward better meeting its strategic goals. The second purpose is ensuring support for the project's implementation. An improvement project seeks to address several problems. Support for a project's implementation is as such dependent on the project's ability to effectively resolve those problems. The problems addressed must be important ones, or else the business case will get overlooked. The project should address vital concerns such as cutting costs, improving service levels, and increasing efficiency. The business value of a Six Sigma project is calculated by considering both its relation to the organization's problem statement and its relation to the goal statement. There are several questions you can consider to help you create a compelling business case. For instance, why undertake the proposed improvement project? Why should this project be undertaken now? And what are the consequences of not undertaking the project now? Some other questions include why customers should care about this project, how will the business benefit, how will employees benefit, and how will the outcomes of the project, for example, reduction of defects or costs, affect customers, employees, and the business as a whole. Lastly, you can also ask how well the project aligns with the organization's strategic plan and goals. You should ensure that the business case has a good answer to each of these questions. Putting together a business case is a process that involves 5 steps. It starts with defining measurable organizational value, or MOV. So how successfully does the proposed improvement project achieve its goals? This question can be answered with MOV. The MOV is a metric for determining if a project is measurable, if it creates value for the organization as agreed on by the stakeholders, and if its goals are verifiable. Next is identifying alternatives. There may be several possible alternatives to address a business problem or achieve an organizational goal. The proposed improvement project is one such alternative. Identifying all or most alternatives ensures that you do not rule out a potential opportunity and adds to the credibility of your process. Evaluating each of these alternatives in the next steps of the process helps determining the alternative that offers the best measurable value to the organization. Defining costs and benefits for each alternative is the next step. It's important to consider all the relevant costs. Typically, this can be done using the concept of total cost of ownership, or TCO. TCO calculates costs using direct or initial costs, ongoing costs, and indirect costs such as lost time or productivity. TCO is useful because it considers both immediate and future costs. When defining the benefits for each alternative, you can use the concept of total benefits of ownership, or TBO. The 4 criteria TBO focuses on when calculating the potential benefits are expanding on high-value tasks that contribute to performance, improving accuracy and efficiency, making decision-making more effective, and enhancing customer service. Although the TBO can be used to consider tangible benefits, such as direct cost savings, and intangible benefits, such as factors contributing to a level of service, these are typically easy enough to identify without using the TBO. The 4th step is analyzing lenities. The alternatives need to be compared fairly and consistently. There are a number of tools available to do this. Financial models and scoring models are most commonly used. Finally, proposing and supporting the recommendation is the last step. Typically, there will be several competing business cases that the organization may want to try, but it should constrain the focus of its proposed plan to what it can effectively achieve. Based on an analysis of the benefits and costs, a recommendation should be available at this point. A good portfolio or project charter will contain proposals for projects with varying risk levels, which management can examine and compare to make their decision. Although the entire business case process collectively helps to prepare the groundwork for an improvement project, only a summary of the business case is actually included in the project charter. For example, a project charter can include the following business case. As a company, our manufacturing performance level for the vehicles area isn't meeting the minimum monthly shipments goal. Overall, this is causing problems including shipment delays, floor space, and customer dissatisfaction that are costing us as much as $3 million per year. Some Six Sigma practitioners suggest that about 80% of projects that fail are doomed from the beginning because they are not defined properly. The first step in creating a project charter is to create a problem statement that defines the problem being addressed. Without this statement, it's difficult to set meaningful goals or metrics for the project and much harder to focus efforts, measure progress, or achieve desired results. Within a project team, there are bound to be several perspectives on what the problem is. A problem statement enables you to include all possible views. It may begin as a general statement, but it becomes more detailed as data is gathered. Creating a problem statement helps you and your team in a number of ways. It can help you ensure you understand the rationale behind the project. It can also help you to reach consensus on the problem and help you to focus on the specific problem. The problem statement also sets a starting point for you, the Six Sigma Black Belt, to develop the project plan. And it allows you to establish the training that you and your team will need throughout the project. The problem statement should make a compelling case for the importance and urgency of the project by answering certain questions such as, what's the process? What's wrong? And what's the opportunity? It should also answer where the problem is and when is it observed, as well as answer how big is the problem and how is it measured. Lastly, it should answer what's the impact of the problem and what are the consequences of inaction and the benefits of action. The problem statement will often closely resemble the business case, but it should be more specific and focused on the problem. The business case in a project charter leads to the creation of the baseline improvement and performance goals for an organization. A business case sets the direction for the project and describes the benefit of undertaking it. The problem statement should align with the business case, improvement goals, and performance goals. It describes in practical terms why the project needs to be initiated. Remember the loan application improvement project? In the project charter, the language and level of detail make it clear that the business case and the problem statement perform different functions. For instance, in the loan project charter, the business case states that the project will help achieve the organizational goal to become the #1 global financial services company by increasing customer retention and satisfaction. And then, the problem statement outlines the specific issue being addressed by the project, that the loan process currently has an average cycle time of 8.6 days. This doesn't meet the customer's requirement of 6.4 days. Your initial problem statement may be quite vague, but you can revise it to include more specific data as it becomes available. So an initial problem statement of, our average on-time delivery rate is falling short of customer expectations, may eventually become, we currently have an on-time delivery average of 65% for product A and 75% for product B, which falls short of our customer expectation of 100%. A well-written problem statement has several key characteristics. It should be specific and measurable. It should also objectively describe the problem without any opinions. It focuses on symptoms only, not possible causes, and it relates to one key problem, not a combination of several problems. A well-written statement should not state an opinion about what's wrong. This means it shouldn't contain value judgments. The problem and its symptoms must be objectively observed and measured. It also shouldn't describe the cause of the problem, but concentrate on its effects or symptoms. Six Sigma assumes you don't know the cause of the problem at the beginning of the project. Stating a possible cause, especially when you're not sure, could exclude other possible causes. It shouldn't assign blame or responsibility for the problem, that is, name a particular group or department as being responsible for the problem. In many cases, you would be blaming the very people who would probably have to solve the problem. Lastly, a well-written statement should not present a solution to the problem. If such a solution exists and is backed up by data, there would be no need to go through the DMAIC process at all. Consider these examples of badly written and well-written problem statements. The new messaging application is too difficult to use is a poor problem statement because it doesn't specify the symptom of the problem in measurable terms. Another example of a poor problem statement is, sales levels of our key products are decreasing and should be addressed by developing an online sales website. This should change because it prescribes a solution rather than describing the problem. Even if the website is the solution, the statement still doesn't specify the details of the problem it is solving. A better statement would say something like, sales figures have decreased 30% in the last quarter on the specific products. What about written problem statements? An example of this is, sales fell 20% this quarter compared to last year. This is a good problem statement because it expresses the problem in a measurable and objective way. It describes the symptom of the problem and avoids giving the cause or the solution. Also consider this example of a well-written problem statement. Flight cancellations increased by 25% in the past 3 months, resulting in a profit impact of $2 million and customer dissatisfaction rates in excess of 50%. It identifies the symptom of flight cancellations and describes the problem's impact in terms of cost and customer satisfaction. Many teams find that reaching agreement on the problem statement is one of the most challenging tasks in a Six Sigma project. Different team members will have different perspectives on what the problem is. But as more data is gathered, the team will revise the problem statement and other areas of the charter several times over the course of the project. You can access the job aid Project Charter Template and Guidelines after this video to assist you in creating a project charter for your next Six Sigma project. The first step in a quality approach to project management is to develop a project charter. The project charter is like the blueprint or roadmap for the project. It should contain the business case, problem statement, project scope, goal statement, roles of team members, milestone deliverables, and resources required for the project. The problem statement defines the problem being addressed. It enables the team to understand the rationale for the project and establish consensus on the specific problem. It should be more specific and focused than the business case. A well-written problem statement is specific, measurable, objective, focused on symptoms, and related to one problem only. It should not assign blame or prescribe a solution. Team members often disagree over what a project should or shouldn't cover. This ties in with a project's boundaries or scope. If you don't define your project's scope carefully, it could have repercussions for the project's success. Setting project scope is an important step in creating the project charter. It involves defining the objectives, conditions, and constraints that are imposed on the project. Tools that you can use to scope a project include process maps and Pareto charts. Access the content Project Scope and Metrics after this video if you wish to review project scope tools and metrics. A SIPOC diagram is a type of process map used to outline and develop project scope graphically. It can help you to determine which steps and sub-processes have the biggest impact on the process output. SIPOC diagrams contain 5 components, including suppliers, inputs, process, outputs, and customers. Suppose you're a part of the Six Sigma team at a global financial services company that is working on a project to improve the loan application process. The team defines the project scope as the entire loan process, which begins with a call from the customer and ends with the acceptance or rejection letter sent to the customer. The project team maps the entire process using a SIPOC diagram. The supplier in the loan process is the loan center staff, who begin the process by logging and forwarding the customer's loan request. The inputs to the loan process are the phone call from the customer and information such as the customer's credit rating, background check, and the requested loan amount. The process consists of 6 steps: the initial phone call, the logging and forwarding of the request, the evaluation, the acceptance or rejection of the application, the logging of the result, and the sending of a letter communicating the outcome to the customer. And the output of the loan process is a letter that is sent to the customer in a timely manner and outlines the criteria for acceptance or rejection. Lastly, the customer in the loan process is the person who makes an application for a loan. When setting the project scope, you should ask yourself, how can the project be scoped to ensure it will impact customers positively? Remember, the goal of Six Sigma improvement is to create value for customers as well as for the organization. Scoping that is too narrow or too broad can affect a project's achievement of Six Sigma goals. For example, if the scope of a defect reduction project is too narrow, all the improvement efforts might be confined to intermediary processes, and the benefits might not reach the customers. Too narrow a scope also increases the risk of missing the root cause of the problem. A scope that is too broad can cause problems. For instance, too broad a scope can cause the source of the problem to be overlooked and can focus attention on issues beyond the source rather than the source itself. Another problem is that it can impact project completion. Projects that are too broadly scoped often can't be completed in a time frame that is acceptable for Six Sigma projects. Too broad a scope can also overwhelm and frustrate a project team because the team is actually trying to solve multiple projects at once. A project team must be able to recognize when a project is actually a series of smaller projects or when a project just can't be accomplished with the current scope. Scope creep happens when a series of out-of-scope actions occur in a project. A project can easily go out of scope, and this can seriously damage your project's potential for success. Scope creep can occur when a team realizes that the problem being addressed is more serious than first thought, and attempts to solve all the associated problems instead of just the one it should be solving. Scope creep can also occur when the project champion encourages the team to do this. You're now familiar with the many pitfalls of project scoping, from too narrow to too broad. But what are the characteristics of a well-scoped project? The project scope should establish what the project involves and what it can achieve. A well-scoped project addresses the root cause of the problem. In other words, the scope statement should address only the key problem. Any additional problems that may be associated with the main issue should be designated their own child projects to be completed separately. A well-scoped project also has achievable objectives, a key part of scoping the project correctly. Many projects start out with goals and objectives that are too broad. Next, it has time, money, and capability available to match the objectives. So a well-scoped project can achieve its objectives within the time allocated and with the resources allocated. If this is not possible, then the objective was not set up properly. Lastly, a well-scoped project has consistent input from stakeholders. So a project team may receive advice and feedback from many stakeholders, some of which may be contradictory. In addition, too much stakeholder input can hamper the project's progress as communication is made more difficult. If a project has been properly scoped, you should be able to answer certain questions when the project is finished. What's the defect? What's the procedure to ensure quality? What are our improvement goals? How much improvement have we made in the last 6 months? How much effort is given to this problem? And how much does this problem cost the organization? Effective project scoping means good project progress. Six Sigma experts estimate that one of the major reasons for DMAIC project failure is a lack of proper scoping. Time spent developing your project's scope at the define stage will be rewarded throughout the later DMAIC stages. When scoping a project, it's helpful to follow some best practices. For instance, find out what other projects impact this one. This is because other projects may already address items that you have included within your project's scope. Including areas in your project scope that are already being addressed elsewhere is unnecessary. Also, set clear expectations. This means you should be very clear on what you expect the project to achieve in terms of project definition, promised deliverables, and timelines, and communicate this to the entire team. Another best practice is to focus on the financial aspects of the project. Your project goals should be achievable within the allocated financial resources. If the project looks like it'll run over budget, then perhaps it is scoped too broadly. Also, prevent the project from crossing boundaries. When planning, you may encounter additional issues that can be addressed in associated projects. It's a good idea to establish procedures to keep track of these child projects and prevent the current project from overlapping with them. It's also best practice to be time conscious. So a project should have clear start and end points. The project goal should be achievable within the available time for Six Sigma projects. Schedule overruns could be a sign of incorrect scoping. Lastly, aim to write a precise, concise scope statement. The scope statement should set out specifically what the project team is expected to work on and, more importantly, what it should avoid. This will help the team avoid scope creep. Returning to the loan application project, your team is following the best practices to develop the project scope. After meeting with the champions of some other projects, the team discovers that a separate project is already addressing loan data transfer issues. This will impact the scope of your project, so you remove this item from the project scope. The project team leader has also set out a specific project definition with deliverables, timelines, and clear expectations for the loan application project. This is a useful guide when creating the project scope. The team has already identified 2 potential side projects in the scheduling and data input areas, which will be dealt with by other project teams. This helps the team to avoid crossing project boundaries with the other projects. The team is also conscious of the time and financial constraints it is working with and is scoping the project accordingly. The project needs to be completed by March 30 within budget. The team's scope statement specifically details the process covered by the project, the entire loan process, which begins with a call from the customer and ends with the acceptance or rejection letter sent to the customer. The project team is expected to work only on this process. Determining the scope of a project does not mean that you or your project team can completely prevent changes to the project further down the line, but it can help you to increase the project's chances of being successful. Setting project scope is an important step in creating the project charter. Tools that you can use to scope a project include process maps and Pareto charts. Scoping that is too narrow or too broad can affect a project's achievement of Six Sigma goals. A well-scoped project addresses the root cause of the problem, has achievable objectives, has time, money, and capability available to match the objectives, and has consistent input from stakeholders. When scoping a project, you should find out what other projects impact it, set clear expectations, focus on the financial aspects of the project, prevent the project from crossing boundaries, be time-conscious, and aim to write a precise and concise scope statement. Developing project goals is the next step of creating the project charter, after you've created the problem statement and established the project scope. Defining effective goals is crucial to the success of any Six Sigma project. Project goals are defined in a goal statement. It's important to remember that there's a difference between a goal statement and a problem statement. The problem statement describes the symptoms of a root cause or problem. The goal statement describes how these symptoms will be relieved by the project. Goal statements usually contain 3 elements. This includes a description of what's to be accomplished. The goal statement should begin by describing what the project will accomplish. Most descriptions begin with a verb such as reduce, increase, or eliminate. A typical description of what's to be accomplished is reduce defects on the customer application. The goal statement usually also contains a measurable target for desired results. This should provide a measure of the expected results of the project, for example, cost savings, defect elimination, or cycle time reduction. A typical measurable target for desired results is reduce defects on the customer application by 40%. The team may not be able to provide this measure until the define and measure stages are completed. Lastly, it usually contains a projected completion date to reach the goal, even if this may change later on. Setting a date at this stage will help the team to focus and can help to limit cycle times. An example of a goal statement containing a projected completion date is reduce defects on the customer application by 40% by March 31. You're working on a Six Sigma project to improve the loan application process at a financial services center. Your team constructs its goal statement to include what's to be accomplished, reduce average loan cycle time, a measurable target for the result, 5 days, and a projected completion date, March 30. The purpose of the goal statement is to define the objective of the project in measurable terms. But the goal statement shouldn't say how the goal will be achieved, as this would be proposing a solution. So, for example, a goal statement should not say, reduce defects on the customer application by 40% by March 31 by creating a website. You develop the project goal from information contained in the problem statement and the project scope in the charter. The goal is then used to construct the goal statement. The loan project team's goal statement is based on information from the problem statement and project scope. The problem statement is that the loan process currently has an average cycle time of 8.6 days, which is short of the customer requirement of 6.4 days, and the project scope is that the loan process begins with a call from the customer and ends with the acceptance or rejection letter sent to the customer. So, using the problem statement and project scope statement, you develop a goal statement that reads, reduce average loan cycle time to 5 days by March 30. Project goals should be SMART. That is, they should be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. Goals should specifically address the problem statement. They should also relate to the specific metrics used by the problem statement and the business case. Goals should also be clear enough to be measured. A project goal should have a baseline and targets for improvements by which progress can be gauged. Attainable means that the project goal should be achievable within the available time and resource constraints. So the project schedule should be realistic. The goals should be relevant, which means goals should align with the strategic direction of the enterprise and with your other goals and responsibilities. When the goal is time-bound, there should be a clear timeline for achieving the goal and any milestones along the way. Incremental time budgets should define time frames for the completion of milestones. SMART goals stand a better chance of achieving the desired results because evaluating your goals with SMART standards helps you to identify weaknesses at an early stage. In the loan application project example, the team evaluates its project goal using the SMART criteria. The goal statement is to reduce the average loan cycle time to 5 days by March 30. The problem statement indicates that the loan process currently has an average cycle time of 8.6 days, which exceeds the customer requirement of 6.4 days. And the strategic objective of the organization, as stated in the business case, is to become the #1 global financial services company by increasing customer retention and satisfaction. Consider whether the loan project goal statement fulfills the components of SMART. For instance, with regards to it relating to the specific metric, the goal addresses the problem statement, which states that the loan process currently has an average cycle time of 8.6 days. This falls short of the customer requirement of 6.4 days. The goal also uses the same metrics as the problem statement. For the next component of SMART, the goal is measurable in terms of days taken to process a loan application. It aims to reduce the loan application time to a specific number of days, thus providing a definite baseline and target for improvement. For attainable, assuming a project time allocation of 3 months and a generous resources budget, the goal is realistic and can be achieved. With the next component, relevant, the project goal aligns with the strategic goal of becoming the #1 global financial services company by increasing customer retention and satisfaction. And lastly, with regards to time-bound, the goal statement has a clear timeline in place for achieving the goal by March 30, which gives the team 3 months. Some project goal statements, while having all the elements of a good goal, do not meet the SMART criteria. They may fail to address the problem statement or the scope, or they may not be relevant to the strategic direction of the organization. Suppose you're part of a Six Sigma team working on a polyethylene manufacturing improvement project. Having produced the goal statement for the project, your team evaluates its goal statement using SMART criteria. The details of the project include the business case, which is, the project supports the strategic goal of maintaining the company's dominant position in its sector through improving the quality of its products. Then the problem statement is, the thickness of the polyethylene material produced by the packaging department is showing excessive variation, leading to a high defect level of 2.5 sigma. Next, the scope requires that the polyethylene material production process begins with the mixing of polyethylene terephthalate resins, and ends with the rolling of the finished material and supply to the packing contractors. Lastly, the goal statement is to reduce the material thickness defect as soon as possible. In this instance, the goal statement fulfills the specific criterion. This is because the goal specifically addresses the problem statement by focusing on reducing the defect, which is a 2.5 sigma defect level in the thickness of the polyethylene material produced. The goal statement, however, doesn't meet the measurable criterion, as it specifies no baseline or target for improvement. It also doesn't meet the attainable criterion, because without a measurable goal or timeline, it's unclear whether the goal and project schedule are realistic. The goal statement meets the relevant criterion, as the project goal aligns with the strategic goal of improving the quality of the product. Lastly, since there's no clear timeline for achieving the goal and no data specified, the goal statement doesn't meet the time-bound criterion. To improve the goal so it meets all the criteria, the team adds a measurable baseline and target for improvement and provides a clear timeline for the project. The amended goal statement, reduce the material thickness defect to 0% by August 31, meets all the SMART criteria. Defining effective goals is crucial to the success of any Six Sigma project. Project goals are usually defined in a goal statement, which should contain a description of what the project is to accomplish, a measurable target for desired results, and a projected completion date to reach the goal. You develop the project goal from information contained in the problem statement and the project scope in the charter. Project goals should be SMART. In other words, they should be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. Evaluating your goals with SMART standards helps you to identify weaknesses in the goal statement at an early stage. You've selected a Six Sigma project and signed off the project charter. But have you thought about how to measure the success of your project once it's in motion? You should select your project measures carefully to ensure the success of the project. Project measures provide the data that will be used to analyze how the project is progressing and how it's impacting the process. The most effective project measures tend to be project management oriented and tend to focus on areas like deliverables, cost, revenue, and schedule. These details are planned, discussed, and signed off during the define stage of the DMAIC cycle. In a project, each of the 5 DMAIC stages, define, measure, analyze, improve, and control, is treated as a toll gate or phase gate. Toll gates provide a chance to evaluate the project's deliverables based on the project measures. This helps you to track project progress and is critical to the success of your project. Project performance measures are often confused with project selection measures. It's important to know the difference between them and what they measure. Project selection measures are the business and performance metrics you use to determine which projects to choose. You typically select projects based on their potential benefit to your organization and customers. Measures used to select projects include balanced scorecards, key performance indicators or KPIs, revenue growth, market share, margin, cost-benefit analysis, return on investment or ROI, and net present value or NPV. Once a project has been selected, you then plan how to measure its performance to ensure that the project is delivering what you expect it to. Your project performance measures should be aligned with the metrics you used for project selection. For example, if you used ROI as a project selection measure, you should measure project performance using an ROI metric. By comparing the desired return and investment goals at the time the project was selected with the results at various points in the project, you can ensure the project is performing as expected. You use performance measures to assess the project's impact on the process that's being improved. There are many ways to measure how a project is performing. However, you can't fully determine which ones to use until you've completed the project charter and finalized the project's goals and deliverables. In most organizations, the most important measures are time and money. In fact, most project measures relate to the factors of time and money in some way. For example, cycle time reduction and faster delivery are time-related measures. Cost and waste reduction, customer returns, and even customer satisfaction are expressed in financial terms. A Six Sigma project has 3 key performance measurement areas, including project revenue, project cost, and project deliverables and schedule. Project revenue, which is outlined in the project budget, is the first area of performance measurement. The team determines the project budget once it has created a full list of project activities, identified the resources needed, and calculated the project duration. A budget can include such revenue factors as additional sales generated as a result of improved product cost, quality, features, or availability to the customer. Other factors would be reduced losses due to lower customer returns, fewer warranty claims, lower cost of poor quality, also known as COPQ, low throughput, or poor time to market. A Six Sigma team at a global financial services company is working on an improvement project for the company's loan application process. Team members considered the following project measurement revenue factors. They decided that improved call waiting procedures would result in fewer hang-ups, which would in turn increase the number of customer contacts. They also determined that the decreased number of hang-ups would result in an increase in the number of applications, which would eventually result in more loans. Project cost is the second performance measurement area. During a project, the team uses actual costs to calculate the revised estimated project costs and then compares these to the budgeted costs. You include several cost factors in a project budget, including labor costs, material and equipment costs, rental costs, subcontracting and consulting charges, and contingency funds. In the loan application project, the team evaluated the project cost factors. The team included the costs incurred by hiring consultants, the replacement of some phone systems, and staff overtime. To evaluate cost and revenue performance, a project team evaluates the 2 measures, budgeted revenues and costs, against the actual revenues and costs. This determines the variance. The budgeted revenues and costs are the total estimated revenues and costs that have been approved for the project. The actual revenues and costs are the revenues and costs for which the amounts are known instead of estimated. And the variance is the difference between the budgeted and the actual revenues and costs. Variance can be positive or negative. Project deliverables and schedule is the third performance measure in Six Sigma. Determining this measure involves asking 3 questions about your project. What is delivered? What was supposed to be delivered at a specific toll gate or phase? When was it supposed to be delivered? The first 2 questions relate to the deliverables or sub-goals at each toll gate in the DMAIC model. A project charter will often break down the project goals into smaller chunks or milestones. These smaller chunks add up to deliver the project goal at the end of a Six Sigma project. That's why it's important to have toll gate reviews at each stage. Let's review examples of toll gate review questions about deliverables at each DMAIC stage. At the end of the define stage, ask these questions. What's the project mission? What's the scope? What's the business case? What are the critical to quality or CTQ characteristics? How does the current process flow? Has the value stream been mapped? What resources are required? When must the project be completed? And then at the end of the measure stage, ask these questions. Can the CTQs be measured? Does measurement provide valid and reliable values? What's the baseline performance of the process? Are the metrics visible and accessible? At the end of the analyze stage, you want to ask these questions. What inputs are affecting the output? What are the target levels of those inputs? What are the sources of variability? Have effective alternatives been validated? What are the interactions between inputs? At the end of the improve stage, ask, what improvement actions will achieve targeted performance levels? How is implementation being tracked? Have responsibilities and target dates been defined? Are there any obstacles to improvement? Have improvement actions been piloted? And lastly, at the end of the control stage, ask these questions. Is ongoing feedback being produced? Are inputs and process variables being monitored and improved over time? Are lessons learned and best practices being shared systematically? The third question, which asks when the project was supposed to be delivered, relates to the scheduling aspect of the project. Time needs to be factored in as a performance measure. For example, a project can have a projected net profit, but still fail because funds were not available in the time frame they were needed. Project measures provide the data used to analyze how a project is progressing. The most effective project measures focus on deliverables, cost, revenue, and schedule. You use each of the 5 DMAIC stages as a toll gate to evaluate the project's deliverables and track project progress. It's important to know the difference between project performance measures and project selection measures. The 3 key performance measurement areas in a Six Sigma project are project revenue, project cost, and project deliverables and schedule. To evaluate cost and revenue performance, the project team evaluates budgeted revenues and costs against actual revenues and costs to determine the variance. Project deliverables and schedule are evaluated at each of the tollgate phases of You've created a comprehensive project charter. You've identified the key project measures, but these, by themselves, won't guarantee that your project stays on track. Without regular monitoring and communication of progress among stakeholders, your project may not deliver the results you want. Communication among stakeholders starts with the project charter and continues throughout the project during various project performance reviews. Project performance reviews, also known as milestone or tollgate reviews, enable you to check how a project is progressing. They also allow you to evaluate the project status relative to the plan you initially set in the project charter. Regular project performance reviews ensure that your project is on track to deliver the promised results. Regular project reviews enable a variety of beneficial opportunities for Six Sigma projects. One of these opportunities is to monitor team progress. Regular project reviews confirm that everyone on the team is working together and focused on the goal. A review can be an informal meeting with the team or a formal milestone review requiring the quality manager and champion to sign off before continuing. Another opportunity is for team members, including the champion and black belts, to provide guidance and mentoring to team members who need support as well. If your project involves multiple phases or multiple sub-teams, reviews also provide a good opportunity to align project activities to the common goal. Project reviews are an opportunity for executives, champions, and black belts to show their support and commitment to the project. There are 3 additional opportunities for project reviews. For instance, they knock down barriers. In other words, reviews are useful for identifying potential barriers to further progress and enabling the team to deal with them before moving on to the next phase. Reviews also provide opportunities for team members to share best practices. They can be a good time to bring in subject matter experts or team leaders from other projects to share lessons learned. And lastly, reviews provide opportunities to motivate and energize the team by recognizing successfully completed milestones and rewarding team members for their contributions. Your team completes project performance reviews throughout all the DMAIC stages until all project goals are delivered and the project is closed. However, the review process is planned during the define stage, where it gets buy-in from all the stakeholders and is implemented as the project is rolled out. The project review process has 4 steps, including to organize periodic reviews, conduct review sessions, analyze and recommend corrective measures, and implement measures and follow-up. The first step in the process is to organize periodic reviews. You probably already have weekly status updates, performance reporting, and integrated change control in place on your project. These are all necessary review activities, but you need more reviews on major Six Sigma projects. Periodic reviews aligned with the planning horizon, such as every 3 to 6 months, allow you to make project plan adjustments as necessary. When should you schedule periodic project reviews? Project reviews are most useful when they're performed at natural project transitions. These include during life cycle or phase transitions, at major milestones or toll gates, following significant project changes, when team members join or leave a project, after business reorganizations, and at the end of a fiscal quarter. You should plan the review in advance, allowing enough time to cover all the items on your agenda. In the agenda, you should make time to do all or some, including reviewing the project objective, revalidating project constraints and assumptions, reviewing resource planning and cost estimating. Other items include revising activity duration and sequencing, analyzing project trends and changes, recognizing team achievements, and reviewing lessons learned and opportunities for process improvement. During your periodic review, you'll need access to information on project progress. Project planning tools that can provide this information include Gantt charts, the Program Evaluation and Review Technique, also known as PERT, and the Critical Path Method, also known as CPM. Another useful tool is the Work Breakdown Structure, or WBS. This video will introduce the tool, and you'll learn more about its structure and how to create WBS in the following video. The WBS details all activities required to complete a project. The project team leader usually completes the WBS and may receive input from other team members who may be more familiar with the work involved at lower levels. There are 3 areas of the WBS. First is the structure. In a WBS, each project task is divided into smaller activities and then into elements of the activities. The structure is broken down completely when each element is one identifiable individual or group responsibility. Next is interrelationships, in which each activity is assigned a number that indicates the interrelationships between activities. For example, all elements with numbers prefixed with 3 have interrelationships with each other and with the main activity 3.0. Finally, if one activity must be completed before another can begin, this is called a predecessor event. In the WBS diagram, this relationship is indicated visually by an arrow drawn below the activity. After you've defined the material, equipment, and personnel required for each activity, you can schedule the project and then schedule periodic reviews according to the project's needs. The second step in the project review process is to conduct review sessions. Project review sessions are conducted in 4 stages. First is the introduction by champion or sponsor. The champion kicks off the review, sets the stage for the presentation, and highlights the importance of the project. The second stage is the project team presentation, in which the team decides before the presentation whether questions will be asked during the session or left until the end. The presentation should feature a brief summary of previous reviews, but most of the time should be spent on the recently completed project phase. Next is reviewer comments. If the presentation is formal, reviewers follow up with a summary of what the team has achieved during the current phase. This step is also an opportunity to ask questions and make suggestions for the team to consider. If sign-off of the phase is required, this may be granted to the Master Black Belt, assuming all requirements have been met. The final step is the closing by champion or sponsor. At the end of the session, the champion summarizes the state of the project going forward and offers encouragement and support to team members as they begin the next phase. The third step in the project review process is to analyze and recommend corrective measures. You can use a variance or gap analysis to compare the project's actual performance with its potential performance and identify where gaps exist. This enables you to find out what corrective steps need to be taken to keep the project on track. Such measures may include increasing resources, adjusting goals, and resetting timelines. Let's consider the examples of how corrective measures are implemented. First is with an increase in resources. Following a periodic review at the measure stage, a Six Sigma project team finds that the task of analyzing measurement systems is taking much more effort than initially planned. The team decides to add 2 more green belts to work in this area and to purchase more effective statistical software to make the analysis easier. Then there is adjusting goals. During a review in the define stage of a project, the black belt and the champion evaluate the project goal. The project focuses on cycle time reduction for a loan application process for in-branch customers. However, with a minor increase in the project costs, it can also include online banking applicants. This would not impact the schedule and would result in major revenue gains. As a result, the team broadens the project scope and goal. And finally, resetting timelines. Due to a major shift in organizational priorities, management at a company decides to pull all 3 green belts from a Six Sigma project, leaving the black belt to outsource their tasks to an outside consultant. This results in changes to the project's timelines. Milestones are the most significant points in a project's life cycle. This is why milestone reporting, usually to management, is so important. A good milestone report focuses the team on the long-term objectives and demonstrates that the milestones are being met. The project performance report, which you produce at each milestone or toll gate, details project performance, objectives met, costs compared with budget, and major activity completion dates compared with the major milestones. The final step in the project review process is to implement measures and follow up. After the review, you should document all corrective measures that are to be implemented. The corrective measures should then be summarized and distributed in a report to all project stakeholders. When corrective measures are implemented, all previous versions of project plans and documents should be archived and replaced with the updated versions. When implementing project changes, be sure to use your organization's change control process to make the approved changes as soon as it's practical to do so. If major changes are needed, you should use supporting data to negotiate the changes and revise project baseline settings if necessary. Regular project performance reviews enable you to evaluate project status relative to the plan you initially set in the project charter and ensure that your project is on track to deliver the promised results. Reviews are an opportunity to ensure that the team is working together, to share information, and to motivate the team. Project reviews, or tollgate reviews, are done throughout all the phases of DMAIC. The project review process has 4 steps: organize periodic reviews, conduct review sessions, analyze and recommend corrective measures, and implement measures and follow up. This video contains the most recent updates to the Black Belt body of knowledge regarding project tracking tools. During a project performance review, you need to evaluate the key aspect of your project's performance, its timeliness and progress. This involves tracking and monitoring the project to find out if it's on schedule and delivering what was promised at each milestone. Usually, the details of how to track project progress are finalized with the team during the define stage of DMAIC in a project tracking plan. This plan is then implemented throughout the other phases of the project. Your project tracking plan should enable you to answer certain questions. For instance, what tasks are being performed? How are the tasks interrelated or dependent? And when will the tasks be completed? You should also be able to answer what resources are required, as well as who's responsible for ensuring the tasks are completed. You can use 5 key project planning and review tools to track projects. These include project schedules, Gantt charts, tollgate reviews, work breakdown structures, and the RACI model. You use a project schedule to break down project activities into tasks with specific timelines and resources. You can use several types of software applications to create a project schedule. This is an example of a typical project schedule. The output of the project schedule is a table containing information such as project phases, milestones, activities, tasks, and the planned start and end date for each task. Let's review some of the components in the project schedule example, such as the project tasks. In this instance, the first column lists the project milestones, activities, and tasks to be performed. This list is typically organized in the order in which the tasks will be accomplished. The schedule breaks each milestone into activities, and each activity into a series of more specific tasks. You should use outline numbering to highlight the relationship between tasks, activities, and milestones. For example, 1.1.2 is a subtask of activity 1.1, which is a subactivity of milestone 1. Another one of the components is effort estimate in days to perform each task. This can be expressed in days, weeks, or hours, depending on the project. Next is the planned start date for the activity or task, followed by the planned end date for the activity or task. Lastly, each task should have an assigned resource. That is, an individual or group that's responsible for executing the task. A Gantt chart shows the relationships between the project tasks, along with time constraints. It has a vertical axis, a horizontal axis, and a plot area. The vertical axis of the Gantt chart shows a list of activities to be completed with associated tasks listed below the activities. The horizontal axis of the Gantt chart, on the other hand, shows the units of time in which project progress is measured. This could be days, weeks, or months, depending on the project. And the plot area of the Gantt chart shows each task as a horizontal bar, whose length is the time needed to complete the task. Each bar shows the estimated start time and duration of an activity. Bars can also show milestones and other information, such as who is responsible for a task or why a task is behind schedule. A tollgate review confirms that a Six Sigma project is delivering results as expected at each DMAIC stage. It also helps the team to move the project to the next stage. The output of a tollgate review is a status report for various tollgate review checks. A tollgate review usually takes the form of a checklist of questions to be answered. At each tollgate review, there are various types of questions you should ask for each DMAIC stage. For example, at the define stage, you should ask, what are we trying to accomplish? What is the project scope? What is the business case? And what resources are required to complete the project? Examples of questions to ask at the measure stage include, can the critical to quality or CTQ characteristics be objectively measured? Can the measurement system provide reliable values with an acceptable degree of error? And what is the baseline performance of the process? Then, at the analyze stage, you should ask, what are the significant inputs affecting the output of concern? What are the target levels of those inputs that optimize the output? Are the input processes stable and capable? And what are the underlying sources of process variability? Example questions for the stage Improve consist of what improvements are necessary to achieve targeted performance levels? Has a process been established to track implementation? Are there defined responsibilities and target dates? And have alternatives been evaluated? And lastly, for control, you should ask whether mechanisms have been put in place to provide ongoing feedback. Are inputs and process variables being monitored and improved over time using statistical methods? And are safeguards in place to ensure that work processes are performed consistently? You can approach any major job at work by breaking it down into manageable and achievable steps. In the context of project management, the Work Breakdown Structure, or WBS, is a means to do just that. It gives you control of a project by breaking work down into manageable units. Consider this example. A pharmaceutical company is working on a project to develop a new drug. Due to competitive pressure, time is a key constraint. Because of the risk associated with government approvals, each phase must be completed before the next phase can start. The project manager decides to structure the WBS according to the project phases: research, design, production, and rollout. Each phase must be completed sequentially for the project to succeed. To create a WBS, you use a process of decomposition. During decomposition, you subdivide the elements of your project into progressively smaller components, starting with the project name and refining each level of decomposition until you are able to identify the smallest units of work that must be completed. If you have structured your WBS correctly, it will be an invaluable tool in achieving 4 distinct goals, including defining project team members' responsibilities, facilitating better control of the project, facilitating project scheduling, and facilitating accurate cost estimates. These goals are vital for successfully implementing a Six Sigma project. The scenario involving the pharmaceutical company is an example of a project that's structured in phases. A project may be divided into sequential phases if it is complex or long. You might structure your project by phases if the product of each phase must be completed and handed off before work on the next phase can begin. However, for a project that must deliver a tangible product, such as a computer chip, using phases might not be the best way to divide the production process, because work on the different subcomponents can take place concurrently. When creating a WBS, you decompose a project into high-level categories like phases, deliverables, or sub-projects based on the nature of the project. The top level in any WBS is the project name, which represents the ultimate goal of the project. This is the starting point for the breakdown. At the second level, you decide how best to structure the project work. This means identifying the broadest divisions you can break work down into. Once you have defined the upper levels of decomposition, you divide these into tasks, subtasks, and work packages, which are the smallest units of work. When added back together, all the required work on one level should add up to the total work for the parent element on the level above it. Next, we'll outline the most recent updates to the Black Belt body of knowledge regarding the RACI model. The RACI model is used to determine who needs to do what whenever a new or modified business process is initiated. The acronym RACI is derived from the 4 types of roles that make up the model: responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. The RACI model can be used to implement product development and improvement, or to assist in making business or engineering decisions. It's a visual tool that helps you lay out the duties of each participant in a process to determine whether something has been overlooked. For responsible, which individuals are responsible for actively accomplishing certain tasks. For accountable, which individuals are accountable for meeting the project goals and the relevant results. Then for consulted, which people can be asked for feedback. Either particular subject expertise is sought out, or external factors may require a consultation with a particular legal or financial party. The effects of any decision are thoroughly analyzed and assessed. And for informed, which people are impacted by and need to be informed of a project status. This can occur by means of updates and one-way messages communicated to certain parties. These are people who are affected by the process, but who don't directly contribute to the process. This model is an essential tool for implementing Six Sigma processes because it helps accomplish one of the goals of Six Sigma: to eliminate variation in processes. RACI is robust and versatile, and can be used for almost all roles and activities encompassing Lean Six Sigma or LSS projects. There are many stories of poorly orchestrated Six Sigma initiatives. Sometimes resistant managers make it impossible to dedicate enough time to Six Sigma duties, or black belts treat their own jobs as more important than matters affecting the rest of the organization. Implementing an LSS initiative is no easy task, and there are no tried and trusted rules guaranteeing consistent results. However, there is a simple guiding rule you can implement. Consider each class of decision that project staff must make, and then identify the duties of each project member accordingly. The RACI model offers a simple yet effective way to do this by assigning clear ownership and communication accountabilities for any situation. A RACI analysis presents an organization with vital decisions. Of key importance is the distribution of power between existing organizational teams and the external black belts. A potential sticking point is that although black belts provide the knowledge that teams and managers need to meet their goals, black belts also know if they force any of the issues faced by the team, they're communicating that Six Sigma really just means they are giving orders. To prevent this, black belts function best when placed in the role of support staff and not as decision makers. They may be experts in their own fields, but black belts might not know anything about the broader context of the organization. They don't have any ongoing obligation or responsibility toward the organization. They may not be invested in or truly care about the outcome of a project. Six Sigma projects follow a standard organizational structure, complete with roles and responsibilities. However, each organization may need to adapt this structure and its roles to best fit their specific project requirements and existing company structure. There are several roles according to which project team members can be classified. One of the roles is executive team. This responsibility is to accelerate the change process by being a visible advocate of the Six Sigma methodology. To do this, the team needs to work closely with the champions. Another role is champions. These individuals are responsible for communicating the needs of the customer to the team and for improving the operational effectiveness of an organization. The champion works very closely with the master black belt, who leads a team of black belts in implementing a project. Then there's black belts. These individuals provide hands-on implementation of a project. This role requires mentoring, where black belts cultivate a network of experts on site. They also provide one-on-one coaching support to local personnel. With green belts, these individuals generally are employees who spend a portion of their time completing Six Sigma projects, but continue with their regular work and responsibilities. These employees have been trained in Six Sigma and assist black belts in applying breakthrough strategies. And for yellow belts, these individuals are assigned at the operator level. They assist green and black belts to implement the breakthrough strategy. Although there appears to be crossover in terms of the responsibilities associated with each role in the Six Sigma team, dividing these roles according to responsibility, accountability, and implementation can further clarify things. Each project and each business will select different role players for consulting, informing, taking responsibility, and being accountable. Different implications apply to the organizational architecture at each stage of the deployment. The deployment ownership stage encompasses the overall ownership of a Six Sigma deployment, strategizing and ensuring that Six Sigma aligns its results with an organization's goals. In this case, the champion who works on and delivers a project is responsible for it. The overall accountability lies on the executive team that signs it off. Several team members are involved in project identification. The black belt team and the master black belt, who may also be a process owner, are consulted. The champion is accountable for project identification and is expected to inform all stakeholders about the project's progress and needs. The executive team is involved in the process and has responsibility for it. In most projects, champions are accountable for project selection. The executive team is involved in selection and holds responsibility for it. The master black belt and the black belts are consulted in the process. To keep the balance between the Six Sigma team and the employees who work in the area in which the project is deployed, the team is not accountable for project execution. The executive team, master black belt, black belts, and green belts are responsible for this stage of deployment. Black belts are positioned as support for teams, so they cannot be held accountable for project results. Accountability for this usually resides with the champion. Black belts or master black belts typically inform others of the results. Green belts may, in some scenarios, be accountable for their own results. Black belts are typically accountable for team support. Champions and master black belts may be consulted at this point. Green belts and black belts are responsible for sustaining changes, and line managers, in this case the master black belt, are held accountable for this. The RACI chart or table for a project or organization varies according to the organization's size and the size and composition of the team. Each project is likely to have a unique distribution of accountability and responsibility. Similarly, there will be differences in terms of where consultation and informing take place and who is responsible for that. A RACI chart helps clarify the responsibilities of management and each of the Six Sigma project team members. By specifying what type of responsibility each role has, you can avoid conflicts and help the project run smoothly. Remember, RACI stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. When completing a RACI chart, you add one of the 4 RACI characters to the appropriate row and column to specify what is required of a specific team member. The result is an easy-to-reference table showing each member's role in the project and linking it to each activity phase and the relevant role assignment. Example: consider an example of a RACI chart for a Lean Six Sigma project to reduce defects in the sportswear stitching process at a footwear manufacturer. The column headers name each project role. The row headers differentiate each of the steps in the DMAIC: define, measure, analyze, improve, and control project activity phases. The letters R, A, C, and I are assigned to indicate who's responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. Project tracking and monitoring is an important aspect of evaluating project timeliness and progress. You finalize the details of how to track project progress during the define phase. The key project planning and review tools are project schedules, Gantt charts, tollgate reviews, work breakdown structure, and the RACI model. Project schedules break down project activities into tasks with specific timelines and resources. Gantt charts show relationships between project tasks along with time constraints in chart form. Tollgate reviews usually take the form of checklists of questions to be answered at each DMAIC stage. The WBS breaks a project into separate components and individual tasks. A RACI table assigns specific duties to each team member. You can access the JobAid project tracking tools after this video as a reference for the main project tracking tool. This video reflects the most recent updates to the Black Belt body of knowledge regarding analytical tools. Using the right tools for the job is essential in all walks of life, and business is no exception. Six Sigma Black Belt team leaders have many tools at their disposal. Knowing which tool to use for any given situation is a key part of Six Sigma success. A major part of any team's function is developing and refining ideas. To help with these tasks, Six Sigma Black Belt leaders can use 5 ideas tools to help their teams generate and sort ideas. They are also known as the 5 analytical tools. These are affinity diagrams, matrix diagrams, tree diagrams, prioritization matrices, and activity network diagrams. An affinity diagram is an easy-to-use tool that a team leader can introduce to gather facts and ideas together into groupings based on their natural relationships or affinities. Teams might typically use an affinity diagram after a brainstorming session to sort the ideas produced in the session into related groups. For example, the Six Sigma team at a retail bank is working on a project to address the variability in the loan processing time at various branches. The team uses an affinity diagram to organize its list of potential factors affecting the loan processing time into categories. You can access this JobAid, Tips for Affinity Diagrams, after this video to review how this tool is used. When a team needs to find the causal relationships in a problem or find out how 2 or more variables interact, a leader can introduce a matrix diagram to help. A matrix diagram is an analysis tool that is used to determine the existence and strength of relationships between the items that make up 2 or more groups of information by organizing items into a table format. Teams might typically use a matrix diagram to determine what factors are contributing most to a problem and which can be prioritized for change in order to bring about an overall solution. You can access the JobAid Tips for Matrix Diagrams after this video to review how this tool is used. A management team at an airport wants to find out why certain flights are constantly delayed. They enter the flight numbers as column headers and the possible causes as row headers in a matrix diagram. Assigning a numeric weighting to the intersection points of the rows and columns indicates what factors are contributing most to the problem. A prioritization matrix is a tool that helps teams analyze a list of factors in order to assign a priority value to each one. The factors could be a list of activities, goals, or characteristics that were compiled elsewhere. As a tool, prioritization matrices provide a structured procedure to narrow focus onto key issues and factors. For example, the Six Sigma financial team that's examining the variability in loan processing time discusses each of the categories it had listed and comes up with a consolidated list of the 6 most important potential factors. The team uses a prioritization matrix to assign a value to each cell reflecting how well the criterion is satisfied by the factor. The team then totals the scores for each factor to identify the top 3. You can access this job aid, Tips for Prioritization Matrices, after this video to review how this tool is used. A tree diagram is a hierarchical tool that can help teams break down important and complex items, such as projects and goals, into finer, more manageable levels of detail. Tree diagrams make ideas easier to understand and problems easier to solve by moving a team's thinking from generalities to specifics. For instance, the Six Sigma team at the retail bank determined that 3 factors are the key potential causes of the variation in the loan processing time. The team decides to use a tree diagram for breaking down these potential causes into finer levels of detail. You can access this job aid, Tips for Tree Diagrams, after this video to review how this tool is used. Six Sigma team leaders have a final analytical tool at their disposal. The Activity Network Diagram helps define, organize, and manage activities with respect to time. Teams develop the activities, milestones, and events of a project and write them into the diagram. This can help the team monitor, schedule, modify, and review the whole scope of the project. A project manager might use an activity network diagram to work out and monitor the sequence of events from a project's start to its completion. You can access this job aid, Tips for Activity Network Diagrams, after this video to review how these tools are used. Six Sigma teams have access to many analytical tools to help develop solutions. Each tool has strengths and features that best suit particular team tasks. Tools such as tree diagrams, affinity diagrams, and matrix diagrams help break problems down into manageable elements and establish any relationships that may exist between them. Knowing the characteristics of each tool, what they're most suited for, and how they can help your team process information productively are essential parts of being an effective Six Sigma team leader. A Six Sigma Black Belt must be able to measure current processes, products, and services first in order to improve them. Several Six Sigma tools are specifically designed to identify and prioritize process input and output variables, including the cause and effect matrix. These matrices allow Black Belts to determine which process inputs to target first. Not all inputs and outputs are equal. Knowing the relative importance of process inputs helps when deciding which improvements to target first or which will be the most effective. You use a specific kind of relational matrix called a cause and effect matrix to prioritize inputs. Using this tool, you can assess the contribution of each process input to the various process outputs. As you recall from your Greenbelt studies, a relational matrix or XY matrix is a tool you can use to help establish priorities. Access the content on relational matrices after the video to review how to use this type of tool. ASQ award-winning engineer and author Forrest W. Breyfogle first proposed a variation of the relational matrix called the cause and effect matrix. The cause and effect matrix focuses on customer-centered outputs. The customers in question can be internal or external, meaning that the prioritization of inputs can be based on either business imperatives or external customer requirements. In the cause and effect matrix, you fill in the key process output variables across the top row and the key process input variables in the first column on the left. Prioritization weights or numbers are assigned to the outputs at the top of the matrix based on the importance of the output variable. In a cause and effect matrix, the output weights are entered immediately below their associated output variables. In each cell of the matrix, you enter a weight for the strength of the relationship between each input and output variable pair that intersects there. You can use a scale from 1 to 10. Usually, you will assign effect value weights on a scale of 1 to 10, but you may also use only certain numbers. For example, you may choose to use 0 for no relationship, 3 for a weak relationship, 6 for a strong one, and 9 for very strong. Completing the matrix involves multiplying the effect values in the cells by the prioritization numbers for the outputs and totaling each input's row. The resulting rankings are compared for each process input variable, showing its relative significance as a candidate for improvement. SIPOC diagrams, used earlier in the DMAIC cycle, and cause and effect matrices are frequently used together. You can use the input and output information from the SIPOC diagram as the basis for the matrix inputs and outputs. Remember, the cause and effect matrix is focused on customer-centered outputs. Some outputs of a SIPOC diagram, for example, contributes to better coordination between internal teams, might not be included in a cause and effect matrix. This kind of output reflects an internal target, which might not be appropriate if the matrix is based on an external customer requirement. Consider an example of a mortgage approval process. You can use the input and output information coming out of SIPOC as the basis for a cause and effect matrix. Suppliers are the software vendor and the mortgage department. These lead to the inputs of trained mortgage specialists, mortgage application forms, mortgage software, and mortgage qualification management. The process includes arranging an appointment, conducting the appointment, creating a mortgage application, filing the application to the approval department, notifying the customer of approval or denial, and sending the customer the approved funds. Outputs from the process include the processed and accepted application, financing for a home, quality customer service, a competitive interest rate, and payment options set up. These outputs go to the customer, which is the prospective homebuyer. For the mortgage approval process matrix, the input variables are employee training, available funding, mortgage software usage, and employee management. After assigning the appropriate prioritization weights to the outputs, you need to consider each input's relationship to each output. Using a scale from 1 to 10, you fill in the effect values for each cell. This completes most of the matrix. If you have reason to believe a relationship exists in a process between two variables, such as available funding and the speed of the approval process, then a high value for that variable pair in the matrix supports that observation. To calculate the ranking for each input, multiply the effect value in each column by the prioritization weight of the output variable. To get the row total, add all of the individual products for that row. You can use the information derived from the cause and effect matrix to prioritize the key input variables that affect output variables. You can also use it for further problem solving and improvement through the use of other analysis tools, such as failure modes and effects analysis, design of experiments, correlation analysis, and multivariate charts. The cause and effect matrix, which is a specific customer-oriented type of relational matrix, helps prioritize inputs. It can help in deciding which input variables have the greatest effect on the most important outputs, and therefore which should be targeted for improvements first. Lean manufacturing is a management philosophy that focuses on reducing waste and implementing a flow-based production line rather than a batch and queue method. It's aimed at reducing costs and improving overall customer value. Process cycle efficiency, PCE, is a lean metric used to improve processes by measuring process efficiency. PCE answers the question, how lean is your process? Finding a process's PCE involves using a formula to find out how much time in the process cycle adds value for the customer. To get a PCE value, you compare that to the overall time it takes to complete the process. Lead time, which is also referred to as flow time, is the length of time a process takes from start to finish. Value-added time is the time in the process that a customer would consider necessary to create the product or service. In a car manufacturing plant, the value-added time would be represented, for example, by the time spent on assembling and adding a high-end navigation system in the car. Value-added time refers to the time when the product is being worked on, rather than the time spent on such activities as human resources, administration, or marketing. All other time involved in the process can be thought of as wait time. There's usually a gap between the typical PCE values in a given industry and the desirable cycle efficiency rates that can be achieved. These desirable rates, known as world-class levels of leanness, vary by industry and process. For example, in a machining process, world-class PCE values would be around 20%. while typical values may average only about 1%. In creative or cognitive business processes, the typical efficiency is around 5%, while world-class levels are closer to 25%. Consider this example. The Six Sigma team at a soft drink bottling company is calculating the process cycle efficiency of the mixing process. The team would like to have the PCE reach a relatively lean level of 20%. Follow along to learn more about each step of the calculation. From customer feedback, the team members determined a value-added time of 3 minutes by adding up the required time to actually mix up the ingredients. They did not include time spent monitoring and recording the process for the organizational database. That time adds no value for the customer. The time it takes the raw ingredients to be mixed and ready for bottling is 26 minutes. To calculate PCE, the team took the value-added time of 3 and divided it by the lead time of 26 to get a resulting PCE of 0.115. They express this as a percentage by multiplying by 100. The result of 11.5% indicates that the mixing process is not sufficiently lean and certainly has room for improvement. Opportunities for cost reduction exist in any process with a low PCE. Reducing work in process, or WIP, and shortening lead time can increase a process's efficiency by increasing the relative proportion of value-added activities. You need to identify other opportunities as well, such as reducing queue time and other delays and eliminating waste. You can also work to increase the proportion of touch time, which is that portion of the cycle time where an operator adds value while handling the product. Consider a process in your business. How much idle inventory is present in the process? Are there costs associated with maintaining it? Are certain operations getting far ahead while others lag behind? Could the amount of work in the system be reduced? PCE values show how lean processes are in terms of the relative amounts of value-added and non-value-added time. So, how can you improve a process's PCE? You can't increase value-added time for the same product, so the only way to increase the ratio is to lower the overall lead time. This increases the relative amount of value-added time. Essentially, you can shorten lead time in 2 ways. You can reduce the 2 factors that affect it, the amount of work in process and the cycle time. The relationship between lead time, work in process, and cycle time is explained by Little's Law. Little's Law states that work in process is equal to the average completion rate, also known as throughput rate, multiplied by the lead time. In other words, lead time is equal to the amount of work in process, or WIP, divided by the average completion rate. The average completion rate is equal to 1 every cycle time. The cycle time is the time required to complete a cycle or sequence of production operations from start to finish. So lead time is also equal to WIP multiplied by cycle time. By approaching lead time in this way, Little's equation shows that other factors can be used to affect process cycle efficiency. A manufacturing process may have a cycle time of 10 minutes to produce a single piece of furniture. That process can produce 6 pieces of furniture per hour. Reducing the cycle time would increase the number that can be produced per hour, but achieving this can be costly and difficult. You may need to purchase newer, faster equipment or push the limits of the current human and mechanical resources to get them to produce faster. What about the other factor affecting lead time? Work in process. Processes with a low PCE typically have many projects or products in process at a given time. The equation for lead time derived from Little's Law shows that reducing work in process will also reduce lead time. And reducing work in process is easier and less expensive than increasing the average completion rate, particularly in the non-customer facing aspects of a process. Aside from it being easier and less expensive than increasing the average completion rate, reducing work in process has other advantages. For example, it helps avoid problems associated with periodic peak capacity, and it helps reduce overhead. Reducing WIP helps avoid problems associated with running at peak capacity by ensuring WIP never reaches levels that require emergency measures and extraordinary expenses. If warehouses are already full, Periodic peaks may mean purchasing costly temporary storage. Or, if a large number of projects are already going on, then meeting periodic high demands can require overtime, expedited shipping, and extra personnel. Excess WIP can take the form of too many projects running at once, or lots of finished products sitting idle in the stockroom. Reducing WIP reduces overhead, such as the cost of storage space for idle inventory, wasted employee time and talent, and idle machinery. Additional costs, many of them hidden, are incurred because all of these items must be managed. The excess inventory may need to be relocated from time to time or counted. Idle personnel may need to be temporarily reassigned. Maintenance may be performed on machinery that isn't producing. These are all non-value-added activities. And the longer the excess work or inventory stays in process, the more it costs. Excess WIP generates hidden costs in overhead, rework, and scrap while tying up resources and capital. It wastes human effort, and it risks customer dissatisfaction without any possibility of adding value for the customer. Little's law to determine what a process's WIP is at any given time. By manipulating the equation to solve for WIP, you can find out what your WIP should be reduced to in order to achieve a desired reduction in lead time. Consider this example. A DVD duplication plant requires a 7-day turnaround from the time the master discs arrive to shipping the finished DVDs. The receiving and shipping departments are both capable of handling large quantities. The duplicating machines and packaging machines, on the other hand, can process only 4,000 DVDs per day. Follow along to learn more about each step of the calculation. Using Little's law, you can determine how much WIP the process can handle at a given time, with a completion rate of 4,000 DVDs per day and 7 days of lead time. The completion rate is 4,000 DVDs per day and lead time is 7 days, so the calculation for WIP is 7 multiplied by 4,000. The process can tolerate duplication orders at a maximum WIP of 28,000 DVDs at any one time. To maintain this flow, the team implements a pull system, where orders for DVD duplication are not approved and processed until the capacity allows. Little's law shows that the relationship between WIP and lead time is a simple, positive, linear correlation. That is, the more WIP you have, the longer it will take for all projects to be completed. Reducing WIP reduces lead time. Reduced lead time means that value-added time represents a relatively greater proportion of the overall time it takes to complete the process. As a comparison of value-added time to lead time is the basis for calculating process cycle efficiency, or PCE, a reduction in WIP has the end result of a higher PCE. You can access the job aid Learn Process Metrics after this video to review the questions about formulas and explanations for important measures and leanness. Process cycle efficiency, or PCE, is an indicator of how lean a process is. The formula for PCE compares the amount of value-added time to the total lead time. To affect this ratio, the lead time must be shortened by reducing one of the two factors that affect it, the amount of work in process or the cycle time. As reducing cycle time can be difficult and costly, reducing WIP is a good place to start. Reducing WIP also has other advantages. For example, it can often significantly reduce costs. To determine the desired WIP amount needed to achieve a particular lead time, you use Little's law to solve for WIP by multiplying the desired lead time by average completion rate, or dividing the desired lead time by the cycle time. Imagine traffic coming up to a construction site at a busy highway bridge. The construction workers directing the traffic have been told that once 50 cars are backed up, they should let them through. After that, the workers close the road again and do more work until another 50 cars are backed up. Would this slow traffic flow? The flow in a batch processing system, the traditional system often used in mass production, stops and starts much like the traffic in the previous example. Batch processing is the norm in many organizations. But if work has to sit and wait until the batch quantity is reached before moving on, then work in process, or WIP, increases and process efficiency is reduced. As a result, lean organizations convert a batch process to a continuous flow process. A common example of this is converting to one-piece flow process. Here is an example of how a lean organization optimized its operations to reduce WIP, increase process efficiency, and optimize the process flow. An organization's process has characteristics like a single-piece flow, with no batches, and so there's no excess WIP, or the flow is arranged in a straight line, U-shape, or cellular sequence. Another characteristic could include the work at each station reliably being performed with no equipment breakdowns and no wasted motions. An additional characteristic ensures high quality is maintained at each station with defects detected and eliminated. The lean manufacturing method offers several interrelated approaches to improving process flow, and they all work in some way to reduce WIP. These approaches include establishing one-piece flow, using a pull system, and setting the pace with takt time. The first approach is to establish a one-piece flow rather than a batch flow. Although it may seem counterintuitive, work can move faster through a process if it does so one piece at a time. Consider the assembly process for a piece of sporting equipment at 3 different manufacturers, A, B, and C. The process is the same except for how work moves between operations of the process. Let's look at 3 manufacturers to learn more about the effect of one-piece flow on streamlining a process. Manufacturer A's process has 4 stations. Work moves from station to station when a pallet of 120 units is filled. The first station passes the work to the second station after 2 hours. Although each station only takes 1 minute to do its part, the first completed unit comes off the line in 6 hours and 1 minute. The first completed batch of 120 takes 8 hours. In manufacturer B, work units move between stations when smaller batches of 30 are reached. The first completed unit comes off the line 91 minutes after startup, and a batch of 120 comes off the line in 2 hours and 4 minutes. Manufacturer C uses a one-piece flow process. Each unit moves to the next station in 1 minute, so the first completed unit comes off the line in 4 minutes. The batch of 120 takes approximately the same time to reach as the process using a 30-unit batch, but the initial time to first product is radically different. This is also true of the process's amount of WIP at any given time. So, of the 3 manufacturers, which one has greater flexibility if its customer demands change? That would be manufacturer C, using a one-piece flow, because it has less WIP at any one time. With lower WIP, there will be less waste. Changes can be more easily accommodated, and product will get flowing again sooner. Even systems that avoid batching run into flow problems when they are based on the traditional approach of pushing product. With push systems, the focus is on optimizing the individual parts of the process so that each produces the most it can. But optimizing the individual operations isn't the same as optimizing the entire process. In fact, it can have the opposite effect. The operations within a process are not necessarily equal. Some are more efficient than others. And sometimes a process relies on operations from different departments, and the departments may be more or less efficient. So the result of getting each operation or department to perform at its individual best is a buildup of WIP and stop and start process flow. Consider a manufacturing situation where the first operation in a process is capable of producing 4,000 units each day. If it does so even when the next 2 operations can only work with 2,000 a day, the process flow will not be continuous. Large amounts of WIP will build up and sit idle while the next part of the process tries to catch up. So rather than pushing product through the system, a process using one-piece flow should use a pull system. A pull system, which maintains a limit on WIP, involves making deliberate decisions about the timing of work released into the process. New work doesn't enter the system until some other work makes room for it by exiting the process. Once you know the desired level of WIP for a process, a pull system regulates the inputs to the process in order to maintain that level. In the case of the sporting equipment assembly process at manufacturer C, the desired WIP and current production numbers were used with a pull system to satisfy current demand. As units leave the system to go to the customer, more work enters the process. In a pull system, it is the customer's requirement that initiates production of a unit. When marketing at manufacturer C provided data that there would be an increased demand for a new type of multipurpose cleat that works equally well on grass and artificial turf, the flow of production was increased. Applying a pull system to a process results in even flow and maintains the desired level of WIP. Customer demand can change. If they do, a system may not be able to meet the changing demand. So some reasonable pace must be set based on customer demand to ensure the right amount of output. The pace can be set by calculating what's called takt time. Takt time is a process flow metric based on customer requirements. It indicates the rate at which each product needs to be produced to keep up with customer demand. Takt time takes into account customer requirements and the available operating time. By determining how many units must be produced per minute, hour, or day, takt time can be used to set the speed of a process. This ensures that a one-piece flow produces sufficient goods or services to keep up with demand. When you're using the takt time formula to calculate the pace of your process, if the two periods are expressed in the same units, such as per day, per hour, or per minute, then the period aspect can be removed from the calculation. Takt time is expressed as time per unit. Each workstation or operation in a process should operate close to takt time without going over. If your process has 4 operations that take 10, 13, 12, and 17 minutes, and the takt time is 13 minutes, one of the operations is taking too long. It exceeds the takt time. Operation 4, in this case, greatly exceeds the takt time and is holding up the process. If operations take significantly less than the takt time, as Operation 1 does in this case, then you have slack time in the process. Slack time results in operators or equipment sitting idle. But you can use this slack time for rebalancing the system by transferring work from the high time stations to the slack time stations to even out the flow. For this process, moving 3 to 4 minutes of work from Operation 4 to Operation 1 will roughly balance the flow at the 13-minute takt time. To get the takt time for a process, you start by calculating the 2 individual elements of the formula. First, you find the net operating time. Follow along in this example to find out how to perform the calculation. If you are examining a business process that has 2 shifts per day and each shift is 8 hours long, the total available operating time is 16 hours per process. You must deduct any downtime, such as lunch breaks for employees. If each shift has downtime for a 1-hour lunch and 2 breaks that add up to 30 minutes, then the total downtime is 3 hours. So the net operating time is the total operating time, 16 hours, less total downtime, 3 hours, which works out to be 13 hours per day. To complete your takt time calculation, you work out the customer requirements. Assume you have data for your process that indicates, on an average, customers will need 600 units per month. You'll remember that net operating time was calculated as 13 hours per day. So now you need to express customer requirements in similar terms so that the denominator in your takt time formula uses the same time unit as the numerator. The time in this example is measured in hours based on a 30-day month, assuming that operations are on all days in a month, so customers require 20 units per day. The takt time for this process is 13 hours per day divided by 20 units per day. Now that the time periods are the same in both the numerator and denominator, you can remove that part of the equation. So the takt time is 13 hours divided by 20 units, or 0.65 hours per unit. Once you've determined takt time, try to adjust your process's speed so that all operations are as close to takt time as possible without exceeding it. Operations vary in the amount of work assigned to them and in their efficiency, so redistributing the work to come up with a well-paced, consistently flowing process may be necessary. You should consider 2 general approaches to achieve takt time throughout your process. Move work from one station to another, or change the number of stations or operations in the process. There are 2 general rebalancing approaches. If possible, you can try to move work from stations that exceed the takt time to those that fall below the takt time. Or simply cutting an operator or workstation out of the process and redistributing the work to the rest of the stations may be possible. This means the resulting evenly distributed work time should come close to takt time. There are 4 options for balancing based on takt time. Certain options are best for certain circumstances. Follow along with the explanation of each option to better understand the choices available. For a well-controlled process with a small amount of variation, the first option is to simply redistribute the work more evenly by assigning uniform slack time. If the average work time is below takt time, you could try balancing the line at the average. When large amounts of variation exist, you can use another relatively simple way to rebalance the process. Simply reassign the work so that any slack time comes at the end of the process. The third option for balancing the line in small variation situations is to determine if it's possible to first get rid of a station or an operator and then redistribute the workload. If this can be done within takt time, the savings this represents makes it a much better option than redistributing the work. If the answer to the question, "Is there significant room for improving this process?" is yes, then you first need to improve the process and then reduce the number of operators and rebalance at the reduced cycle time. Relocating slack time to later stages is useful for processes with large variation because it prevents backups and buildup of WIP when a delay occurs. Having the slack time in later stations will allow a process to better absorb delays. And in high variation processes, fluctuations are to be expected. Before choosing a rebalancing option, you should ask yourself whether non-value-added work can be eliminated to reduce cycle time. If significant improvement is possible, you can then reduce the number of operators and rebalance at the reduced cycle time. This is usually the best approach when rebalancing a process. Consider this example. A Six Sigma team at a DVD duplication plant is trying to rebalance the production process. Although the operations are efficient and produce consistent results, the process flow is not optimum. There are 4 stations which all perform essentially the same work. The current state and the potential options for rebalancing the process are displayed here. Follow along to learn more about what option the team decides is best for rebalancing this process. As this process is fairly well controlled with only minor variation, Option 1, redistributing the work more evenly by assigning uniform slack time, certainly applies. The average work time is much less than the takt time of 7 minutes, so balancing using the average could work. Option 2, moving the slack time to the end of the process, is not appropriate because there is very little variation in the process. Option 4 does not apply because the operations are quite efficient and no further improvement in them can be expected. But as the average work time is much less than the takt time of 7 minutes, it is possible to reduce the number of operators by 1 before averaging out the workload among the remaining 3. So option 3 will be used to balance the line. Although option 1 would work, the opportunity to reduce the number of operators before averaging out the work times is a far better option that will result in cost savings. Using takt time as the basis for balancing a process is vital to meeting customer requirements in a one-piece process flow. It is not enough for the work to be evenly distributed if the pace at which the process flows differs too greatly from the takt time. Improved process flow can be achieved with the use of one-piece flow, pull systems, and takt time. Reduced work in process, or WIP, is one of the keys to improving process efficiency, and it can be achieved using one-piece flow and a pull system. Once WIP is reduced, you can ensure a process meets customer needs by setting the pace based on takt time. Takt time compares the net operating time to the customer requirements for the same period, and you can use it to rebalance a process. Moving work from one part of a process to another can ensure that each operation runs as close to takt time as possible while not exceeding it. Depending on the amount of variation in the process and whether or not there is room for improvement before rebalancing, different options apply. You can assign uniform slack time, move the slack time to the end of the process, or reduce the number of operations and redistribute the work. For processes with room for prior improvement, You can first improve the process, and then reduce the number of operators and rebalance at the improved. Six Sigma teams assess the efficiency and flow of current processes with the aim of improving organizational processes, products, and services. In order to do this, black belts need to determine process flow metrics and establish the impact that hidden factories could have on process flow metrics. But what's a hidden factory? The concept doesn't have a set definition, but typically refer to any and all non-value or wasteful components of a process that are unnecessary, such as scrap, or products that require unnecessary rework. Hidden factories aren't just found in a process, however. The concept also relates to the level of productivity within the organization and how that relates to money and value, costs, quality, and production time. For example, hidden factories can be composed of unnecessary activities, costs stemming from unnecessary equipment, unused workspace, and ineffective inspections or analyses. Essentially, any work done beyond what is required to yield a high-value product or service as reflected in business reports constitutes a hidden factory. Ineffective measurement systems that fail to detect hidden factories can result in both monetary and product value losses. However, if these areas are reworked, the result can lead to a drop in the cost of poor quality, or COPQ, which ultimately benefits the organization. Unless hidden factories are detected, the success of an improvement project will be undermined. You need to bring the hidden factories into the light by examining processes and looking beyond what's obvious, and documenting multiple cycles of examined processes. Often, the negative impact of hidden factories can be reduced if an organization follows standardized process procedures. To avoid letting a hidden factory build, you must pay close attention to issues that may hint at underlying problems. These can include unforeseen costs, long cycle times, overdue deliveries, overproduction, lack of customer loyalty, value of time versus quality, sales losses, and excess inventory. These are all areas that can lead to the hidden costs and inefficiencies that constitute a hidden factory. Here are several examples of problems and oversights that could result in a hidden factory. There could be hidden costs as a result of a small flaw in a product that renders the entire product unusable, or it could include scrapped excess parts that are still usable. More examples include a problem in a process that isn't investigated because the scrap per part seems negligible, and an undetected error in production that causes customers to return a faulty product, prompting a costly investigation into the cause of the problem. Additional examples include an employee with improper training who takes overly long to complete a task, resulting in scrap and product rework, suppliers that don't provide value for money, and the failure to carry out safety checks, resulting in excessive maintenance and repair costs. The stapler is in the office, the printer is down the hall, the paper is in the storage closet, and the stamps are kept at the reception desk. This setup means the simple process of mailing a letter involves many unnecessary steps and will have you crisscrossing your own path. If mailing a letter is something you do often, chances are you will want to rearrange things so the materials you need are all conveniently located. You want the minimal amount of wasted movement for the letter mailing process. Once you know the amount of wait time, or non-value added time in a process, the next logical step is to identify where and how that time is being spent. Before digging too deeply into any one process analysis area, you should look for time traps. You can use several process analysis tools to reveal where time is being spent, including spaghetti diagrams, Venn diagrams, and process maps. A good first step for analyzing process flow is making a spaghetti diagram. Spaghetti diagrams, also called layout charts, are simple but useful tools for analyzing processes. They are quick and easy to make workflow diagrams. Although they don't provide the same depth of information as some other tools, such as process diagrams and value stream maps, spaghetti diagrams can tell you whether a process flows efficiently, logically, and with the least amount of wasted movement. Spaghetti diagrams map movement. The movement in question may be people, or, in process improvement, it will more often be the movement of information or material. The name spaghetti diagram comes from the typical appearance of this chart before improvement. It usually looks like a tangled mass of spaghetti. You create spaghetti diagrams to find out where bottlenecks and wasted steps occur. These diagrams can expose time spent backtracking, which enables you to improve the process by simplifying and straightening out the flow. The result of improvement efforts should be a reduction in the spaghetti-like appearance of the workflow. Consider this situation where a spaghetti diagram was used to analyze the workflow in the pathology department of a hospital. The department had been having problems with test results being delayed because the layout of the department was not based on the sequence of the workflow. In addition to the cost of wasted movement, delays also meant tests on specimens were less accurate. The testing equipment used by the pathology department is housed in two separate wings of the building. The storage facilities for the specimens and the data are also located in one of the wings. A specimen takes a journey in order to be tested and stored. For testing, after being checked in, specimens are moved to the east wing for one type of analysis. After that analysis is completed, specimens are returned to the central desk. They then go to the west wing for a different type of analysis. And then for storage, specimens are returned to the main desk where results are entered into the system. The files and samples then bounce back between the east and west wings before they are finally returned to the east wing for storage. The spaghetti diagram reveals that the pathology department process has a lot of duplication of forms and activities, much wasted movement, and wasted time spent arranging and scheduling equipment, staff, and couriers. Redesigning the workflow will immediately reduce delays, paving the way for more in-depth process improvement methods. Creating and using a spaghetti diagram involves 5 steps. The first step is to record the layout of the area or use an existing floor plan, blueprint, or layout. Then the second step is to choose the subject or subjects to follow. The third step involves using different colors for each component or team member. Record every movement of the subjects on the diagram. Followed by the fourth step, which is to brainstorm solutions to eliminate the excessive travel. Finally, the fifth step is to improve the process workflow to eliminate the excess movement, perhaps by moving process steps closer to one another. A Six Sigma team working at a large legal firm is constructing spaghetti diagrams for the workflow at the firm's central office. Follow along to learn how the Six Sigma team created and used spaghetti diagrams to improve flow. The first step is to record the layout of the area. The team at the legal firm chooses to use an original blueprint of the building's first floor where the offices are located. In step 2, the team chooses its subjects. In this example, the team decides to follow the path of each case that arrives in a 1-hour period. To get a better sample, team members decide to repeat the procedure every day for a week. For the third step, the team records the movements for each 1-hour period, using different colors to indicate the 2 different types of cases, civil and criminal. When the week is up, the team meets to discuss the results and to brainstorm solutions to the problem of wasted movement. Team members note that criminal cases travel much farther because the research department, legal library, and criminal law offices are not arranged well. The process in place for preparing a criminal case requires a lot of back-and-forth travel, whereas civil cases flow logically and efficiently. The team improves workflow by rearranging the process so that the paths of criminal cases more closely resemble the simpler flow of the civil ones. The office layout is also rearranged to shorten distances between the areas involved. Gemba means the real place, and a Gemba walk is an on-location observation of a process. It provides insight into a process, which can't be obtained from discussing the process off-site. It also promotes teaming, which relates to interaction with people involved in the process with an aim of enacting positive change. Management can take a Gemba walk at any time, regardless of the progress of a process change. Gemba walks can be used to review ideas, observe recent changes, and detect problems with a change implementation. However, the goal of a Gemba walk is not to punish misbehavior or ensure policies are followed. Rather, it is used to gain an overall understanding of the process and how it is carried out in the context of its environment. The primary goal is observation. Problem solving and change implementation can occur, but these might be addressed at a later stage. Gemba walks are ideal for weighing the expectations against the reality of a process. It is advisable to start Gemba walks at a high level of management, as this often results in problems being picked up that have been missed by the immediate supervisor of the process. This approach facilitates the movement and implementation of lean principles from high-level concepts to their tangible application at the functional level. The execution of a Gemba walk is simple. The person doing the walk goes to the location where the process occurs, observes the process, and interacts with the people involved in the process. It is important to fully prepare for a Gemba walk so that your time spent on observation is productive and all process areas or concerns are covered. During the Gemba walk, make sure that specific parts of a process are examined and questions related to operations are asked according to the pre-walk plan. There are 4 basic steps for preparing and conducting a Gemba walk. Prepare the topic you want to address on the walk. This doesn't necessarily mean preparing a list of questions or an agenda, but rather relates to having a theme or reason for the walk. This could be a response to recent good or bad performance or a complaint from a customer. By having an identifiable motivation for the walk, management sends a strong message that they are tuned in to all aspects of the company or process and are willing to engage and take time to learn from problems. Plan the route your walk will take. Often, the theme of your walk will determine the route of the Gemba walk, but it is important to have a pre-planned route to ensure that you cover all areas that need observation. Don't revisit areas already covered, and don't miss any areas that require your attention. During the walk, scan for waste and seek input using open-ended questions. By speaking to people on the floor, you will gain a much deeper understanding of the process and gain valuable insight. Make a note of what you observe and who you talk to. By recording what you see and hear on the ground floor, you can accurately convey useful information to all areas of the organization or those involved in the process once the walk has been completed. Once the Gemba walk has been completed, there are 4 follow-up activities to carry out. The first activity is to capture and categorize findings. Once the Gemba walk has been completed, the findings of the walk need to be compiled and analyzed, and feedback communicated to employees and team members. This feedback should include your observations and plans that will be put in place to address any problems found. Then, the second activity involves you evaluating using Pareto and/or trend charts. These charts will document the types of waste encountered, like overproduction, overprocessing, too much inventory, defects, rework, waiting, delays, transporting, motion, and loss of creativity. A layout of the location floor can also help to keep track of which people were spoken to in which areas. The third activity sees that you integrate findings into the continuous improvement process. Observations from the Gemba walk should be considered in relation to the continuous improvement process. Information gathered should align with the operation's performance metrics to help institute positive change. The fourth activity is the task of following up on any queries. Some employees may pose questions or provide valuable insights requiring feedback at a later stage. Written procedures are also common tools for process analysis and documentation. They describe a process at a high level and outline requirements based on a company's quality standards. You should be familiar with written procedures and work instructions from your Greenbelt training. You can access the content on process maps, procedures, and work instructions after this video to review the information. Different kinds of process maps are used in different ways. Top-down charts, which are handy tools that describe process steps in linear sequence, are excellent for gaining a general understanding of a process. A responsibility matrix, or RACI diagram, is another kind of process map, which describes the 4 levels of responsibility for a process: people who are responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. A functional deployment map is a more complex process map. It takes more time and effort to create, but provides more detailed information on a process's who, what, where, and when information. Functional deployment maps and other process maps require a good understanding of the common symbols used in their construction. These symbols should be familiar to you from your Greenbelt studies. You can access the content on process mapping symbols after this video to review a reference guide for the symbols used in creating process maps. Once you know a process has non-value-added time, you can use various process analysis tools to determine where time is wasted. These include process maps, top-down charts, RACI diagrams, functional deployment maps, Venn diagrams, and spaghetti diagrams. Because some of the tools are basic and easy to use, they are great first steps for improving process flow prior to digging deeply into any one process area. Using these tools, you can quickly detect problems, delays, time traps, and free time in your processes. Several process analysis tools can show where time is being spent in a process. Spaghetti diagrams map the movement of people, information, or material. This can help you find a better layout that avoids wasted movement and delays associated with high-traffic areas. Gemba walks facilitate the observation of a process within its environment. This allows for a deeper understanding of the process and its operations. Written procedures and process mapping are other familiar tools for process analysis that can help reveal areas where time is being trapped and wasted. Simple process maps include top-down charts, which describe process steps in linear sequence, and RACI diagrams, which describe the 4 levels of responsibility for a process. Functional deployment maps, which are more complex and time-consuming to create, provide detailed information on a process's who, what, where, and when. A paint manufacturer couldn't keep pace with competitors, so it bought new equipment to make the mixing process more efficient. But this didn't make the process any faster. In fact, it caused more problems. The packaging process suddenly couldn't keep up with the increased volume. Storage issues arose from the backed-up inventory. And while that problem was being fixed, the sales team continued to market the product at the old prices, when adjusted pricing might have helped reduce overstock. In this situation, rather than improve just one process, the paint manufacturer really needed to examine the entire business system for improvement opportunities. To take this sort of sweeping view of a process requires value stream mapping, or VSM. Rather than focusing on an individual process, value stream maps show the entire stream of activities that go into producing value for the customer. For generating a product or service, you must consider the activities and flow of both material and information for the value stream from start to finish. This includes suppliers, production operations, the final customer, and a myriad of activities in between. In product development, value stream mapping begins with the product design concept and ends with product launch. Value stream analysis involves the creation of 2 maps. The first map reflects the current state of the system, while the second map reflects the future state. Each value stream map is a graphic chart of the processes and activities that a product goes through during its creation. The maps illustrate both the production flow and the information flow. Although originally used in manufacturing situations, value stream mapping is equally useful in service situations. Services have the same sort of value stream that provides a finished product to a customer. Like process mapping, value stream mapping is used to discover and reduce non-value-added time. Reducing non-value-added time means process cycle efficiency, or PCE, is increased due to the relatively greater amount of value-added time. The difference is that value stream mapping considers all activities that affect the production of a product or the delivery of a service, rather than focusing only on the operations in a single production process. Value stream maps reveal many things about processes. They can show you where the various types of waste occur in the system, including overproduction, defects, excess inventory, downtime, and unnecessary transportation, processing, and motion. Value stream maps show links between information and material flow and can be used to identify how the system can change and how lean manufacturing ideas and tools can be incorporated. Conducting a value stream analysis involves 4 steps. The first step is to define the product family. The next step is to draw a current state map, followed by step 3 to draw a future state map. The last step is to plan implementation. To be meaningful, value stream maps should be created for a single related group of products. So in step 1, you define the product family. Product families can be identified by the similar processing steps and equipment they pass through as they move downstream in your manufacturing or service system. It is important to clearly define and document all details of the product family in Step 1, including what the related products are, the demand for the products, and the rate of sales. One convenient tool for determining which products are related is a product and equipment matrix. This type of matrix plots each product against the processes and equipment it passes through. The matrix indicates which products go through similar processes in your system. For the manufacturing process, the first and fifth items receive very similar treatment in the production process and probably belong in the same product family. A Pareto chart can also be used to choose the product family. Products with the highest production volume could be chosen for the value stream map. Process operators and line managers are the ideal people to help define the product family. A cross-functional team can provide valuable insight into product family selection. As product families will often cross organizational boundaries, you may need to establish a value stream manager. This position should be filled by someone with production experience and should be invested with sufficient authority to overcome the cross-departmental difficulties that may arise when mapping the value stream. After deciding on the product family to map in Step 1 of the process, Step 2 is to draw a current state map. Ideally, this begins with a walkthrough of the process by the improvement team to collect current state information. Physically tracing the path of both the material flow and the information flow of the entire value stream can provide an important sense of its sequence and flow. Working backwards through the value stream will help keep the emphasis on what customers value. Beginning at the final link to the customer and backtracking through the system, the team considers how each process step adds or creates customer value. It can be useful to have every team member draw an individual map of the current state using standard icons to convey key information. Afterwards, you can integrate those maps into a single current state map. Many types of data are collected for the value stream map, including cycle time, net operating time, and work in process. Several others may also be collected. Lead time is the total time it takes for one unit to complete the process. It includes both value-added time and non-value-added time. Total cycle time is the total time it takes for a unit to complete all operations, not including wait time. Throughput time is the time it takes for a unit to be completed by the operation from start to finish. Changeover time is the time it takes to switch production from one type of product to another. Uptime is the actual machine time available to run divided by the time scheduled to run. Work time is the available time per period minus breaks and cleanup. If workers on an 8-hour shift have 1 hour for lunch and 2 15-minute breaks, the work time for the shift is 6.5 hours. Queue time is the time that work has to wait before being acted upon. When creating current state maps, improvement teams should classify activities as one of 3 types. The first type of activity is customer value added, the second type is business value added, and the third type is non-value added. Customer value added time is time that the customer would recognize as necessary to the creation of the product. If a task adds a feature or provides a competitive advantage, such as reduced price or faster delivery, then it adds value from a customer perspective. If a customer would choose the product over the competition's offering because of a given task, the time spent on that task adds customer value. Other activities are important to businesses even when they add no customer value. Time spent on tasks required by law or that reduce financial liability are business value-added time. Consider the accounting function. Good accounting doesn't impress customers or make them any more likely to buy your product. But it's valuable to the business because it helps avoid negative consequences. You need to try and eliminate or at least reduce the cost of business value-added tasks. Non-value-added activities are those that neither management nor the customers consider to add value. You should try to eliminate or reduce these time-wasting activities as much as possible. Tasks that involve counting, handling, inspecting, transporting, moving, and storing should raise red flags as activities that potentially add no value. Non-value-added tasks often take up the majority of the time spent producing a product. When deciding how to improve a process, you should tackle these areas first. Reducing the business value-added tasks should come second. Finally, you should focus on the improvement of customer value-added activities. When constructing a current state map, having team members create their own hand-drawn map as they walk backwards through the process can be useful. These individual maps can later be combined into a single current state map that the team can agree upon. Each team member's current state map should use similar icons to represent the various elements in the system. Although value stream mapping icons are not standardized, there are some accepted ways to portray the common elements and activities in processes. Let's look at a few common value stream mapping icons to learn what they represent. Inventory is represented with a triangular icon with the letter I in the center. When mapping the current state, the level of inventory can be approximated with a quick count, and that number can be placed beneath the symbol. Electronic flow is represented by the jagged arrow icon. This icon symbolizes the electronic flow or exchange of information across such platforms as the Internet, intranets, local area networks, and wide area networks. You may include the frequency of interchange, type of media used, and the type of data shared. Manual information flow is represented by the straight arrow. This can include memos, schedules, conversations, and reports. It may also include the frequency of interchange. A process is represented by a rectangle with a horizontal line near the top. A process could be an operation, machine, or department through which material flows. A source is represented by a rectangular icon with a jagged top. It symbolizes the usual starting and ending points of the material flow. The supplier is the usual starting point for the process flow, and the customer is the usual endpoint. Buffer stock is represented by a stack of 3 vertical boxes. This icon represents a safety net of stock to protect against such things as fluctuations in customer orders or system failures. The push arrow icon, a striped straight horizontal arrow, represents the pushing of material from one process to the next. It means that something is produced, regardless of the immediate needs of the downstream process. For example, the Six Sigma team at an auto parts manufacturer is conducting a value stream analysis of its front and rear bumper manufacturing process. After defining the product family in Step 1, team members are in the process of creating a current state map. They start with the source symbols. The supplier is placed on the left, the usual starting point for material flow. The customer is placed on the right, the usual endpoint for material flow. Then the 5 main processes, fabrication, molding, machining, painting, and inspection, are represented by rectangular process boxes. These contain details about cycle time, changeover time, and uptime. For example, the fabrication process has a cycle time of 5 minutes, a changeover time of 45 minutes, and an uptime of 90%. The team adds icons for inventory locations beside each process box. Small boxes are also used to add details about the inventory type and the quantity to be found at each inventory location. For example, the inventory icons on each side of the fabrication process tell you that inventory delivery takes place between the supplier and the fabrication process, and that 4,400 items of inventory are passed from the fabrication process to the molding process. Additional icons representing movement of raw materials to the manufacturer and finished goods to the customer are added in the form of trucks. The suppliers, processes, and customers are connected by the usual thick arrows indicating material flow, but the team connects the final 2 process boxes with a push arrow because, at that stage, there is something that is actually produced prior to going to inspection. The information flow, beginning at Production Planning and Control, PPC, and running down to the processes through the Production Manager, is represented by the manual information arrows between icons. The jagged arrows between processes, supplier sources, and customer sources indicate that aspects of the information flow between these entities are electronic. The eyeglass icons between the Production Manager icon and the fabrication, molding, and machining process boxes indicate information gathered by visual means. Putting the lead time ladder along the bottom of the map is the final step. To get the total production lead time, the team takes the inventory number and divides it by the daily customer requirements. In the ladder, the peaks represent the lead time between each process: 1 week, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 2 weeks, 1 week, and 2 weeks. And the troughs represent the value-added wait time associated with each process: 5 minutes, 8 minutes, 12 minutes, 14 minutes, and 6 minutes. You add the values for both, and this gives you a total lead time of 15 weeks and value-added time of 45 minutes. Step 3 of the value stream mapping process involves having to draw a future state map. The information used to create the current state map is combined with any insight gained from the physical evaluation of all activities. Along with knowledge about lean improvement methods, these form the basis for imagining and designing an improved future state map for the system. To construct a future state map, team members use various lean improvement concepts such as pull, talk time, Kanban, Kaizen, setup reduction, cellular concepts, and total preventive maintenance. The future state map is where the team identifies creative solutions and applies lean manufacturing principles to create a detailed vision of the process's future. As part of creating the future state map, teams brainstorm solutions for all identified issues. The future state map shows specific changes that are required to the current state to achieve the future state of the value stream. The areas where Kaizen events would improve the process are noted, and potential areas for improvement are circled on the map. The Six Sigma team mapped the future state of the value stream for the automobile manufacturing process. First, brainstorm sessions were held, and then possible areas for improvement were identified. Results of the analysis of the value stream maps showed several opportunities for improvement, such as combining processes to create a better flow and eliminating batching of inventory between processes. Let's review elements of the future state map to learn what they mean in relation to the automobile manufacturing process. Kaizen burst icons are used to highlight improvement needs and are represented by the jagged-edged burst symbol. Here, 2 Kaizen bursts were targeted, a design Kanban and a design work cell Kanban. The work cell was created for the fabrication, molding, and machining operations. Takt time was determined as approximately 35 minutes by multiplying the available time per month of 26,000 minutes by the quarterly customer demand, overestimated as 3,000 pieces to be on the safe side. 2 bottleneck processes were identified: machining and painting. The cycle time related to these 2 processes is 8 weeks, and a goal is set to reduce this. The pull arrows are a major change from the current state map, where the flow was indicated by material flow arrows, including a push arrow between the final 2 process boxes. In the future state, the flow of products between suppliers, the manufacturing process, and the customers will be based on the pull of customer demand. Lead and cycle time were recalculated based on the future value stream map. Estimated cycle time and lead time reductions of 33% and 31% respectively were expected, as well as a productivity increase of 25% due to fewer workers needed to do the job. Moreover, the future map is expected to reduce the inventory substantially. 2 production Kanban locations were determined to identify the production process. A Kanban post, represented by a glass symbol, was identified between the painting and inspection subprocesses for pickup of the in-progress material. Signal Kanbans, represented by inverted triangles, were used next to the inventory supermarkets to signal a trigger or minimum point whenever the inventory levels in the supermarket between 2 processes drops. The detailed design of the Kanban system was suggested to be taken up as a Kaizen burst. An inventory supermarket, represented by 4 parallel lines running perpendicular into a horizontal line, was used at the material receiving production starting and ending points to reduce the total inventory and limit the overproduction. A pull method was also used between the sub-processes for this purpose. More sophisticated forecasting, faster reporting, improved communication, and reduced inventory and monthly blanket orders cut the lead and cycle time further. The requirement for visual inspection was eliminated by using automated inspection, and the symbol was deleted from the future state map. In value stream mapping, your power to improve the process lies with the future state map. You need to ask yourself some important questions when creating it. Questions could include, what's the takt time? Which process sets the tempo? Or can work be reallocated and processes leveled? Other questions could include, do manufactured items move based on customer pull? What process improvement methods can be implemented? Can a finished goods supermarket be implemented? And finally, is implementing continuous flow possible? There are many additional icons for use in current and future state value stream mapping. Although not everyone uses the same icons, some common usage has evolved. You can access this job aid, current and future state map icons after this video to review the next time you are creating a value stream map. The fourth and final step in the value stream mapping process is plan implementation. This stage includes developing a step-by-step plan, presenting the plan to management, securing the necessary resources, and ultimately executing the improvement plan to reach the future state. This implementation could take weeks or even months, and the value stream mapping process may need to be repeated a number of times as changes occur. Available resources may affect the speed of implementation, and it is important to plan to have measurable goals and checkpoints along the way to evaluate progress. Project management tools, such as the Gantt charts, are used at this stage to monitor and manage implementation of the improvement plan. So, to recap, value stream analysis allows you to analyze the entire value stream of your process from start to finish. Your first step in a value stream analysis is to ensure you are studying one and only one product family, and you must document that product family choice in detail. You then draw a current state map based on a physical walkthrough of the process. During the walkthrough, you and your team evaluate the nature of the time spent on each process while documenting the flow in reverse. You consult with knowledgeable line personnel and consider ways to improve the value stream. Using the information gathered and your knowledge of lean manufacturing techniques, you then draw a future state map that shows the desirable future process state. With that state as your goal, all aspects of implementation must be accounted for, supported, and executed in the fourth step, plan implementation. Value stream mapping is a way to examine an entire product manufacturing or service system for improvement opportunities. Creating and using value stream maps involves 4 steps: defining the product family to map, drawing a current state map, drawing a future state map, and planning implementation. Many variations of icons are available, but using commonly accepted icons will make both current and future state maps easier to. When you take measurements, you generate results or data. But before you begin measuring, you need to decide what the purpose of the data is. If you know why data needs to be collected, you can determine what characteristic or variable you need to measure. Data is information that is collected and expressed through measurement. It is data that provides Lean Six Sigma professionals with the information they need to make quality improvements. When you measure, you could be trying to decide if something is having a positive or negative effect, or perhaps you need to know the influence of a particular category of data over time. You might need to know where in a process a problem is occurring. Data can be classified as either qualitative or quantitative. The type of data you choose to collect depends on what you want to know. Qualitative data is non-numeric, the result of describing attributes of a population. You can categorize qualitative data. Quantitative data is numeric, the result of counting or measuring attributes of a population. You can order or rank quantitative data. You can access the content titled Examples of Qualitative and Quantitative Data after this video to access the most recent updates to the Black Belt body of knowledge regarding qualitative and quantitative data. Discrete and continuous data are the 2 main data types. But sometimes what appears to be continuous data is actually discrete. For example, if you were compiling marketing data for a company, You might find that 20.04% of customers are between the ages of 41 and 50. You are dealing with decimals and numbers, but that doesn't mean the data you're collecting is continuous. Although you are dealing with continuous values, the variable is the category of age, 41 to 50, that the customers fit into. Because you are categorizing data, it is discrete, even though it deals with numbers. Remember that measurement is the observed value of a variable. It's the variable that determines the data type. A quick test for distinguishing between discrete and continuous data is the half test. If the variable can't be halved, then the data is discrete. The number of employees who arrive late for work is discrete because it doesn't make sense to have half an employee. How late each tardy employee arrived at work is continuous because it makes sense that an employee could be measured as 16.5 minutes late, or half a shift late. Sometimes your data collection priority will be to identify where the information is originating. This type of data is called locational data. Locational data is plotted on a defect by location check sheet, sometimes called a measles chart. This is simply a graphic representation of an item on which the locations of defects are marked as they are identified. When you use a measles chart over a large enough sample of items, a pattern of defect locations will emerge. Suppose you work in quality control for a sportswear manufacturer. The location of sewing faults could lead you to the cause of the faults, for example, a damaged sewing machine. In this case, all you need is a simple drawing of a garment. Then you check a sample of your products and mark the image to show the physical location of each defect in the sample. Before you begin collecting data, it's important that you understand what the data will be used for, so you can be sure to collect the most accurate type. When you need precise measurements, you should collect continuous data. Because continuous data can be refined, it contains more information than discrete. This means you can do more forms of analysis with continuous data. You should use discrete data to create order and make comparisons. Discrete data is generally more understandable, yes or no, pass or fail, defective or non-defective, and count data such as complaints per week or number of employees on a task. It's useful when a definitive answer is needed, such as whether or not something meets a standard. So you'll rely on continuous data to create precision and on discrete data to create order or to make comparisons. For example, if you need to know only whether a delivery was on time or not, then discrete data is adequate. But if it makes a difference to a process how early or late deliveries are, then continuous data is necessary. Knowing with some degree of precision how late raw materials and components are delivered will make a difference in how you deal with a variance. You are likely to take different action knowing whether they sometimes arrive one day late or are consistently late by one or more days. Both discrete and continuous variables have pros and cons. Knowing the strengths and weaknesses of each data type will help you choose the right measurement type for the process you're investigating. The advantage of discrete data is that it is often faster and easier to collect because it fits into a limited number of categories. This also means that it is easier to interpret. Think about a customer satisfaction survey that uses discrete data to rate customers' opinions. With this tool, intangible factors such as delight or displeasure can be more easily understood when converted to discrete values. Six Sigma is concerned with reducing defects and nonconformities. It's naturally oriented toward discrete data because a Sigma calculation tells you how many defects fall within customer requirements. With discrete data, Sigma levels can be calculated easily. Consider this example. If you tuned in to the local weather report, would you rather hear that the temperature was 68 degrees Fahrenheit or that it was warmish out? The main disadvantage of discrete data is that it lacks precision. This makes it more difficult to measure than continuous data. There is also the danger of missing important information. Because data is characterized, nuances such as the actual amount of variation can be lost. Also, discrete data usually requires large samples before a meaningful pattern can be detected. In most cases, continuous data is preferable to discrete data because it tells you more about a process. Since continuous data can be infinitely divided, the slightest variation or change in data can be detected, measured, and analyzed. Continuous data is more precise. Discrete data can tell you whether something is on target or not. But because continuous data can be measured, you can use it to determine by how much something has missed a target. Because continuous data contains more information than discrete data, smaller sample sizes may be adequate to determine the extent of a change in a process variable. The disadvantages of continuous data are due to its complexity. Because it's divisible and can be interpreted in a number of different ways, continuous data takes up a lot of storage space. Organizations have a finite amount of space to store data, and the storage of large amounts of data can consume significant resources. There is also the danger of losing important points among the massive information that you collect. Continuous data is more difficult to interpret than discrete data and frequently requires a measuring instrument or tool. The measuring tool could be as simple as a ruler or as complex as an electron microscope or mass spectrometer. Sophisticated measuring instruments will add to the cost of collecting data. Specialized tools also require specialized skills to operate and have high capital and maintenance costs. Both discrete and continuous data are widely used in Six Sigma projects for measurement and analysis. The ultimate decision to choose between using discrete and continuous data depends mainly on what you need to know and other factors such as cost. Ultimately, you'll have to determine the trade-off between implementation costs and anticipated benefits of collecting either data type. Measurement is a process that allows you to classify things using numbers. Measurements can be subjected to statistical analyses and used as a base for quality improvement. The data can be classified as either quantitative, numeric, or qualitative, non-numeric. Quantitative data refers to data that can be measured and captured over time, while qualitative data would be things that you can't really measure. The two main data types used in Six Sigma are discrete and continuous. Discrete data has a finite or countable number of values. Continuous data can be broken down into smaller and smaller parts and still have meaning. Discrete data is often faster and easier to collect because it fits into a limited number of categories. Continuous data contains more information and is more precise. However, the large amounts of data require more storage, and it may be difficult to find meaning in the mass of collected information. Measurements don't exist unless given some form, and what imparts that form is the measurement system. At their heart, all measurement systems have a human element. Even the words that we use to describe measurement, Fahrenheit, Newton, angstrom, Kelvin, watt, joule, hertz, pay tribute to this influence. In fact, each time you use a system of measurement, you are creating a connection between the original developer and yourself as the human who is using that system to gather data. A well-known statistical adage says that all measurements are wrong, but some are more wrong than others. What this means is that no measurement is perfect, because measurement involves continuous data that can theoretically be measured in infinitely smaller units. Your choice of tools and measurement system will depend on the required degree of accuracy, how close a measurement is to an accepted standard, and precision, how closely two or more measurements agree. Measurement tools are instruments or devices used to apply a measurement system to a test unit. Many measuring tools are very simple and straightforward, a clock to measure time or a ruler to measure length. But there are also many specialized tools available. You can ask yourself a number of questions when you first start to think about choosing a measurement tool. For instance, what is the variable to be measured? Or how discriminating does the measurement device need to be? What level of analysis is required of the results? Other questions may include, what are the conditions that are needed to use the tool properly? And is it important that this tool yield comparable or repeatable results with reuse? Do the circumstances permit direct observation? The first thing to do when taking measurements is to characterize the types of tools necessary to determine the physical parameters you want to measure. Measurement tools can be grouped into 5 distinct categories based on the type of forces used to make the measurement. First, you get mechanical tools, which are devices that are used directly and don't employ a secondary method of measurement. You can use electronic tools to convert measures to electric impulses that are stored or displayed on a readout. Pneumatic tools can be used to take measurements using air pressure or air velocity. And you can use light tools to take measurements using light technology. Finally, electron tools take measurements using electron beams. Let's look at each tool in more detail. Mechanical tools are the oldest form of measuring device, dating back to times when the only form of readout was that suited to the eyes. Digital calipers are now routinely used in place of the old mechanical style. Examples include a steel rule or a micrometer calipers, an instrument used in measuring the thickness of materials on a micrometer scale. The precision of mechanical tools is restricted by many factors, including the skill of the operator, the accuracy with which the tools were manufactured, and environmental factors such as wear and tear. In most Six Sigma applications, the accuracy, precision, and speed of response needed is far greater than traditional mechanical measurement tools can yield. Electronic tools are the natural evolution of mechanical tools. In fact, many mechanical devices include electronic components. These tools have made high-precision measurement routine and reliable. There are hundreds of types of electronic measuring devices, including many types of digital scales. A sophisticated example of an electronic measuring tool would be a coordinate measuring machine, a device for dimensional measuring of an object's surface. Pneumatic tools are useful for applications that can't use surface-to-surface contact. Some gauges are sensitive enough to produce measurements to a millionth of an inch. Pneumatic instruments are often used to measure surface pressure or roughness. Some tools, for example air gauges, are used to measure bore sizes of holes for parts in automotive industry. These tools are also used for specific applications in the healthcare industry for taking readings such as intraocular pressure. Sometimes the material to be measured must be kept isolated from probes of all types, so you won't be able to use conventional mechanical or electronic measurement devices. Light tools use light waves or lasers to take minute measurements that are incredibly accurate and precise. An example of a light tool is the optical comparator, a type of inspection machine that projects magnified images of parts onto a screen to take measurements or for comparison to a standard overlay profile or scale. Unlike micrometers and calipers, which measure one dimension at a time, comparators measure length and width simultaneously. Comparators are frequently used in the manufacturing industry for routine inspection of machined parts. Electron tools use electron beams to take measurements many times smaller than would be possible with optical equipment. They are widely used in medicine. Examples are sophisticated electron microscopes, which take subatomic measurements, and electron polarimeters, which measure the polarization of light and are used extensively in molecular and nuclear physics. Measuring instruments can be further classified by the method of measurement they use. Let's look at some classifications. Transfer tools measure by direct contact and then transfer the measured dimension to a measuring scale. Discrete gauges confirm whether a unit passes or fails a standard. Continuous gauges measure the actual value of a characteristic. Reference surfaces measure characteristics such as flatness or smoothness. We'll take a closer look at each classification next. Transfer tools don't contain a specific measurement system. They measure dimensions of an object through direct contact, and the measurement is then used as a comparison or transferred to a measurement scale for reading. Transfer tools, for example spring calipers, are useful measurement tools when you are working with round or oddly shaped materials. Calipers are frequently used in conjunction with precision rulers for accurate measurement transfer to various scales. Discrete gauges, also referred to as attribute gauges, measure whether something conforms to a standard or not. This is known as go, no-go, or pass-fail. They are usually simple mechanical objects that don't rely on moving parts. Discrete gauges are simple to use, but have limited use for quality improvement because they measure only whether something passes or fails to meet a standard. Examples of discrete gauges are limit gauges. gauges made to the specific design limits of the dimension being studied, and master gauges, high accuracy gauges of known calibration used as a comparator. Continuous gauges, also referred to as variables gauges, are used to measure the degree of conformation that a unit has to specific physical dimensions. While discrete gauges only tell you if an object conforms to a specification, continuous gauges tell you how much it conforms. Continuous gauges are useful for determining process capability and are used to provide much of the data used with variable control charts. Examples of continuous gauges include plug gauges used to measure the diameter of holes or gaps, and indicator gauges used to measure variables such as pressure, thickness, or depth. Continuous gauges can be divided into fixed and adjustable types. Fixed continuous gauges measure one specific thing, for example, the width of a specific size part. Adjustable continuous gauges can be set for use across a wide range of measurements. Reference surfaces, sometimes called measuring surfaces, are planes of known dimensions and smoothness that contain points that other measurements refer to. A reference surface could be the surface of an instrument or machine bed, or it could be a purpose-made gauge. These surfaces are used to measure the straightness or parallelism of a unit and are critical for measuring both flatness and curvature. Reference surfaces are a critical tool in industries that involve precision machining, such as with optical lenses. Gauge blocks are simple but highly accurate instruments used as a basic reference for measurement and calibration. They consist of durable material, such as steel, that is ground to specific tolerances and calibrated in very small increments. Gauge blocks typically come in sets ranging in length from only a fraction of an inch to several inches. When would you use a gauge block? For instance, for direct measurement applications, to check and set micrometers, vernier calipers, and other measuring instruments, to set up, assemble, and inspect machines. Various length dimensions can be created by ringing gauge blocks. Ringing is the process of sliding two blocks together and twisting so that they bond lightly. Because the block surfaces are very smooth, twisting forces the air out from between the blocks, and molecular attraction holds them together. Ringability is a good test of the integrity of the surface condition of the gauge block. If the block doesn't ring, the surface may be damaged and the block will produce unreliable results. If you want to achieve the most reliable and precise measurements possible for whatever you're measuring, you have to choose the right tool for the job. Now that you understand measurement tools and how they're used, you should be aware that every step in the measurement process could be a potential source of error. Measuring instruments range from tools as basic as a simple ruler to sophisticated devices capable of measuring at the subatomic level. Different tools have different accuracy levels and increments of measurement. How accurate a measurement tool you need comes down to a few basic questions. For instance, what are you measuring? What are you going to do with the measurements? Who are you measuring for? You can access the job aid measurement tools after this video to reference different types of measurement tools. When choosing a measuring tool, the level of discrimination is one of the most important features. Discrimination is the smallest readable division on the tool. The discrimination given to an instrument is an arbitrary designation assigned for the purpose of a particular type of measurement. Because gauges are never perfect, you may have to decide how much of the unit tolerance can be used up by the errors in the gauge. One of the fundamental rules of choosing a measuring tool is called the Rule of 10. The Rule of 10 states that the smallest increment of a measuring instrument should be 10 times more precise than what is being measured. A simple way to think about the Rule of 10 is that the instrument should be 10 times more precise than the subject. This means that the smallest increment of a measuring instrument must be less than or equal to 1/10 of the tolerance of whatever it is measuring, and that the least count of a calibration tool should be less than or equal to 1/10 that of the measuring instrument. No measuring instruments are infinitely precise. The Rule of 10 is based on the smallest increment of a measuring instrument, known as least count. The Rule of 10 makes sure the instrument is sensitive enough for the job to be done. For example, let's say you are plotting a control chart. If you use the values of a gauge that has a least count of 1/2 or 1/3 of tolerance, it will not be precise enough to record the true characteristic of the variable and would show an almost completely straight line. This would be because your tool is not sensitive enough to detect even inherent normal variation. Consider this example. A black belt works for a manufacturer of precision drills. He has determined the tolerance on the diameter of a particular drill bit is 0.001 inches. The rule of 10 means that the increment of measurement on his measuring tool must be 0.001 divided by 10, or 0.0001 inch. Similarly, the increment of measurement for the calibration standard for that measuring tool must be 0.0001 divided by 10, or 0.00001 inch. There are a number of things to think about before you make your final choice of measuring tool. Let's look at some questions you may ask yourself. For instance, can this tool divide the tolerance into at least 10 increments? Is there a lower precision tool available? Is this tool calibrated correctly? Is this tool subject to error-causing disturbances? Other questions include, does this tool conform to accepted standards? Does this tool use the best measurement scale for the purpose? Can the results of this tool be repeated and reproduced? Categories of tools are divided by how they take measurements. Categories include mechanical, electronic, pneumatic, electron, and light tools. Measurement tools themselves are instruments used to apply a measurement system to a test unit. Types of tools include transfer tools, discrete gauges, continuous gauges, and reference surfaces. Different tools have different accuracy levels and increments of measurement. The rule of 10 states that the least count of a measuring tool should be less than or equal to 1/10 of the tolerance of what is being measured. The least count of a calibration instrument should be less than or equal to 1/10 that of the measuring tool. By itself, a measurement scale is just an arbitrarily established set of increments. What makes a scale relevant is the standard that it relates to. Consider the temperature. If the weather report tells you that the temperature at a vacation destination is 21 degrees, your first question will be whether the temperature scale is Fahrenheit or Celsius. Until you know how the scale relates to temperature, just knowing that it's 21 degrees isn't enough information. The way you analyze data depends on how you've measured it. It's important to understand the scale level, so you'll be able to choose appropriate measurements and minimize analysis errors. If you need to refresh yourself on measurement scales, you can do so now. Access the content Understanding Scales of Measurement after this video to review measurement scales. The level of measurement of a variable describes the type of information you are seeking. Data falls into one of 4 levels of measurement: nominal, ordinal, interval, or ratio. The nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio, or NOIR scales, are arranged hierarchically in terms of the capability of the data. The nominal level is the bottom, and the ratio level is at the top. Each level includes all of the qualities of the one below it and adds something new. The type of scale and its place in the hierarchy determines the refinement of your analyses. The level of measurement is not inherent to a variable itself. You can take the same variable, for example, color, and measure it on each of the 4 scales. Now, let's look at each level in detail. In a nominal scale, the values are assigned a name. A nominal scale for color could be red, blue, yellow, and green. In an ordinal scale, the values are assigned a rank. An ordinal scale for color could be light, dark, darker, and darkest. In an interval scale, the values are assigned a number. An interval scale for color could measure the wavelength in nanometers. In a ratio scale, the values are assigned a proportion based on absolute zero. A ratio scale for color could be 0 to 100% saturation. There are 2 major categories of statistics, each with specific goals and specific methods of analysis. Descriptive statistics allows you to summarize and describe data to simplify your understanding of that data. Inferential statistics help you decide what inferences, conclusions, and predictions can be made based on your data. Descriptive statistics, sometimes called enumerative statistics, are used to describe the basic features of data. They're simple, descriptive summaries that state what the sample and measures show about the data. Descriptive statistics are straightforward and easy to interpret. Paired with simple graphics analysis, they're the foundation of quantitative data analysis. You can access the job aid Statistics Tools after this video to reference some statistics tools. A frequency distribution is a list of the values that a variable takes in a sample ordered by quantity. It can be used with nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio data. Because frequency distributions are usually represented in graphic form, such as a bar chart or pie chart, they are useful for determining the nature and shape of your data. To analyze data, you need a value that indicates the typical value of the set. Measurement scales use the center of a distribution of observations, the measure of central tendency, to relate other measurements to. The three measures of central tendency are the mean, median, and mode. In a normal distribution, the mean, median, and mode are all the same value. Each measure defines the center of a distribution differently. So, the mean is the numeric average, the median is the middle value, and the mode is the value that occurs most often. Nominal data uses the mode as a measure of central tendency, while ordinal data uses the median. Interval and ratio data use the mean with normal data and the median with skewed data. The hierarchy rule of measurement scales means that statistical measures appropriate for data at one level can also be used for types of data higher in the hierarchy. For example, the median can be used to describe central tendencies in ordinal level data. Therefore, it can also be used to describe central tendencies in interval level data. But certain measures are more appropriate at each level. For example, the mode is useful for categorizing data and is appropriate for use with the nominal level. However, in interval and ratio scales, the mode will not be very meaningful due to the distribution of the data. Although the mode can be used, at these higher levels, the mean and the median provide a better measure of central tendency. Standard deviation is used for interval and ratio data. Standard deviation is a measure of dispersion. That is, it describes the extent to which data is spread out or dispersed around the mean. It explores the spread of data by producing a value calculated by looking at the differences between individual values and the mean. Put simply, the mean describes the position of the data distribution, while the standard deviation describes the width of the distribution. If you have a large standard deviation, it indicates that your data is widely dispersed, and the mean won't be a good indicator of an average score. If your standard deviation is small, it means your data values are close to the mean and are indicative of a true average. A ratio scale has all the properties of the interval scale, so all the tools suited to interval scales apply to ratio scales as well, with an added potential for assessing dispersion using the coefficient of variation. The coefficient of variation, or CV, is used in describing the relative amount of variation in a population. The CV is a simple calculation based on the ratio of the standard deviation to the mean. The lower the CV, the more uniformity exists. The CV is usually expressed as a percentage and is a useful statistic for comparing the degree of variation from one data group to another, even if the means are very different. The coefficient of variation ratio is useful because it's independent of the units of observation. For example, the value of the standard deviation of your weight over 6 months will be different depending on whether it's measured in pounds or kilograms. The ratio, however, will be the same in both cases. Inferential statistics, sometimes called analytical statistics, are more than descriptions. They're used to reach conclusions that go beyond the straightforward presentation of data, allowing you to make inferences about characteristics of a population based on a sample. You can access the job aid Statistics Tools after this video to reference statistics tools. Arguably, the chi-square statistic is the best known test for nominal data. Chi-square determines statistical significance, the likelihood that you've acquired the results you find in your analysis by chance alone. The chi-square uses nominal data to determine whether a relationship between two variables in a sample is likely to reflect a real association between these two variables in the population as a whole. Simply put, it tests the goodness of fit between an observed and an expected distribution. The key factor in determining which statistical test to run is the nature of the data to be analyzed. So far, you have been reviewing tools that made assumptions about the data. But what if your data does not meet all the assumptions that you need for analysis? Non-parametric tests are so called because they don't make assumptions about population parameters. You can use non-parametric tests under particular circumstances. For instance, when data is measured on a nominal or ordinal scale, assumptions about the data are not met or are questionable, the sample size is small, and the variables cannot be assumed to be normally distributed. With inferential statistics, you use correlation with interval and ratio scales to test the strength and direction of the relationship between two variables, and to make estimates and predictions about behavior. There are different ways to measure correlation, but all of them produce measures of association, statistics that tell you how strongly related two variables are. Simply put, a correlation is a number between -1 and +1 that measures the degree of association between two variables. A positive value for the correlation implies a positive association, and a negative value implies the inverse. You can use scatter plots to represent correlation. The Pearson correlation coefficient, R, is widely used in inferential statistics. It measures the degree of association between two variables, x and y. The Pearson correlation gives you the ratio of the variation shared by x and y to the variation of x and y separately. To answer a statistical question, you have to translate it into a hypothesis, a statement that can be subjected to tests. The most common hypothesis tests for interval and ratio data fall under the analysis of variance, or ANOVA. ANOVA is a group of statistical procedures that is used to examine differences in mean values. The key test statistic related to ANOVA is F-statistic. The t-test is concerned with finding out if the mean of one group is actually different from a specified mean or the mean of another group. ANOVA compares more than two datasets by comparing their means. Essentially, ANOVA is an extension of the t-test to more than two groups. The data used in statistical analyses is measured on 4 scales: the nominal scale, the ordinal scale, the interval scale, and the ratio scale. Nominal data is available only in distinct categories. Ordinal data is categorical, but the categories can be ranked. Interval data is represented by real numbers and is measured in equal increments. Finally, ratio data is similar to interval-level data, but 0 represents a real value. Each type of data has a measure of central tendency: the mean, the median, or the mode. The mean is valid only for interval data or ratio data. The median can be determined for ordinal data as well as interval and ratio data, and the mode can be used with nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio data. You have a variety of statistical tests available for each level of data. Your choice of a particular test will depend on the type of data to be analyzed and on the question you want answered. It may be impractical or even impossible to collect information about every unit in a population. In these cases, you'll use sampling to gather information. Sampling is a way of learning about a large group of items or events by examining smaller subsets, or samples, and then inferring the characteristics of the larger population from what the samples indicate. The first step in sampling is identifying the population that you want to learn more about. If, for example, you want to find out how many women own sports cars, you know that the population under scrutiny is women owning sports cars. You would use sampling to select representative individuals from this vast group so that an inference about characteristics of interest can be made about this population based on a sample. To accurately represent the whole of the population that you're studying, a sample must be true and free from bias. This means a clear and considerate sampling plan will be a key element of your data collection plan. A sampling plan is a blueprint for how sampling will be done, the sampling procedure your team will use to gather data. Sampling plans lay out the details and procedures for collecting representative samples of the parameters of interest, while ensuring that all defined questions can be answered. Homogeneity and heterogeneity are terms used to describe the distribution of attributes or characteristics within a population. Homogeneity refers to how things are the same, while heterogeneity refers to how things are different. In sampling, homogeneity is the degree to which a characteristic or property is evenly distributed between units in a population. You could say that a population is homogeneous with respect to a characteristic if all the units possess that characteristic. But for the purpose of analysis, populations are classified using practical homogeneity. Under this condition, the units are not identical, but differences for the characteristics being studied are minor enough to be insignificant in relation to the project objectives. Heterogeneity is one of the biggest impediments to optimizing a data collection plan, and it can be a great source of uncertainty in decision-making. Because sampling errors affect the accuracy of your results, teams use techniques such as taking samples at the same time each day to avoid inadvertent heterogeneity. There are 3 basic methods of sampling. Let's take a look. Simple random or just random sampling is arguably the purest form of sampling because each unit has an equal and independent chance of being selected for the sample. Although it may not be as precise as other methods, simple random sampling may be the most cost-effective alternative due to its cost-benefit ratio. Simple random sampling is best used with an accurate and easily accessible database that lists an entire population. By using random sampling, you will avoid inclusion bias from convenience sampling, when team members choose the samples easiest to obtain, or judgmental sampling, where samples are chosen based on personal preference. You should be familiar with random sampling methods from your Greenbelt training. Access the content Simple Random Sampling after this video to refresh your knowledge. If you don't have a lot of knowledge about the population, simple random sampling is appropriate. But often there are distinct factors that divide up a population into subpopulations or strata. As your knowledge about a population's heterogeneity improves, you can use more precise sampling methods such as stratified sampling. Stratified sampling is used when units in the population fall into distinct categories or strata, such as age groups or departments at a workplace. An example in a manufacturing environment would be samples taken during various phases of the production cycle or at different work shifts during the day. Stratified sampling ensures the proportion of different groupings present in the population is reflected in the sample. Consider a black belt who is sampling a population made up of products where 50% are produced during the day shift and 50% during the night shift. Simple random sampling runs the risk of selecting products from only one of those shifts. Stratified sampling would split the population into 2 homogeneous groups, day shift and night shift, and then random sampling would be done within each group. Stratified sampling is useful for establishing parameters of a relatively heterogeneous population using a smaller sample. You might use stratified sampling for initiatives such as examining customer preferences within geographic areas or income brackets. You can access the content Stratified Sampling after this video to refresh your knowledge of stratified sampling methods. Systematic sampling is similar to random sampling, but involves systematic selection of samples. A starting point is chosen at random from the population data, and thereafter, every nth item is chosen. It is important that the starting point and the value of n is chosen randomly for this being a random sample. Systematic sampling is generally used when the population data is ordered or an ordered list is used for sampling. Examples include sampling of products manufactured in time order, sampling based on alphabetical list or number sequence, and households based on house numbers. Let's look at the most recent updates to the Black Belt body of knowledge regarding sampling techniques. Previously, you learned about simple, random, systematic, and stratified sampling. Now, let's consider 2 further sampling techniques that can be used on LSS projects: rational subgroup and block sampling. Subgroup or rational subgroup sampling involves grouping like with like. In other words, collecting your data from subgroups where the characteristics of interest are evident. Only those items that are produced under essentially the same conditions are selected in a subgroup sample. The subgroup is chosen to make sure that only common cause variations are responsible for variations in the subgroup. Observations are made in a time-ordered sequence. A rational subgroup is the basis of all control charts. The statistics, such as the range and average, are computed separately for each subgroup before being plotted on a control chart. For example, if a die-cut machine produces 200 units per hour and the quality engineer measures 10 randomly selected units at the start of each hour, each sample of 10 units is a subgroup. Another example would be where several passengers are processed at each of the 6 counters of an airline's facility at an airport. If one passenger is selected at the end of each hour for 4 hours at each counter, this would make 6 subgroups of 4 passengers each. Within subgroup variation for each subgroup is then used to determine the control limits. Using these control limits, variations and patterns between subgroups can be analyzed. The goal of this technique is to minimize the within subgroup variation so that subgroup to subgroup variations become more prominent and detectable. Block sampling, or cluster sampling, is a technique where a number of blocks or clusters are chosen to gain a picture of data that is time and/or sequence dependent. Block sampling is extensively used in Six Sigma to investigate when or how a previously identified problem started and ended. For example, if an invoicing error was first noticed in the beginning of the year, all invoices for the month of January may be sampled to investigate when and how the problem began and if this is still occurring. Another example would be when analysts at a telecom services company sample all female and male customers in the 30 to 40 age group to determine causes of higher churn rate. Block sampling has 3 steps. First, calculate a sample size that is statistically valid. Then, identify the time and location for initiating the data collection effort. Finally, use the first sample from the operation at that time and every unit after until you have data on N units. The advantage of block sampling is that it allows statistically valid inferences about the block examined. This method allows the Six Sigma team to focus on a potential problem with a single machine, operator, or a specific process. In terms of disadvantages, it requires large samples and does not help identify new problems or those beyond a particular block of time, process, or location. One of the greatest threats to data accuracy is bias. Bias occurs when sample measurements deviate from true population measurements, typically in one direction. Selection bias happens when a sample or data pool is not representative of the population being studied. There are 2 types of selection bias. Inclusion bias is a form of stacking the deck. It happens when team members consciously or unconsciously collect data they prefer or are familiar with, or they gather data just from sources or individuals that are easy to contact. An example would be calculating customer satisfaction levels only from people who have made warranty claims. Exclusion bias is a type of selection bias that results from failing to include representative data from the entire population or process. An example would be not sampling across all shifts or locations at a manufacturing plant. There are many opportunities to introduce error throughout the data collection procedure. Errors can occur while data is being collected, organized, inputted, or interpreted. A clear and easily implemented plan can circumvent many of these opportunities for error. Data errors often result from a lack of clarity in the plan, or from a problematic data input interface. There are a number of other common areas of error, including units of measure that are not defined. Clearly defining the measurement standard is important. For example, is a numbered measurement metric or imperial? Similarity of handwritten characters is vital too. Data that is written by hand can lead to transcription errors. It is easy to mistake a 2 for a Z or an O for a 0. What about inadequate measurement systems? The measurement system must support the project. For example, is the data pool large enough to determine if a sample is within specification? Details are also important, especially with numeric data. Rounding off numbers can lead to cumulative error. Miscounting and misclassification can be due to human error or bias, to inadequate gathering techniques, or to measurement equipment that isn't properly calibrated. What about multiple points of data entry? When this happens, version control of documents becomes a problem. As well, it's easy for one team member to inadvertently overwrite the work of another. You should consider poor instructions or training as well. Team members can't be effective if they don't know what they're supposed to do or how to do it. There is always a danger that they will inadvertently introduce conditions that will result in biased data. Plans must allow for the training and feedback necessary to allow team members to do their jobs correctly. Finally, clarity and preciseness of instructions are important. Misinterpretation of ambiguous terminology can result in a disconnect between what's wanted and what's delivered. Now, let's look at two attributes of a measuring system in Six Sigma and the differences between them. There are two key attributes of a measurement system: accuracy and precision. Accuracy is the ability of a gauge or measurement tool to measure the true value of a variable of interest on average in a process, product, or service. Accuracy errors in measurement systems are caused by bias and linearity errors. Precision is the amount of variation in the measurement system when repeated measurements of the same variable of interest for a process, product, or service, or parts thereof, are taken using the same device. With precision, you need to make sure that you're getting consistent data with minimal variation, and that precision is attribute of the measurement system itself. When collecting information on the same variable with the same device, you should get those repeated measurements. Less spread means more precise. Remember, this refers to the variation of the measurement system itself that gets added to the final observation for the part, process, or service measurement. A lack of precision in measurement systems is due to excessive repeatability and reproducibility variation. Let's further consider these concepts using a precision and accuracy example. Say you're throwing darts, and those darts land all over the place. This means your system is not accurate or it's not precise. If you're throwing darts and you're getting a group around the bullseye, it means your accuracy has improved. However, it's not precise because the grouping of darts is still scattered. You could also have a situation where the darts are all closely grouped together, and so it's precise, but that grouping is not near the bullseye, so it's not accurate. You want to achieve a tight grouping around the bullseye, so you need a system that's both precise and accurate. Measurement system analysis has two key components: the analysis of the precision and the analysis of the accuracy. Precision is the measure of repeatability and reproducibility. Repeatability involves each individual being able to repeat the same results over and over again. Reproducibility is having multiple individuals being able to reproduce the same results. Accuracy contains both bias and linearity. The analysis of bias is the difference between the value that you're getting from the reading of your gauge from a known standard. Linearity is a measure over the full range of the gauge specifications. Sampling involves identifying the population you want to learn about, then laying out sampling plans. Homogeneity, how things are the same, and heterogeneity, how things are different, are terms used to describe the distribution of attributes or characteristics within a population. There are four basic methods of sampling: random, stratified, systematic, and rational. Other methods include subgroup sampling and block sampling. Bias, one of the greatest threats to data accuracy, occurs when sample measurements deviate from true population measurements. There are two types of selection bias: inclusion bias and exclusion bias. When there is a lack of clarity in the plan or data input interface, data errors may occur. The measurement system has two key attributes: accuracy and precision. Accuracy is the ability of a gauge or measurement tool to ascertain the true value of a variable of interest on average in a process, product, or service. Precision is the amount of variation in the measurement system when repeated measurements of the same variable of interest for a process, product, or service, or parts thereof, are taken using the same. During the measure stage of DMAIC, the most important responsibilities of the Black Belt are the creation and implementation of the data collection plan. You'll have to plan carefully to ensure that your data is both relevant and specific. Collecting data is a process. Like any process in Six Sigma, data collection has to be designed and monitored to ensure that data is timely, current, defined, relevant, legible, and complete. A data collection plan is a guide that identifies goals, objectives, and special focus areas, and lays out timelines, procedures, and best practices for collecting data. Data collection plans are used to ensure that your required data and information is collected in an efficient and timely manner. It's important to anticipate the questions that may arise during data collection. Detailed process maps can help to answer different questions about project processes. For instance, you could ask how the process is carried out and how long it would take. You could also ask who has which responsibilities. And you should consider what will impact or depend on what else, what resources are involved, and when they will be needed. Finally, consider who receives the outputs of the process, when they would receive these, and for what purpose. You will need to follow a series of steps to ensure that your data collection process is stable and reliable. First, formulate a clear statement of the problem. Second, define and list the characteristics to be measured. Third, select the right measurement technique. Fourth, construct a clear and simple data collection form. Fifth, arrange the sampling method. Sixth, determine who will collect the data, who will analyze and interpret the data, and who will report the results. From your background in Greenbelt concepts, you should already be familiar with the key considerations in creating data collection plans. You can access the content, The Data Collection Process, after this video to review these key considerations. An effective and efficient data collection plan is organized around the best practices of data collection. You should plan your data collection carefully, considering the purpose, scope of work, and possible ways that you will use the data. Efficient data collection includes 9 key best practices. To begin, avoid unnecessary rounding of measurements. Collection processes must ensure that the scales for measuring and recording data are appropriately precise. Rounding errors occur when a calculation produces a slightly inaccurate value simply because of the use of too few decimal places. Rounding off numbers reduces the precision in recorded results. This can lead to cumulative error and the destabilization of the measurement process. There are solutions to this problem. For example, a team might switch from using hand calculations or printed tables to a computer program tailored to its specific needs. Most of the data you collect will have a natural time order. Recording time data is necessary for version control of documents and for maintaining the relevance of the data. It is crucial to record the order of data capture because many observations are measured against time. Time-ordered data represents measurements taken over time on the same characteristic. This includes situations such as getting counts of defects in parts coming off a production line over several shifts, tracking trends and changes in monthly sales data, and tracking demographic changes in a population. An important caveat in data collection and use is the seasonality effect. The team members should be specifically mindful of this if their organization and industry is affected by seasonality. Some examples of such industrial sectors could be hospitality, travel, airlines, and food. Some variables will have characteristics that change over time. In these cases, data should be recorded as soon as possible after production and then again after stabilization. An example might be testing a paint finish after it is applied, then again after it has hardened. This best practice can help determine if a defect occurs between manufacture and stabilization. An efficient data gathering plan is developed with the understanding that human error will occur and that systems have to be forgiving of such error. Even the most carefully collected data can be subject to human error, so plans should include procedures to manage and eliminate identifiable sources of these errors. It is important to incorporate a procedure to screen or filter data for entry errors in your data gathering plans. Examples of screening for error could be as simple as a peer review of data or could involve technology-based strategies such as computerized data entry or barcoding. Gut feelings have their place in the creative process, but not in an effective and efficient data gathering plan. Data gatherers should always avoid discounting outliers. Plans should include objective statistical tests to identify outliers, results that fall outside the expected range of values, and all outliers should be investigated. Potential problems can go unchecked if outliers are ignored because of unfounded opinions about their significance. Identifying information needs in the data collection plan is essential, but needs can arise during the data gathering process or after it's complete. If a number of users share data, new questions may arise or new uses for the data may be requested, so it's necessary to record all important classification identification information. This can include fields such as time, machine, sample criteria, and auditor. Recording information consistently often allows you to distill new information from gathered data. For example, at some point after data collection is complete, your team may need to run an analysis to compare the results recorded by different data collectors or at different machines. This can't be done if the information wasn't included on the initial data collection forms. Without a good measurement system, there is no way to collect reliable data. In fact, because your decisions are based on the data you collect, poor data is worse than no data at all. It is important to maintain an appropriate calibration and R&R study schedule for data collection equipment. R&R studies are the most widely used techniques for evaluating measurement systems and determining if those systems are acceptable for their intended use. R&R studies quantify the capabilities and limitations of measurement systems, often estimating its ability to repeat and reproduce measurements. It is equally important to make sure you have a way to manage the measurement system to ensure that it continues to be reliable and dependable. A regular calibration schedule verifies the accuracy of measuring instruments and the reliability of the data. Calibration confirms that measurement tools, systems, and gauges are giving accurate results, and any variation from the true value is within acceptable limits. For example, manufacturers regularly check equipment against standards to ensure accurate measurement outputs. It's essential that everyone on the team is trained and skilled in the use of the data gathering techniques to be used during a project, so you must provide complete instruction and training. Your plan should cover ongoing support in the form of helpful tools and open communication and strategies for coping with new situations that may arise. The Lean Six Sigma team should be trained in defining what metrics will be used and what data should be collected for that. They should be adequately trained in the tools for collecting and using data. They should also understand how the data will be used by their teams and by other stakeholders. Team members must be clear on a number of important issues, such as how they will make their contribution, what types of data they will encounter, and what data gathering techniques they will be using. They also need to consider what competencies they should possess or that they should acquire before the project begins, and what resources are available to them. There are many instances that will require that your information be transmitted or stored digitally. It may be that your organization has a central storage capacity, or perhaps members of your team are working remotely and sending or receiving data digitally. This means you must make sure to use an appropriate error correction system for data transmitted or stored digitally. In all circumstances, it's vital your information be handled securely and accurately. Data integrity can sometimes be compromised by interference, timeouts, or other impairments during transmission and storage. Use an appropriate error correction system for data transmitted or stored digitally. Your system of error control for data transmission may be determined in advance based on analysis of potential errors and will likely include a provision for redundancy. Consider this example. A Six Sigma black belt at a global banking company is faced with process data that contains formatting errors and faulty information. This is largely due to data being stored on different systems and transmitted by national offices using different software. In this case, an appropriate error correction system involves using a central database referencing system that helps correct all data content and formatting errors and presents error-free process data. It is important to keep on track throughout your project. Include methods and plans for continuous checking and improvement of measurement consistency. One of the most important responsibilities of the Black Belt is the creation and implementation of the data collection plan. Best practices of data collection include avoiding unnecessary rounding, recording the order of data capture, if data occurs in time sequence, recording data as soon as possible after manufacture and again after stabilization for items with characteristics that change over time, and screening data for entry errors. They also include acknowledging outliers, recording important classification information, maintaining a calibration and R&R study schedule, providing complete instruction and training, and using an appropriate error correction system for digitally stored and transmitted data. Data collection must be relevant, consistent, and accurate if it's to be of any value. To ensure the integrity of your data, it's important to train your data collectors. Even with an experienced team, you'll need to provide data collectors with clear instructions on how to use your chosen methodologies, instruments, best practices, and other data collection activities. It's important to think ahead and consider your project before you begin your data collection plans. You should ask yourself a number of questions. For instance, which of these data collection methods require training to use? And who on our team will need training? Also ask, what training will each data collector require? Or what form will the training take? Also consider, what is our timeline? Data collection includes both automated and manual methods. The method that you choose will depend on a number of factors, including the type of data you're collecting, the data collection system you're using, the project requirements, and the level of precision and accuracy you need. There are advantages to manual data collection. It's generally simple to do and requires minimal training to learn. Manual data collection uses straightforward tools such as check sheets to record the data. The main disadvantage of collecting data manually is that it's subject to human error. Human reliability is sensitive to the conditions under which a task is performed. Data gatherers are usually accurate when their concentration is high and when there are just a few items to track, but they may lose their reliability as time goes by or when they have too many items to track. Check sheets can take many forms. You should be familiar with these tools from your Greenbelt training. You can access JobAid Common Check Sheets after this video to refer to the common types of check sheets used in data collection. You have to put your data into some kind of form to understand it. For example, without looking at data in number form, you can't run statistical tests or work with the mean and standard deviation. Coding data is a way of facilitating data collection by organizing it in a way you can understand. Codes are tags, names, categories, or other labels, and the activity of coding is assigning these designations to pieces of your data. The point of attaching codes is to give your data meaning. Codes allow you to index data, to refine it hierarchically, to provide a method for storage and retrieval, and to expedite analysis. You should be familiar with data coding from your Greenbelt training. Access the content Data Coding Methods after this video to review data coding. Manual methods are labor-intensive and can be time-consuming to analyze. With an automated system, the accuracy of the data increases. It's easier to handle large or complex data sets, and the time required for analysis is lower, often virtually instantaneous. It's difficult to achieve an acceptable level of data quantity and accuracy using only manual data collection. Automated data collection can help to address these problems. So, automated data collection is an efficient and effective technological method of capturing data at its source, and then immediately transmitting that data to information processing systems. Automated systems consistently collect objective data in a repeatable manner with minimal disruption to a process. They can also extract information from multiple data sources simultaneously, while a person can only be in one place at one time. Let's look at some advantages of automated data collection. You can collect data without disrupting a process, and because it's automated, it's free of emotional bias. It's also less labor-intensive than manual collection and also more rapid, resulting in shorter inspection times. Finally, it's highly accurate and allows easier handling, storage, and analysis of large, complex data sets. In an automated system, an independent observer is a technological tool rather than a person. Technological tools for automated data collection include video recording, self-recording test equipment, computers with verifications and cross-checking, scanning devices, and radio frequency identification, RFID. Advances in computer technology have even produced devices that adapt to, learn from, and predict changes in their environment. Tools for automated data collection include barcodes, such as those you might see on products you've purchased, or magnetic strips, like the one on your credit or bank card. Applications for automated measurement systems encompass an almost endless variety of functions. For instance, because an automated measurement system operates the same way each time, it can be set up for error-proof execution of pre-programmed measurement sequences. Automated data collection also allows you to use consistent and exacting criteria to define and detect defective units. This is especially important in fields such as medical research. Then, tools such as optical imaging allow reliable and flawless detection of defects without being influenced by product parameters such as size. And with automated data collection, data is evaluated in real time with statistical consistency of the results. This is useful in situations that require performing high-speed inspections. In many industries, such as food or pharmaceuticals, packaging integrity is of utmost importance. Until recently, verifying and inspecting packaging was difficult without intrusive testing. Automated data gathering ensures safety and regulatory compliance. It also has the technical precision needed to make accurate decisions regarding materials performance. However, for such models to be truly predictive, it's necessary to employ accurate values for the material being modeled. Consider this example. A black belt working for a manufacturer of electronic goods is implementing automated data collection technologies at the company. She has determined that one of the biggest problems is shipping errors. The company usually resolved these problems by picking the missing item from a warehouse and sending it to the customer as a rush delivery, incurring extra shipping charges, as well as labor costs at the call center, customer service department, and warehouses. The black belt realized the time spent training data collectors, as well as manually recording, collecting, and keying data into the system was costly to begin with, and often produced errors that were expensive to resolve. After the installation of a barcode and RFID system for shipping and inventory management, costs were reduced because measurements were taken automatically without interfering with production. The company also acquired data that was searchable, easily handled, and available for future analyses. Let's consider the most recent updates to the black belt body of knowledge regarding the process for data cleaning. In the real world, data leans toward being inconsistent, incomplete, or noisy. Data cleaning is an attempt to rectify inconsistencies in data by filling in missing values, leveling noise, and identifying inconsistencies or other outliers. Data cleaning involves two processes: discrepancy detection and data transformation. Data discrepancies can be caused by poorly designed data entry forms, which include many optional fields, decay such as outdated telephone numbers, operator error during data capture, and deliberate errors such as respondents not divulging enough information about themselves. Additionally, they can arise from inconsistent representations of data and inconsistent code use, errors in tools that record data, system errors, and when the same data is used for various purposes other than intended originally. Data integration, where attributes may have different codes or names in different databases, can also cause discrepancies. Make use of the knowledge you have about properties of the data or metadata, such as the data type or attribute domain, basic statistical data descriptions, and acceptable attribute values. You can either write your own scripts or use tools to assist you. You should always watch for inconsistent code use and data representations. Also, be careful about the practice of field overloading, which is an error that results after developer teams have inserted new attribute definitions into unfilled bits of attributes that have already been defined. Examine data with regard to elements of consecutive rules, null rules, and unique rules. In this case, a unique rule states that each value of a specific attribute must be different from all other values for that attribute. A consecutive rule states that all values must be unique and that there can be no missing values between the lowest and highest values for the attribute. And a null rule specifies how to handle blank fields, question marks, special characters, or other strings that may indicate the null condition, such as using 0 for numeric attributes or leaving fields blank for character attributes. You can use various tools to assist you in detecting data discrepancies. For example, data scrubbing tools detect errors and make corrections in the data by using simple domain knowledge. You can also make use of data auditing tools, a variety of data mining tools, which analyze data to uncover relationships and rules to detect data that violates specific conditions. Once you find discrepancies, you'll need to define them and apply a series of corrections. Now, what about data transformation? There are 6 strategies for filling in missing values when cleaning data. These are to manually fill in the missing value, ignore the entire list of elements, or replace the missing value with a global constant. You can also use the attribute mean or median for all samples belonging to the same class as the given list, or use a central tendency measure, such as the mean or median for the attribute, to fill in the missing value. Finally, you can use the most probable value to fill in the missing value. The data is biased for methods 3 through 6, since the value that is filled in may not be correct. Since the 6th method uses the most information from the current data to predict the missing values, this strategy is very popular. A missing value may not always mean there's an error in data. For example, people who don't have a driver's license number when making applications for different services would leave an empty field. The empty field would preferably have a null condition rule. Let's look at noise smoothing as a data smoothing technique. It has 3 types. First, linear regression, which involves identifying the line to best fit 2 variables so that the one variable can forecast another variable. Multiple linear regression involves fitting the data of 2 or more variables to a multidimensional surface. Next, binning, which soothes a data value by checking the values around it. Binning methods include local smoothing and smoothing by bin means. Local smoothing involves smoothing a sorted data value by consulting the surrounding values, which are sorted into separate bins or buckets. For example, the data for price is first sorted and partitioned into equal frequency bins containing 3 values each. Each value in the bin is replaced by the mean value of the bin. So if the mean of the values 4, 8, and 15 in the bin is 9, each original value in the bin is replaced by the value 9. Smoothing by bin medians involves each bin value being replaced by the bin median. The minimum and maximum values in a specific bin are called the bin boundaries. In smoothing by bin medians, each bin value is replaced by the closest boundary value. Finally, outlier analysis refers to detecting outliers in similar values that are clustered into groups. Not only does the 2-step process to clean data via discrepancy detection and data transformation lack interactivity, it's also a huge, error-prone, and time-consuming task. New approaches, like Potter's Wheel, have recently been introduced to make things easier. Potter's Wheel is a publicly available data cleaning tool. It integrates discrepancy detection and transformation, graphically or by examples, by having users individually compose and debug specific transformations on a spreadsheet-like user interface. Transformations can be gradually developed and refined as discrepancies are found. The results are immediately displayed on screen. Users can undo transformations that introduce additional errors. This undo feature erases those errors. Additionally, Potter's Wheel performs an automatic discrepancy check in the background using the latest transformed version of the data. There are 4 steps in the data cleaning process. First, define the data glitch. It should be well defined and relevant to the situation, user, or context. A glitch could refer to missing, conflicting, or replicated data. Second, identify and tag discrepancies. Once the relevant glitch is determined, a method to filter the data should be identified so the glitches can be detected and tagged. Glitch detector functions are vectors of indicators, which express the absence or presence of various types of glitches in data cells. A glitch signature is the result of the bit vector. Examples of glitch detector functions vary and include the binary absence or presence of a value, as well as multidimensional outlier detection techniques. Glitch signatures are not limited to bit vectors, they can be complex. For example, when dealing with outlier detection, glitch signatures could include p-values rather than a binary indicator of absence or presence of an outlier. Once all the data glitches are identified and tagged, you can gauge their prevalence and measure the data quality using a glitch score and glitch index. The glitch score and index are objective measures that can be user-customized to produce a weighted average of the glitch signatures. Third, address discrepancies. Not all glitches require cleaning. Sometimes they are too expensive or they have almost no effect on any applications that the user may run. There are various cleaning methods available, and the user selects the method that he or she thinks is most appropriate. If a situation arises where the user is encountering a specific glitch for the first time, an experimental framework can be constructed to identify the most viable strategy from a set of candidate strategies that have been proposed. The chosen method is then used to repair the data. Finally, measure and verify results. To verify whether the glitch score meets the user's required tolerance levels, the score is recomputed after cleaning. You can use the concept of statistical distortion, measured by means of a histogram distance, to quantify the impact of data cleaning on the statistical distribution of D. The cleaning process is over once both sets of results are deemed satisfactory. If the results aren't satisfactory, the entire process is repeated until the user's budget for the task has been expended. To remain competitive in the 21st century, organizations and the people who manage them have to seize the opportunities presented by information technologies, or IT. By necessity, each member of your Six Sigma team must understand how to use technology to make informed decisions, to take accurate and precise measurements, and to optimize business effectiveness. Six Sigma and IT have a symbiotic relationship. IT has supplied improved measurement and control systems for implementing Six Sigma, while Six Sigma has helped to optimize IT processes. There are three information systems that are closely related to Six Sigma activities: data warehousing, online analytic processing, OLAP, and data mining. The first approach is data warehousing. A data warehouse is a repository of electronically stored data, and data warehousing is the system of storage, organization, retrieval, correction, extraction, and analysis of that data. You can store data in a warehouse for analysis, backup, or security purposes. It's also used for cleansing, a process to find errors in the data and correct them, and as a backup system for data. In a data warehousing system, the data originates in the source systems and flows to the end users through various components. Most data warehousing systems have 7 key components. Source systems are the first component. There are the systems where the data originates. The second component refers to data transport, which is the movement and cleansing of the data. The third component is the central repository, which is the main storage for the data warehouse. Fourth, metadata is the data describing the content, context, and structure of the entire body of data in the warehouse. Fifth, departmental data warehouses, or data marts, are smaller data warehouses organized to meet the needs of individual groups or departments. The sixth component is the operational feedback loop, which integrates decision support back into the operational systems. Finally, end users are the recipients and users of the stored data. The second approach is online analytic processing, or OLAP, a collection of tools designed to provide end users with a means of extracting information from large databases, such as a data warehouse. OLAP presents data as a three-dimensional graphic arranged in cubes. The interface is a user-friendly way of arranging data by variables. For example, a sporting goods manufacturer could input category, time, and numerical measures to find the profit margin for shoes in the month of September. The third approach is data mining, the process of gathering data from a large database and summarizing it into useful information. Data mining software uses algorithms to generate patterns from the data. This allows you to analyze data from different perspectives, organize it, and determine the relationships it contains. Technically, data mining is the process of finding patterns among dozens of fields in large databases. Databases consist mainly of historical data. You should pay careful attention to the reliability and validity of sources before you use them for data mining. The data mining process has 7 steps. The first 4 steps involve investigation. Goal definition is the first step. This is the process of determining and defining the goal or objective of the data mining project and how the mined information will be put to use. Next, data selection involves the identification of the data needed for the project and the sources that will be tapped for that data. Data preparation is where data is organized, sorted, cleaned, and prioritized. This is important in order to identify the most relevant variables and to determine the complexity of the project. The result of data preparation is a table ready for the application of the data mining software. And fourth, pattern discovery is where you'll seek patterns in the data that satisfy user-defined requirements or constraints. You'll use the data mining software to apply pattern discovery algorithms to generate patterns from the data. The 5th step in data mining is pattern deployment. It involves the application of the discovered patterns to meet the project goals. There are 4 sub-steps in pattern deployment. First, pattern presentation is the description or graphic depiction of the patterns and their associated statistics. Next, business intelligence is applied when the discovered patterns are used as queries to derive business intelligence reports from the database. Third, data scoring and labeling is when the discovered patterns are applied to data records in the database. Finally, decision support systems make use of the discovered patterns to support the business decisions that need to be made based on the data. The final 2 steps in data mining involve monitoring. With alarm monitoring, the patterns discovered by data mining are used as norms for the business process. By monitoring these patterns, you can detect deviations from normal conditions. Alarm monitoring can be set up within software as a data monitoring tool or used in conjunction with control charts. Over time, a business process can change, and the validity of patterns discovered from historic data can deteriorate. That's why it's important to detect changes by monitoring patterns in light of more recent data. Pattern validity monitoring helps to ensure that information is still valid. Changes to the patterns will indicate the need to discover new patterns from recent data. Consider this example. A performance improvement team at a financial institution recently completed a data mining project. Let's review how the team deployed it. The first step in the project was goal definition. The goal of the project was to develop standards to assist loan managers to make sound decisions about risk assessment. The standards would also make sure managers were operating within safe lending parameters. The second step was data selection. During this stage, the team decided to focus its selection efforts on the credit histories of customers. The third step was data preparation. Using customer data collected over several years, the team developed patterns based on the credit history of customers in the loans department. The fourth step was pattern discovery. The team developed a pattern model that predicted whether a loan applicant was a good credit risk. The fifth step was pattern deployment. Team members incorporated the patterns they had formulated into the bank's software for access by the loans department. The sixth step was alarm monitoring. The lending patterns of each loan manager were monitored in relation to a pattern representing an ideal standard. The seventh step was pattern deployment monitoring. As interest rates changed, the patterns for the lending model were automatically reassessed by the bank's software. While data collection techniques can reveal patterns and relationships, they can't tell you the value or significance of those patterns. And while these techniques can identify connections between behaviors and variables, they can't tell you the cause of those relationships. The success of all these techniques depends on your creative and analytical skills as a black belt. Data collection includes both manual and automated methods. Manual systems are suitable for simple data, where tools such as check sheets can be used. Automated systems are usually superior because they can quickly and consistently collect objective data in a repeatable manner with minimal disruption to a process. Data cleaning involves a two-step process: discrepancy detection and data transformation. Data transformation tools, strategies, and data smoothing techniques can be used to fix identified discrepancies. There are three information systems that are closely related to Six Sigma activities: data warehousing, online analytic processing, OLAP, and data mining. The 7 steps of data mining are goal definition, data selection, data preparation, pattern discovery, pattern deployment, alarm monitoring, and pattern validity monitoring.